Wuki and Wuxi are the sharpshooter that have patience and support the rusher.
Morgana, team captain at entry. Mark, sniper at flank. Kaloy, front. Shanks, front. Josh, support. Excited kami na makalaban ulit at makabawi sa kupunan ng Malaysia at gusto namin umabot sa finals.
We were on the edge of crying and shouting just to express our feelings the moment we qualified. And we just keep shouting in the GC. Woohoo!
Para sa akin, yung Farang at Todak, sila kasi nag-represent sa Singapore server sa FIFA World Series.
We'll go with Todak and Farang because they represented the Singapore server in the FFWS. It is sort of representing PH as well. So when it comes to replaying against them, I know that Farang and Todak is in different level now.
Siyempre maghanda kayo kasi hindi nyo alam may papakita namin sa league stage.
Good luck to each and everyone that qualified into those toxic teams that don't help the community. So stop putting trash on someone I love. I will snipe your head.
Go K9! Ow! Ow!
Let's go Team Bloody Heads! Panoorin niyo po kami sa paparating na laban sa Free Fire Challenger Series Season 2. Suportahan niyo po kami at panoorin na ilaban ng Pilipinas ni Rion.
Guys, aku nampak ada enemy.
Mana korang ni? Cepatlah backup aku.
Okay, belok kiri.
Oh, okay Raj.
Okay,
Bunga?
tembak.
Mana korang tak backup ke?
Jap. Ada orang lagi
Ada orang lagi, ada orang.
Aku pergi belah kiri, Bunga pergi belah kanan tau.
Jadi, muat turun Free Fire sekarang.
Free Fire untuk semua.
Hai survivors, saya Bunga dan saya sangat-sangat excited nak share video terbaru saya dengan korang semua. Sebab apa? Sebab ini adalah kempen Free Fire untuk semua keadaan. Kali ni punya kempen dia lain sikit sebab saya tunjuk sisi yang lain daripada yang lain, yang korang tak pernah nampak, yang korang tak pernah tahu, yang sebenarnya Bunga main game. Jadi, muat turun Free Fire sekarang.
Free Fire untuk semua.
Hai, nama saya Razlan. IGN saya OE Jebat dari pasukan Orange Esport.
Hai, nama saya Alif Daniel. In-game name saya ialah OE Dekos. Saya berumur 17 tahun dan masih belajar. Saya akan bertanding bersama tim Orange Esport.
Hello, I am Jiminio.
Hello, I am Jiraya.
And we are from Team Princess.
Saya Jiminio sebagai IGL Team Princess, Tony dan Jiraya sebagai Russia, Mika Boy sebagai Frege dan dua pemain simpanan iaitu Abekari dan Nonem. Peranan saya sebagai IGL ialah meletakkan role masing-masing mengikut skill individu yang saya lihat dari segi gameplay mereka.
Peranan saya dalam tim ni adalah sebagai leader pasukan dan support dalam in-game.
Peranan saya dalam permainan ialah sebagai IGL atau support Russia. Saya yang selalu membuat keputusan untuk membuat rotation.
Semua ahli pasukan saya suka buat lawak dan tak cepat koyak.
Fakta yang menarik bagi tim Princess ialah tim ni baru sahaja ditubuhkan seminggu sebelum FFCS bermula. Seterusnya, player yang dikumpulkan ada yang berpengalaman dan ada yang juga baru bermain untuk liga. Bagi player yang berpengalaman,
cabaran utama yang kami hadapi adalah mencari chemistry sesama kami kerana kami merupakan tim yang baru ditubuhkan untuk FFCS kali ini.
Cabaran yang saya hadapi ialah ketika bermain di handphone kentang dan line selalu problem.
Tim yang kita orang akan hapuskan ialah WNL dan Team Princess.
tim yang kami tak sabar untuk lawan ialah tim X-Men, WNL dan Todak. Bagi kami, tim ni adalah agak mencabar sebab mereka mempunyai potensi masing-masing dalam FFCS kali ni. Pesanan saya untuk tim-tim lawan, good luck dan tim Malaysia boleh.
Tahniah tim yang lepas liga dan tim Princess, jangan suka sangat. Offset kita orang punya.
Orange Esport boleh.
Orange Esport boleh.
Up and down, we are together.
Hai, nama aku Bunga dan ini kisah aku. Dekat uni, aku tak ramai kawan. Bukanlah sombong, cuma kebanyakan grup tak kena dengan jiwa aku. Sampailah aku jumpa grup dengan minat yang sama. Perkenalkan, inilah family Free Fire aku. Dorang selalu ada untuk aku. Tak kira pada hari yang muram ataupun ceria. Setiap kali aku dengan dorang, aku lupa segala masalah.
I'm Mark.
Hi Free Fire fans, I'm Morgana. We are from Team Bloodyhead.
My name is Raymart. My in-game IGN is K9 Pain.
I am MJ, known as Blank. Our role is known and decided on each personality. We have Necro, Superman, and Pain as a rusher because their strong and brave personality could confront every enemy they face. And me, Mark, and Wuxi are the sharpshooter that have patience and support the rusher.
Morgana, team captain at entry. Mark, sniper at flank. Kaloy, front. Shanks, front. Josh, support. Excited kami na makalaban ulit at makabawi sa kupunan ng Malaysia at gusto namin umabot sa finals.
We were on the edge of crying and shouting just to express our feelings the moment we qualified. And we just keep shouting in the GC. Woohoo!
Para sa akin, yung Farang at Todak, sila kasi nag-represent sa Singapore server sa Free Fire World Series.
We'll go with Todak and Farang because they represented the Singapore server in the FFWS. It is sort of representing PH as well. So when it comes to replaying against them, I know that Farang and Todak is in different level now.
Siyempre maghanda kayo kasi hindi nyo alam may papakita namin sa league stage.
Good luck to each and everyone that qualified into those toxic teams. It won't help the community. So stop putting trash on someone I love. I will snipe your head.
Go K9! Ow ow!
Let's go, Team Bloody Heads! Panoorin niyo po kami sa paparating na laban sa Free Fire Challenger Series Season 2. Suportahan niyo po kami at panoorin na ilaban ng Pilipinas ni Rion.
Guys, aku nampak ada enemy.
Mana korang ni? Cepatlah backup aku.
Belok kiri.
Oh, okey Raj.
Okey,
Bunga?
tembak.
Mana korang tak backup ke?
Jap. Ada orang lagi
Ada
tau.
orang lagi, ada orang.
Aku pergi belah kiri, Bunga pergi belah kanan tau.
Jadi, muat turun Free Fire sekarang.
Free Fire untuk semua.
Hai survivors, saya Bunga dan saya sangat-sangat excited nak share video terbaru saya dengan korang semua. Sebab apa? Sebab ini adalah kempen Free Fire untuk semua keadaan. Kali ni punya kempen dia lain sikit sebab saya tunjuk sisi yang lain daripada yang lain, yang korang tak pernah nampak, yang korang tak pernah tahu, yang sebenarnya Bunga main game. Jadi, muat turun Free Fire sekarang.
Free Fire untuk semua.
Hai, nama saya Razlan. IGN saya OE Jebat dari pasukan Orange Esport.
Hai, nama saya Alif Daniel. In-game name saya ialah OE Dekos. Saya berumur 17 tahun dan masih belajar. Saya akan bertanding bersama tim Orange Esport.
Hello, I am Jiminio
Hello, I am Jiraya.
and we are from Team Princess.
Saya Jiminio sebagai IGL Team Princess, Tony dan Jiraya sebagai Russia, Mika Boy sebagai Frege dan dua pemain simpanan iaitu Abekari dan Nonem. Peranan saya sebagai IGL ialah meletakkan role masing-masing mengikut skill individu yang saya lihat dari segi gameplay mereka.
Peranan saya dalam tim ni adalah sebagai leader pasukan dan support dalam in-game.
Peranan saya dalam permainan ialah sebagai IGL atau support Russia. Saya yang selalu membuat keputusan untuk membuat rotation.
Semua ahli pasukan saya suka buat lawak dan tak cepat koyak.
Fakta yang menarik bagi tim Princess ialah tim ni baru sahaja ditubuhkan seminggu sebelum FFCS bermula. Seterusnya, player yang dikumpulkan ada yang berpengalaman dan ada yang juga baru bermain untuk Liga. Bagi player yang berpengalaman ialah TP Jiraya, iaitu Farang Pablo yang pernah mewakili Malaysia untuk Free Fire World Series 2022 dan sekarang bermain untuk tim Princess.
Cabaran utama yang kami hadapi adalah mencari chemistry sesama kami kerana kami merupakan tim yang baru ditubuhkan untuk FFCS.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Free Fire Challenger Series Season 2. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Day. Today marks the final day of the league stage, Husky, and Group C's marathon. After this, the top 12, they move on to the grand finals, where a bigger piece of the prize pool awaits them.
Absolutely. 8 rounds to decide who our top 12 finalists will be. And that means we are waving goodbye to 6 teams. And I think, towards the end of yesterday, we kind of have an inkling who some of those teams might be. But part of us always believes that when it comes to Free Fire, there's always a chance until the last round ends, until the last booyah has been delivered. I think today is very interesting because as the storyline has led us to this stage, it's a very poetic moment that Group C will be playing all 8 matches. And Group C has a couple of teams that really want to qualify for the grand final.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. I mean, you're also looking at Orange Esports. They started to build up their momentum again yesterday after not really showing up throughout the whole duration of the league. And today they run their marathon of 8 back-to-back matches. And if they can actually pull off what they did yesterday, then the possibility of breaking through to the top 12 is most definitely going to be there. And if they actually do that, I'm going to lose my mind. Because this was the team that could not bring out any bit of performance at all until yesterday.
This team was fighting for last place at one point, right?
Yeah.
They were fighting for their lives. Right now, they are in a slightly better position.
Yes.
The last place, I believe, currently is Team Princess because they have not been able to step up their game. Contrary to Orange, Team Princess has been falling off the rails as the days progresses. Not like they got out to a fantastic start, but this fall off made it even worse for them individually. And I think that Team Princess chances of going through is very, very less, even with 8 rounds today.
Unfortunately, even yesterday wasn't a great day. In fact, it was a very painful day for Team Princess. They've been consistent, but consistently bad, unfortunately. Unlike Orange Esports, who were consistently bad until, someone woke them up after day 4, after last week, after the end of last week. I'm very sure somebody had a conversation with them because the players that we saw on the battlefield yesterday, although were the exact same players, their playstyle was so different, the aggression was so different, and now they're about 30 points away from breaking into the top 12, and once again having the extra 4 matches in comparison to the rest who are at the bottom 6, it gives them a huge chance to make this break.
Another region that I think is worth highlighting today is the region of Cambodia because they have 2 teams. They are very close to top 12. One of them is in fact in top 12 right now.
Correct.
Diversity Gaming. As we will take a look at the overall standings while we continue this conversation. Let's take a look on the second page first, right? AKO Khmer, 14th place, but they are very close to top 12. Diversity Gaming, on the other hand, the team that started off the competition, attracting our attention, right now sits in 11th place. Obviously, both these Cambodian squads only have 4 rounds today, so it's not to say that they are in a very safe spot yet. Not even Diversity Gaming, but at least there is a representative that has set foot through that door for now. And I do hope that by the end of today, at least one of these teams will make it.
What the saving grace here, I guess, for Team Princess is the fact that they do belong to Group C.
Oh, yes.
They do have 8 opportunities in here, but there needs to be such a huge difference in terms of what they bring to the table, because the last time they ran a marathon, the total number of points Team Princess picked off of 8 rounds was just 31.
Oh, yes.
So 31 points from dead last isn't going to bring them anywhere. In fact, it just brings them up to around the 15th spot. And obviously, Orange Esports and all are not going to be waiting around for them to overtake them, right? So it's going to take a lot, and it's going to take most definitely a miracle for Team Princess. And the exact same thing can be said for the Sri Lankans as well. Never Stop as well as Archangels. Both of them have already completed their marathon, as they are from Group A as well as Group B. And unfortunately for them, they do not have the number of matches to make it all the way through into the top 12 unless they themselves bring some sort of a miracle play. And we thought that miracle for Never Stop was yesterday when they started off the day with a tremendous booyah. I guess they picked up around 23, 24 points overall. But that was the only showing from them.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Never Stop, right? Because after that round 1, they set the bar pretty high and they just plummeted all the way down and never recovered. I think that was probably one of the saddest tale for the region of Sri Lanka in general, because the same thing befell Archangel on day number 4, where they played that 8 rounds in Group A and they also suffered the same fate. It really felt like they have one outstanding round, but that outstanding round was overshadowed by 7 rounds that had very minimal results. And I think at this point of time, the numbers already justify that maybe, and with a high possibility, that we will not see any Sri Lanka team in the grand finals.
Unfortunately, I have to agree with that, right? But Never Stop, overall, they did have a decent day if you look at it from the perspective of how they performed on the other days.
Oh, yes.
They had an all-right day. I mean, they hit their very first booyah yesterday as well, so that's quite the...
No, they didn't. They almost got the booyah. It was stopped
Oh
by
yeah,
Farah,
yeah.
but they
That is
did
correct.
get
Yes,
the most point.
You are absolutely
I
correct.
think they
And
got a
hopped on
booyah. Yeah,
to
they
that
got a
number
booyah
one spot.
somewhere, I think day 3 or
Yeah.
4, but that's pretty much it, right? I think that booyah was kind of the play safe, wait until
This for Farang is they're not going to be able to catch up with Geek week, and they'll still remain at the top. And that pretty much kind of happened, right? And we're talking about day 2, day
yeah, considering because even in round pack someone up and ship it into the lobby alongside them. So there's always four rounds. We get Group C against Group A, and for
Satsuki, right? Main reason being because they hold on to the 11th and 12th spot. And they have already run their marathons. So there's no 8 matches for them. But ORV as well as Orange Esports, who are so close to those extra points. But like we
be in 13th spot right now.
Yeah.
So as we liked it. Good news is that Diversity Gaming overall had a better day 5 compared to X-Men. Let's take a look at some of the teams to watch today.
and but we are talking about diversity. Cannot perform like the way they have performed on the very
Esports, one of our teams to watch out for. That goes Torm, Haran, Jabat, Rosso, and Goku. And a big part of why we look at Orange came into the group stage and they ran through everyone, including Geek Fam. Absolutely, and I think that's kind of what gives us such high expectations, right? We're gonna, again, some solid performance, right? Guys, play a part, but Orange Esports getting that prediction right.
And once again, them building up that momentum. I thought it was all over. I was not thinking that Orange Esports was going to make it, but
These members to finally be on a solid organization. I think Orange Esports made a very good choice.
Yes.
And now it's for these players to really Esports, on the other hand, has to prove that they are worthy of
billion star. They just slightly improved day 3 and along with day number 4. Six points per day of as Flame can be on form today. It's not going to be a problem for Access.
Yeah. That came into the scene and was like, I will fight everyone run into. And he has a pretty good track record of getting kills and also dying just because of how aggressive he because it felt like they were struggling to find trying to pop up as well, and there's just no cohesion between these two, and hopefully that gets fixed today. But another team alongside Orange Esports that wants to make it to top 12. They had a decent day, I think around day 4.
It's most definitely not enough, right? In terms of performance for ORV, they started off And what we with inconsistencies, which they have to fix today. They are in the 13th spot. They do have 8 matches. Gaming, who's very hungry, very clearly, as well as X-Men Akatsuki, who
from Diversity Gaming, but also good survival instinct from their from X. And to not make a good enough impression, because I think when you talk about has done a lot. This guy, good sniper, good supporter. But when you look at ORV Esport, it felt like everyone remember who made those plays.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, like you said, you remember being that superstar for the team all the time. So especially when your team has got so much of potential but still sits down in that 13th spot. So obviously things are going wrong for ORV, which they can recover on this last day.
The best part is that they so today is going to be the day where we find out whether they deserve to be in that top 12 or they just fall short of the door.
They just need you have to
it
be
feels impossible to mess
the
up, right?
worst performing team out there in the league, ORV, to not make it into the top 12.
Do Minjun, they've been showing up pretty huge the entire tournament, but they always
The limited number of rounds, right? And we're looking at teams like AQ Khmer. Archangels, I want to say them too, but in terms of the number of points that they have on their side, I think it's a little bit impossible, right?
Yeah, we're looking at what? We're looking at 50 points, but that's without calculating the fact that other teams are also getting points.
Correct, yeah. You need like all of those teams to bomb out in the most miserable of ways and for your team to get into that final circle with a decent number of kills. And I'm talking about more than 7 to 8. And Archangels, they haven't really been able to show us that consistency. So although a miracle run might be possible sometimes, I don't know if or not the Sri Lankans have it on their side.
Yeah, miracles require time. And sometimes you just don't have the luxury of that to conjure one, right? Even stars need time to orbit around the planet. And in this case, I hate to say this, but I think they've exhausted their chance, right? They bombed out 7 of those rounds. Same thing happened with Never Stop. But as I said yesterday, towards the very end of the show, I think Sri Lanka should be proud of themselves nonetheless, right? Because they were fighting with behemoths in this region, Malaysia and Philippine teams, they are not going to hold back. They don't care who you are.
Yeah.
So the fact that we have seen them make some moments where they stand out to the strongest of teams is something that's worth patting their back about.
I mean, absolutely right. If the Sri Lankans want to look up to any team within the league right now, it should be Bloodyhead. And Bloodyhead has followed somewhat a similar trajectory as the Sri Lankan players, as the Sri Lankan teams, where they have seen terrible performances within the league as well as the competition overall, but we've seen that constant improvement from them, right? We always see the faces, but those faces were not always as successful as they are now.
I'll give you a fun fact for the Sri Lankan viewers out there, because this is their first performance, first time in this league, right?
Yeah.
I'll tell you, the first time Bloodyhead played in MCP Major, they barely broke to 100 points.
Yeah.
Out of 32 rounds.
Yeah, it was miserable. It was absolutely miserable.
So whatever both Archangel and Neverstar has achieved in terms of points alone, if you just look at numbers, have already surpassed Bloodyhead's very first debut.
Yeah.
That's something that I think is worth mentioning, however minute it is, because if we want to talk about the story of Bloodyhead, that's where they started.
Yeah.
Barely 100 points. When they hit 100 points, we were celebrating in the studio. Right? We're like, yes, this team finally got 100 points, because they were getting 0 for most of the rounds they played.
Yeah, I mean, we're not writing off the Sri Lankans just yet, but we're talking, pure facts and figures, right? But the one thing that I do want to share with them is you do not lose when you fail, you lose when you give up.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and as long as they do not give up, as long as they keep bringing on that firepower in the world of Free Fire, I'm pretty sure we will see them on the stage once again, fighting for glory. And them making it into the top 12 might have been a really fun experience for us to shoutcast. It would obviously be fun for the audience as well. But them failing on round 1 and making it when they try again on round 2, I think makes the experience so much more exciting to enjoy, right? So there's no love loss whatsoever in them not being able to make it through. But there is still a chance. There is most definitely a chance in there. For Archangels, I don't know what the probability of them breaking into the top 12 is going to be. Once again, it's going to require a miracle. But you never know when miracles may appear in the competition. Things can happen, and in the most craziest of ways. I mean, there were times where we were thinking, there's no way Geek Fam is going to drop off from the #1 spot, and then infractions happen.
Yeah. I knew you were going to bring that up, like
miracles.
Someday.
Miracles happen.
I'm not sure if that is a miracle.
It was
I
a
feel
miracle.
like that was just natural selection, right? Like someone messed up. Though the funny thing is, it didn't happen one time, right? It happened 2 times across 2 different competitions. But that was back then, and it didn't really matter because they just go and win the whole thing.
Yeah.
But right now, they obviously that was not the case. They've patched that up, which is a very good thing. But overall, today is going to be the fight on the second page of the leaderboard. I think we'll be focusing that more often compared to who is in first or second, because I think that has been set in stone a long time ago. Now it's all about the race of who qualifies. I think that has more significance compared to who is at the top at the end of the day.
Absolutely right. The fight is the fight at the very bottom of the leaderboard already started yesterday.
Oh yes.
Hence why we saw the spirit of Orange Esports just shine through, and it was quite spectacular to see them performing on the battlefield after, the most abysmal run throughout the whole league stage that we have ever spotted from these players. And once again, these players have been around the scene for quite a while. They are very talented, but the strategies weren't clicking. Yesterday, everything was going their way. And I do agree with you to a certain degree. There was luck, but a lot of that luck was manufactured by the players of Orange Esports, which is what you have to love. We're going to be hopping into Bermuda. This is game number 1, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Let's see exactly what Group C has in store for us for their first round in here. AKO Khmer from the get-go, already on a hot drop, and Axis Esports might be in a little bit of trouble here. AKO Khmer has to be careful because they're going up against a team that has 8 chances and they only have 4.
But what's better than to fight a team with 8 chances and get rid of that first chance? But that has to work out in their favor, right? And with how they spread out, it is not a possibility at all. We see this 1-1-2 split from AKO Khmer. They are trying to cover space. It would have worked out if Archangel wasn't around there. So there's a huge chance that Boyloy is not even going to make it unless the rest of the team comes and provide backup. But knowing AKO Khmer, they are a team that would take those fights and this is a huge risk that they need to consider.
AKO Khmer bringing in the baby this time round. Quite curious as to how the baby will perform. But Axis Esports all at the same time. 3v1. Boyloy still sustaining. Manages to knock Neptune down onto the ground. But nobody there to finish Neptune off. So Axis Esports should still have the game of numbers against AKO Khmer. But Archangels, they've heard those gunshots already. And they're not wasting any time at all to cut that distance. Axis Esports is going to be a little busy now here in the first matchup. And Seeker and X-Gun out of nowhere. They get that double knock. And Axis has to run.
What a good response, or what a good initiative from Archangel. And just like you said, AJ, they had no time to recover. And yes, even if they do, what do you loot out of Boyloy? Nothing. He only has a gun, but that's pretty much it. They also had the same gun. There's no medkits, no glue walls, nothing to work with, and Archangel knew exactly that. And the biggest winner in this case is Archangel, walking away with 2 points. And for AKO Khmer, the fact that they are playing this very last day, only 4 matches, the most important day of the tournament lies without Do Mingjun, a star player that we have seen across all 5 days. It's a huge gamble that they're taking, but I have faith, right? If they made that choice, they should know what to do, and you guys also should know what to do because there is a giveaway, and you just need to key in that code, claim it before 5:30 p.m. today, and it only applies for those who play on the Singapore server.
AKO Khmer as well as Archangels, both from the exact same group, which is Group A. But the difference in terms of points, we do see the players of AKO Khmer, the team, has got 51 points more than Archangels. So that in itself kind of paints out a clear picture as who stands a brighter chance of breaking into the top 12. Bloody Head. A close encounter here, but we will hop on over to AKO Khmer. They hold on to the open grounds, but they've got that high ground advantage. Orange Esports, on the other hand, will not get super aggressive because ORV is within the vicinity as well. Kaloy out of nowhere. Bloody Head strikes first, and Spark gets taken out of the equation. This is quite the surprising turn of events.
If you have watched any of the interviews pre-show, Bloody Head has Todak on their radar. But of course, Exact responds in this, and this is the day Todak knows, the big day, bring out Exact. And instantly we see that impact, right? Those early frags are coming through, but obviously there is decent response from the side of Bloody Head. Mark getting a good knockdown, and Pedro not able to go for the revive, has to run away, but Morgana catches him on the way out. And Bloody Head will find 2 more points, leaving Exact completely alone.
Exact all alone now. Can he stay hidden or will he shoot? Trigger discipline is going to be important, but Exact might not have anywhere to run to. The danger zone is potentially going to give him a lifeline here. Exact might be saved. Will Morgana get struck down by one of those meteors that come raining down? Morgana hops on in, has the SMG. Exact hops on out of the window, still with a sniper in hand. Toda bombs out super early. Bloody Head picks up their first 4 points, and they are super delighted that it was over the players of Toda, although they do not know that yet.
Yet to find a recovery from yesterday. I mean, Toda didn't have the best day on day 5. And it seems like that is still the case, even with this bringing Exact into day number 6. Very, very unfortunate, but for Bloody Head, they will be very happy. They've claimed the hits of Todak, which was one of their goals. In fact, both Bloody Head and K9 Esports want Farang and Todak gone because they represented the region, our region at least, for FFWS. So there's a huge target on their back. Bloody Head able to do it early on, but Farang passes by. ORV definitely has that info, but can't say the same for Farang though. I feel like they have an inkling of someone in this building, and this is very important for ORV that they do not go down.
ORV, 8 rounds, 8 opportunities. Trigger discipline. Not shooting up the players of Farang just yet, but Spade running straight towards them. An open engagement. Spade will get backstabbed. Doesn't drop onto the ground. Farang is there for the response, and Spade actually walks away from that engagement unscathed.
Incredible and unreal from Farah. I thought ORV is the one that gets the drop. Latte already knocked down. What can you do, Cappuccino? You have to get something done. As Mocha is forced out of his own compound. Too bad gets not a good beginning from the side of ORV. Now Mocha and Cappuccino goes for the push on the Jesbu, who is still alive. Jempo comes in to back him up, but they do not have the health to work with. And ORV survives this push, catching Farang off guard.
What a play by ORV, but my goodness me, there needed to be a lot of luck on the side of ORV, and they walked away from that with only losing Lotte in that engagement. Solid in terms of play, but I'm very glad that Farang didn't have the numbers earlier on, because ORV would have been in a lot of trouble. So that's a great start for a team trying to break into the top 12. Picked up 4 points already, but Team Princess, the team that's not doing too great so far, sitting dead last on the leaderboard. They have got their compound all surrounded by the players of No Escape. RS7 on the right-hand side. 3 other players from the side of No Escape on the left. And the backstab might just be pulled off here. But RS7 is just a little bit too far away from the rest of their players. But a game of numbers all equal between No Escape and Team Princess.
Very good patience from the side of Team Princess. There's this kill box that you cannot enter, and that is the attic. You need utilities to flush them out. Ice grenades or just frags. But I don't think No Escape has that, and if they do, they are not going to take that risk, especially when they've already lost one of their members. We see that instant revive, I believe.
Yeah, he just bought him back.
This comes back, but still can't really get into this attic. That's something that Team Princess will hold on for a long, long time. No Escape instantly makes the decision to completely leave Plantation. There's no purpose of them staying here, and I do like that choice. Team Princess, with that one kill, at least keeps themselves afloat in this round.
Khmer, earlier on we did see Boyloy getting taken out of the equation, but revived already. 4 players, but Geek Fam, big engagement. Orange Esports, this is their day of marathon. Will Orin be struck down now as Rosso X repositions? Orin continues to move on closer. One quick ice grenade isn't going to displace anyone just yet, as the glue wall forces it to bounce off, and Orin just quickly bounces away. Drops the beat at the same time to get that boost of speed, but they've already tickled the hornet's nest already, and here comes Orange Esports for the response.
The Orange Esports, they run away, but I don't think they expect the Man 04 to be so close to them.
Oh,
Man
nice.
04 does catch a nade in the face, and a good finisher from Rosso keeps them in the running as Orange Esports continues to make that descent. Phoenix tries to flank Rosso, but there is backup from Orange
Solid.
Esports. Good response from Torm, and Geek Fan being pulled apart one after the other, down to both Fikri and Orin, and I don't think they have the health to work with. Even though Orin gets the knockup, but Quickly responds on the Fikri, and it's all down to Orin, the man that led the charge for Geek Fam, is now the sole survivor. At least tries to get up with 1 point, but Decos closes that door. Geek Fam out in 10th place, and Orange Esports gets the wipe.
Well, Geek Fam is running that marathon, so it doesn't really matter to them overall. They are holding on to that #1 spot at the end of the day, but I'm very sure they want to walk away with $2,000 in hand. Nobody will argue picking up extra bit of USD. Axis Esports, on the other hand, Neptune hasn't been brought right back into the mix just yet. They don't have enough coins, although they do have the buy point within Mill. But rushing in towards the next circle, No Escape awaits them. Rose already with the push towards the front, holding down the angles. No Escape has been spotted, so Rose being very cautious about this move in. Shahid couldn't get away, tried to use Mother Nature, but gets sprayed down. No Escape gatekeeping Axis Esports, and now that's going to force Axis to make a super long rotation and double back towards Mill once again.
And Axis Esports was the team that started the round off getting that first blood onto AKO Khmer and completely ambushed by Archangel. And unfortunately, things have not gotten any better for these guys. They were able to bring both Flame and Shahid back, but even then, there's not really a place where they could go to because every area around them is occupied by a team. You see Shahid drops down at peak, but that's where Anxiety is located at, so Shahid can't even move, has to stay on top of this billboard, probably for an extended period of time until Anxiety leaves. But who's to say that he knows that they are there? I don't think he does.
Yeah, the players all spread out onto the battlefield so far. Not a lot of engagements happening. Everybody want to be careful on this final day of play, especially the team sitting down at the very bottom trying to make their break into the top 12. But Orange Esports has been off to a great start, retiring Geek Fam super early. AKO Khmer going up against Archangel potentially, but Archangels are using the terrain to their advantage. Just below that elevation that hill provides them perfect cover. So that's going to lead both Archangels as well as AKO Khmer to the exact same compound where they will come across each other. But the defensive compound for the side of AKO Khmer should be more stellar. And that's just going to put Archangels in a lot of trouble. ORV not really moving away from the compound they held on to earlier. And this engagement should have happened already, but it finally breaks down as No Escape closes that distance. Mocha, Mag 7 in hand, pulls out the glue wall, repositions, Riptide Rhythm takes it down. And No Escape does not drop a single beat. And they continuously flush out all of those players from the side of ORV, forcing Cappuccino to run away as well. Potter, final shot, and that AC-80 never disappoints. ORV taken out of the 9th spot.
My question is, what happened to ORV that resulted them in only having 2 members? I'm pretty sure they had a revival zone after the fight with Geek Fam and they only lost 1. So something must have happened in the middle that put them in that spot. Very unfortunate. But AKO Khmer, this is the big day. It's against Archangel. And this team that they want to get points off of is Archangel, and the baby comes in and nails that first knockdown. Seeker runs out. They're actually trying to run into AKO Khmer because the blue zone is forcing them too. But Archangel, they do not have the number, and AKO Khmer are in a very good spot. Roma and X-Gun just wants to make it to safety. They have no choice but to abandon their comrades. But look at who's in front of them. Oh, it's that Anxiety, and Archangel have run away from the Hornet's Nest into the Tiger's Den.
Oh.
X-Gun still able to down Flame, still kicking, still trying to feast on some of these members. And Anxiety were trying to keep them at bay. AKO Khmer will disengage. And Anxiety now will take over the responsibilities to get rid of Archangel. Kanoho with the grenade launcher will take out X-Gun.
Absolutely brilliant plays coming through from Kanoho, playing the timing, has got a lethal weapon in his hands. The grenade launcher, perfection. Roma wasting time outside of the circle, healing himself right back up. But Toby and Barba are waiting inside to take him out, but they have to rush on in. Roma gets sacrificed to the circle, so no extra kill point for the players of Anxiety. And as we look on the other side of the map, AKO Khmer holding the very edge of the safe zone. This seems to be a very risky spot. Not a lot of cover as well, Husky.
The worst part is, the blue zone is behind them and they have no way to rotate. The glue wall would be great if Bloodyhead didn't have a weapon that just shoots right through it. So AKO Khmer are stuck in a very, very tough spot. And I don't know if they can even make it out of this unless there's some intervention from a third party. But the only third party nearby was that sole survivor from Axis Esports. And that guy was Shahid. He responds, he's on top of the billboard. He's just going to watch all of this unfold from a bird's eye view.
Chessman Anxiety playing this really safe. And Anxiety continuously trying to climb up the leaderboard as well. Farang will be in a lot of trouble if they cannot bring out their best form today, because Anxiety is looking to replace them at that second spot. Boyloy downed already, but will get picked right back up. Morgana, big nade coming through, and it doesn't do anything except take down that glue wall right behind the tree. Boyloy once again knocked down onto the ground. Mark secures the kill, and AKO Khmer have been retired from this round as well, courtesy of Bloodyhead. 6 kills in here so far. Axis Esports potentially the next ones to engage with. Not a lot of defenses towards the center of the circle.
Very unfortunate ending for AKO Khmer. Nothing that they can do about it. I think that is the saddest part for a team that is so close to top 12 but has to finish their very first round out of 4 in this fashion. Orange Esports though, they're hanging on with the whole team. There's no escape now under fire from Anxiety, who has that high ground advantage. And this circle is right in the center. So every single team right now will have to try and fight for it. It's a free for all. Shah is still on top of the billboard as Bloodyhead starts to make their move.
Orange Esports, 5 kills in hand. Great start. Bloodyhead's right in front of them. But Orange Esports, they choose to engage with no escape first. The backstab from Bloodyheads will be very costly. And Shanks gets the first knock. And now Orange Esports understands the situation they are in. And it's not a good one. They have to deal with 2 teams with not a lot of cover as they try to rotate into the next circle. And they need a huge distraction here. And potentially from the players of Anxiety. But Anxiety is staying put. They are staying as quiet as they can be. They want to get the booyah in this round as well. This is a super tricky circle to work with. As Axis Esports exits in the 5th spot, Bloodyheads hold on to the highest advantage, the high ground on this circle.
The worst part is that both Malaysian teams are stuck on the low ground. Anxiety is dealing with no escape. Bloodyhead is dealing with Orange Esports as Potter gets knocked as well. I'm not sure if they can get Shanks back up though. The blue zone is closing in, so Bloodyhead will have to sack him. But no escape is having an incredibly rough time with Anxiety just constantly pelting them with bullets. And it's down to Dada, and I don't think there's any chance for No Escape to continue further into this round. Toby getting that kill onto Cass. And Dada will just have to make a break for it. He does have a couple of glue walls, but the more he rotates, the closer he brings himself towards Orange Esports, so he is completely caught out.
I think Dada accidentally misfired one of his Riptide rhythms towards the back outside of the circle. No idea exactly what happened, but Kanoho finishes off Kaloy. Opportunity for Kanoho once again. Toby brings out the double barrel. Morgana gets tagged, but not dropped just yet. Morgana can't respond, but time just runs out and Toby catches him off guard. And now it is Anxiety controlling the high ground of this final circle. Orange Esports at the bottom. Can Orange continue this momentum picked up from yesterday into today? It looks like they can, Husky.
Toby tried to rush and he ran into a grenade launcher, so now Orange Esports have the man advantage. Ice grenade perfectly put on top of the huge chestman. Point blank shoots him down. Kanoho has his own grenade launcher and is up against Tom, and he blows them up. Anxiety stops Orange in their tracks, and they get the first booyah after what seemed like an eternity of Anxiety not being able to show up. But the last day is where they shine, and round number 1 is a statement.
Oh, absolute stellar performance coming through from the players of Anxiety. But the one thing that has been quite consistent for the side of Anxiety is the number of points that they pick up through each and every single round, right? I mean, and we are talking about an average of 45 points picked up on a day, except for the one outlier on day 2, where they picked up a massive 82 points, and they were not even running their marathon on that day.
Yeah, Anxiety, when they go hot, they go extremely hot.
Oh, yeah.
I want to.
I swear I thought that was a goat, a baby goat. I swear.
No, now you say it looks like one.
It's not.
I'm going to make it my life mission now to find out who has pets and what are their names.
I absolutely agree.
We saw a kitten. We saw a kitty yesterday, right?
Yeah,
I don't remember from which team. I believe it was from Dirty Hit. I could be wrong, but it's good to know that everyone, they are showing appreciation for their pets.
Well, even their pets deserve a little bit of airtime, I'm very sure.
Someone's going to bring out a hamster someday.
I mean, the current generation, man. I mean, I think we are going to have less kids in the world and we're going to have more pets. We are all becoming pet parents. I myself am a pet parent. I don't think I'm ever going to have children. But, you know, I've had multiple old people tell me so far that it's too early to tell. So we'll see whether the old people are right or me, the young boy, is right. I think I'm happy with having pets as kids, man.
A lot of people share the sentiment, don't worry. I have a feeling that at some point in everyone's life, they will be like, oh, I'll just live with a cat.
Yeah, yeah. And it's not because we are single and, you know, we are deteriorating at home all alone and we are surrounding ourselves with cats and animals. Yeah, I mean, let's say headache, because obviously I used to be a child as well and I remember what sort of a pain I used to be to my parents. and I've heard that karma always finds its way around, so I guess this is just my way of preventing karma from hitting me back.
That's one way. That's one way to do it.
Oh, you know, looking at the highlights of this matchup, it looks like Orange Esports, have managed to maintain that consistency that we were looking for within them from yesterday into today. But Anxiety, they start the day off as hot as ever. This is the day of marathon for Anxiety. The last time they ran a marathon, they hit 97 points, and it looks like they're not gonna be dropping a single pace in terms of their momentum in here today as well, Husky.
And the craziest part is that the top 3 teams right now finished bottom 3. Geek Fam, Todak, and Farang not off to a great start. You know, Todak hunted down by Bloody Hit. Farang ambushed by ORV. I don't really remember who Geek Fam lost to. I think it's the Orange Esports.
Yes.
But if we're talking about Orange, this is a perfect start to an 8-round marathon because they are so close to the top 12. And if they are already off to this opening, I think the rest of the day would be slightly smoother for them.
An acceptable performance from the side of ORV Esports. They need to pick up as long as they pick up an average of 10 points per round, they should be more than all right to make it into the top 12, right? So obviously at this round, they kind of bombed out. They missed out on those 4 points, but it's something that they can adjust and bring into the next round. They've got 8 opportunities at the end of the day. Anyway, Axis Esports running the day of marathon as well, and they pick up 8 points, and that's not too shabby at all. And this team doesn't really need to worry about being kicked down into the bottom 6, but if they're not careful, then but you have to be really, really unlucky for that to happen.
I still think there is a possibility, right? Just because of how other teams are getting points as well. We haven't factored in, the deadlock of Group B between X-Men Akatsuki and Diversity Gaming, who will be playing in the last 4 rounds, and they are the one that is slightly threatening Axis Esports, though I do agree that Axis have put themselves in a very comfortable position. It's highly unlikely that they don't qualify unless they mess up the rest of the day.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, you need to mess up royally in order to not make it through, because Axis Esports, in fact, is in quite a good place right now. Yeah. And we're not just talking about Diversity as well as X-Men Akatsuki, who do not have 8 matches. We're also talking about the teams who hold on to the ranks above the players of Axis Esports. They have run out of their marathons as well. So Axis has a lot of opportunities, which is why they literally have to bomb out in the craziest of way and have the most unluckiest run in the competition in order to not make it through to the grand finals. And looking at the quality of Axis Esports, one might say that that is an impossible situation, but you never know, man. You really never know.
This is their debut, right? If I'm not mistaken, as an organization. I could be wrong.
I believe Axis Esports, yes, this is the first time you see
It's something like same as Orange, right? So it's great. I think that all these organizations, compared to last year where we probably only have Geek Fam, that is the biggest name. Now we have so many local orgs in this tournament, which is something that I think I'm very grateful for. I think the players would also love it. And I think the biggest statement would be that this organization is qualified for grand finals. I mean, Axis have made it, at least on paper, and now we just need Orange Esports to join them, and I think we've completed that whole perfect debut season.
Yeah, and once again, it's just ridiculous as to how possible it is for Orange Esports to actually make this run, right? Yeah. And for a team that could really not show up at all on the first 4 days of the league stage, and when I mean not show up, they were terrible, bro. They were
like, I was watching it with you.
Dead last, right? And here they are making these runs into that final circle, which, I mean, it was very fishy. It was very unlike Orange Esports, not making it into the final circle. Yeah. Round after round after round. And this is the usual Orange Esports that we see right now. But what's incredible is if they actually do make this run, they prove that you only need 2 solid days of performance.
You only need 12 rounds.
Which is crazy.
Yeah. If you cover the name tag of Orange Esports and you ask me what team they are with this performance, I can easily name a couple of teams that we have seen across the years, right?
Yeah.
Like I think Freedom Rumble, again, that's the first team that comes to my mind with how they play. And I think they're starting to justify that identity. And perhaps maybe after day 4, they finally realize that they might not make it. So they had to do something, and they're doing it right. Again, they read the circle correctly. They were not in the best position in the final circle, though. On the low ground, having to deal with Anxiety, who were on a tear. But they put up a decent fight, and they were able to scrape away just 1 extra point before they got knocked out. So at the end of the day, I think what matters for Orange Esports is to just keep getting those points, and chances will be on their side.
Everybody desperately wants to make it through to the grand finals because that's exactly where the dream run is, right? Because the kind of money that you play for at the grand finals is a totally different ball game in consideration when you compare it to the league stage prize pool. I mean, obviously that extra bit of money is going to be nice, and it really doesn't matter what sort of rank you hold on to during the league stage. You move on to the grand finals, everything is reset to 0, and that's when you really have to bring out your hot performances. And with Orange Esports running like this right now, and they lead themselves into the grand finals, they might just be one of the top contending teams for the grand finals championship.
For some reason, some teams just perform so much better when it comes to the grand finals, right? And that was before we even have a 2-day grand final. Back then, it was just 6 rounds. If you have a fever that day, if you sneeze during one of your rounds, that's it. You're done. You're not qualified. You're not getting the championship trophy. But in this case, there's so much more chance, and this is where we head into Kalahari again. I stand by what I said, that Farang, I think, is the best team on this map because they control the best possible location that no one else has dared to take away from them. But Orange Esports fights AQ Khmer right off the bat.
And it looks like AQ Khmer is going to be in a lot of trouble here, but early engagements always go the side of AQ Khmer. Can they perform against Orange Esports? Jabat gets knocked down onto the ground. Opportunity for 2K, but he hops on up at the wrong time. Dekos has got the perfect gun for those close range engagement. Heng is going to be in trouble. It's a 2v1 now, but he continuously bounces in and out behind that wall. Backstab by the Baby. Big kill coming through. Baby gets dropped as well as Rosso X is there, and AQ Khmer bite the dust as Orange Esports starts round 2 on fire as well. But the action does not stop. Team Princess in a lot of trouble here, Husky.
Jiraiya gets knocked, and the rest of Team Princess have already abandoned ship. Council Hall does not belong to them.
Whoa!
But actually, no! I thought they left! But Mika Boy stayed and completely catches both Kanoho and Toby off guard. And this is going to be a huge moment for Team Princess. We might have written them off in terms of the leaderboard, but Mika Boy still wants to leave a mark. Go down in a blaze of glory. And this could be a Chessman able to find a good angle to revive Kanoho and bring those numbers back in their favor. And Mika Boy knows that and starts running away.
Kanoho's going in for the hunt. Mika Boy, is he going to get caught? Kanoho hasn't spotted him just yet. Needs to turn towards the right. But Mika Boy, very sneaky, hiding behind that elevation of those rocks and hops on into a defensive compound. Kanoho hasn't spotted anyone just yet, and now Chessman on for the hunt as well. Nobody has any information whatsoever, and Mika Boy finds his momentum as he recovers a little bit of his health. But 3 players off the side of Anxiety now. Kanoho approaching Mika Boy, who is ready to jump into yet another battle. Kanoho, on the other hand, hasn't healed himself back up. But yeah, backstab now. Kanoho is going to be toast. But trigger discipline, though, from the side of Mika Boy. That's going to allow him to survive this.
This was the same spot that Flank survived Diversity Gaming yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Although not in a building, but oh boy, I think...
Did he just...
Was that a trip mine?
Yeah,
I think he put a trip mine, right? Like it would be a shame if Mika Boy walks out and dies to that, but you know, we do have a giveaway going on right now. Garena is extremely generous. We have a giveaway every single broadcast day. Key that in and redeem it before 5:30 p.m. Only eligible for those playing on the Singapore server. But I just want to say that for AQ Khmer, it might be early to say this, but I think their run has ended, right? Because with this knockout, they're not going to get anything. And that good nade from Orange Esports was just picked so perfect.
I'm just curious. I want to get into a conversation with the players of Orange Esports. I want to get into a conversation with their manager and just check with them if they were playing possum on the first 4 days of the league stage, because this team looks so different, man. They're taking on Geek Fam, they're taking on Farang, and no one can seem to hold a candle to the performance of Orange Esports right now. And once again, Husky, if this is the same team that we see at the grand finals, even teams like Geek Fam, they're going to have a lot of trouble getting the championship away from Orange Esports, man. This team is on fire, and the next one to cook up might just be ORV, who are heading in towards Bayfront. Axis Esports, on the other hand, they do have the compound, but still quite busy as they focus on looting themselves up and preparing for the next battle. But Orange Esports not getting super aggressive. They're waiting for those players to approach them.
Tell you something about Orange Esports. There's definitely some pride on the line.
Oh yeah, of
some
course.
Organizational pride on the line. Maybe someone's going to get fired. I don't think
that's what I was thinking on day 4, right? I'm like, somebody's going to get a beating from their boss because they're
definitely not. It's just a speculation. I don't think they are that cruel. But of course, right? If you are, there's some prestige to it.
Yeah.
You know, like if you want to go down, it cannot be too bad. You know, you can go down, but
you can't be dead last, and you call yourself Orange Esports.
Like, yeah, you can be wounded, but you can't be the guy that everyone steps on, right? You have to be, you have to at least be able to throw a punch or two. I think they're doing. Throwing more than just a punch. They are beating down some of the teams pretty mercilessly.
The name Orange itself is very nostalgic, right? Because I remember when I used to be in secondary school, that was the closest cyber cafe.
Oh yes, that was the team that did represent us on a different game to an international stage and finished third.
Yeah, and that's the kind of quality, right? Because Orange Esports, from like the time when nobody even looked at esports, they were already focusing on building the scene.
They believed in it.
Absolutely.
They were the, I don't know if pioneer is the right phrase, but they were definitely there.
One of the first believers, at the very least. You know, when other people used to frown upon gaming and not even think of this as something that's viable to, you know, set a business up around. Orange Esports saw that opportunity, they went into it, and look at the brand right now, right? But of course, the players of Anxiety looking to build up their own name as well. Archangels from Sri Lanka with the exact same intention, but only one team can get out of Shrines. And the worst thing about Shrines is to get away from this spot is going to be very difficult because there's not a lot of cover, Husky.
Yeah, Toby just gets snuffed out by ORV.
ORV? What?
Just
Where are they?
Far. What a long range snipe from ORV. You would not expect that from them. Kanoho now finds himself in a very bad spot because he has to deal with Archangel, who just stormed the compound. And Archangel received all these, you know, unintentional assistance from ORV, and you can see Archangel, Anxiety are completely forced out, but now it's Orange Esports again against Axis, and Flame was able to down Dekos. A good start for Axis as Rosso runs around the corner, but is up against 2 members of Axis Esports, and maybe this time is not going to be Orange Esports run. Jabat goes down the corner, but he needs to do this alone. It's a 1 against 3 and there's nowhere to run. And Orange Esports, they all collapse.
First round was solid, second round not so. Caught out by Axis Esports. Off screen, Spade gets the knock onto Morgana. Bloody Heads don't look like they are in the best of spots as they try to move towards Refinery. And we all know in this competition, Refinery belongs to Team Farang. But they don't play their usual strategy of splitting up into that buddy system. They're sticking together on that one platform. The circle comes hunting for them as usual. Bloody Heads just need to be a little careful here because even if they move towards the left-hand side to move on to that the revival point, Axis Esports will be awaiting them there.
And the only reason Farang moved was because they saw the circle. They are not going to be able to hold the main refinery, so they made that first move to navigate away from the incoming circle, but still put themselves around that vicinity. And that was why Bloody Head is only down to 2 members, because they ran into Farang, and Farang just catches them off guard. And that is the craziest thing, right? Because I think by now a lot of teams would know that that area will have Farang around it, but they just could not break through. You can't run past it, you can't contest it. It is always Farang's name. You might as well call it Farang Refinery at this point. But Axis Esports, the good thing is that they have a revival point, so they control that. They prevent teams like Bloody Head to get the revive, but they also distance themselves from Farang while still being able to keep an eye on any incoming team.
And this is such a risky play, right? I mean, you're on top of that platform. Very easy for the teams on the lower ground to pick those headshots off of you, but you need to be able to match up with Farang in terms of your mechanical capabilities, and that's something that might just be too much for some of the teams out there to handle. Anxiety, long rotation through. Yes, they do have their health being chipped away by the blue zone, but it's not something that they're going to be too concerned about because survival is key here. And they can't just run into a couple of teams as they try to move on into that safe zone. Archangels, full squad. And it doesn't seem like anybody is in or around their compound to threaten their position so far. But it's interesting in terms of a setup, right? Barba and Chessman both splitting up, holding on to their own angles. Double Riptide Rhythm takes down those 2 glue walls. A little bit of an overkill, but Farang really wants those kill points.
And I do love this approach from Farang. Again, you just cannot pressure them. You do not really have the vantage point, and you do not have any access point. I think this is probably one of the toughest situations to be in, and even if you try to avoid Farang, there's only one way through. You can walk out onto the main road and Farang will still see you. You know, the feeling of being trapped is exactly what Bloody Head is going through right now, and Farang is not going to leave this.
Yeah.
The only way to force them away is if the circle comes in, but if that happens, you will have to move first, and Farang will still stay for those pickoffs. And I don't know what Bloody Head can do in this situation. It kind of felt like what I believe AQ Khmer had to go through early on, where they were trapped out in the open while Bloody Head shot at them, and Bloody Head getting a taste of their own medicine. As Mika Boy gets shot by Orin right as he parachutes down. No chance to even move.
Orin practicing his headshot capability.
He has 10... Look at his utilities, AJ. He has 10 glue walls. He has 12 medkits.
And that's one of the plus points of hopping into those high-tier loot zones, right? GeekFam, one of the teams that have got their main drop spots all the time, but whenever they can, they hop on into that high-tier loot zone and stock themselves up really well. And that usually shows exactly how aggressive GeekFam wants to get in these rounds, but it's still quite the slow approach for a brand that is super aggressive most of the times. Orin breaking away from the rest of them, trying to just farm up those kills. Takes the backstab position behind Team Princess, but he does not know there is one player from the side of Team Princess who has strayed away a little too far. Phoenix spots the 2 players, and with that bit of information, pulls out the Mag 7, goes in for the finisher. Tony, on the other hand, gets knocked down by Man04. Phoenix a little too late to the party. Man04 grabs both of those kills.
And I like this adjustment from GeekFam, and I think it's something that we didn't really get to lay out on the table clearly, was that the change that GeekFam has made to how these individual members approach those fights, whether Raja or Phoenix is playing. The main thing is that Orin used to be the supporter, right? He used to be lobbing grenades from 10 miles away, and Man04 charges in. But right now, Orin is the one always making the first move, and that allows Man04 to have more room to work with. And Ames just goes for the challenge and wins that one over Kanoho. It's a very, very bold move, but you know, Ames confident with his play, and he's gonna milk it for a while before he finishes off. Even gives him the pan on the hit. Todak getting the first kill, but still, I mean, Todak is off to a slow start, just as always.
Let's see exactly what Anxiety can do in terms of a response later on. Exact for the time being. Spots out Jiraiya. Loses sight of him as that circle closes in and the glue wall got erected. Jiraiya, smart play. But the players of Toda will have to reposition in the next few seconds because the circle comes hunting for them. But they still want to play gatekeepers. Those kill points, very, very essential for the side of Toda. And if Jiraiya is smart, he should know that his run into the circle is all over with the position that the players of Toda hold on to. Might get sacrificed to the circle here as Toda reposition, closing down the distance. Aims hunting for Jiraiya straight up. Wants to control the other end of this circle. And it looks like Jiraiya might not be able to get away here. Straight into Jiraiya. Aims! Knocks him down. Jiraiya got taken down by the zone. Aims. Wastes such a beautiful opportunity. One kill point gone with a win.
Try to go for the style points, right? Hunted for a road kill, but well, the circle had the last laugh for sure. Axis Esports tried to push into Bloody Head. It's a 2 versus 4, but Axis Esports had to tank that blue zone, and that nade didn't connect. Bark throws out his last one and does land on the flame. And Axis Esports, they need to bring him back up if they can, but look at all these grenades being thrown out. All negated by those blue walls, but still Axis Esports, they need to tank the blue zone. And Neptune nails Shanks with his grenade launcher. This is going to buy time for Axis Esports themselves as they barely squeeze into a safe spot on the map. But they still get picked off because Farang is there, GeekFam is there, everyone turns onto Axis. And now Bloody Head, they survive for a while. But guess who is in front of them? It's Farang, the king of Kalahari.
Anxiety approaching with that backstab to challenge the players of Farang, but the bird's eye view still on the side of Farang. GeekFam, on the other hand, engaged with the players of Anxiety at the side of the cliff. Kanoho dropped down onto the ground already. Chessman has got a sniper, but no bird's eye view to play in terms of advantage. Two other players on the side of Anxiety, too far away from this battle, and they might just get into an engagement with the players of Farang, but they hold on to the bottom side of the refinery platform there. So good on the players of Anxiety, still managing to play the game of survival for a little bit longer. That circle's not gonna be with Farang next, and Anxiety looking to farm those kills as Farang hop on off.
This is gonna be incredibly tough for Anxiety because GeekFam can see them and Farang gatekeeps them from even moving. It's gonna give GeekFam some decent angle to shoot Anxiety, but that also opens them up to Farang. But like you said, AJ, the Farang, they do not have the circle this time, so they will have to make a move. Too bad, just destroys Mokka with the Charge Buster. And Jenbao gets a good snipe onto Shanks again. That angle on top of that refinery area is just so annoying to deal with. We'll see how they move, because they are doing just that already out in the open. And Jenbao takes his head off.
Excellent play by Jembal. Fikri spotted out as well. Pulls out the glue wall. Archangel's eliminated. All thanks to Farang. 9 kills back to back now. And Jembal secures both of those players on the side of GeekFam with the grenade launcher. Spade dropped down onto the ground as well as Man04 finds his back. GeekFam dominating the circle all of a sudden as Farang hop on off of their high ground just to be toasted by all of these players out there on the battlefield. 6 more teams remaining. And Anxiety is just avoiding all of these engagements, but not for Bloody Heads. They catch them, but Phoenix for the supreme backstab, and he saves the player of Anxiety by taking Mark out of the equation.
Something about Kalahari I want to say will help Farang move, but I'm going to leave that for later because I think they are now in the best position to get the booyah, and it's a huge factor of, again, why they take that refinery. Because if you move away from refinery, you still get the high ground.
Yeah.
You get high ground every single step of the way. Yeah, sure, the circle is not in their favor, but guess what? They still see you from the top because outside the refinery are all mountains, are all vantage point. 12 kills in the back so far. And Farang making very good progress, just like what we expect out of them. And a complete contrast, you know, compared to round number 1. And that grenade launcher does connect onto aim. But it does, you know, bring him down low and forces him to use all that regenerative utilities. And this nade, a 3-pointer, again, forcing aim out into the open.
Oh, excellent play.
And does have the grappling gun to get away. No escape finally shows up.
Aims earlier on, engaged with the one and only Chessman in one of the best sniper battles.
Oh, great
Managed
launcher
to win
again.
that out. And yeah, Farang, I mean, high ground grenade launcher, what else can you want, right?
Wow.
The players of No Escape cannot escape, and Farang just farming kills on all of the teams out there. But Geek Fam super smart, and that would get caught out by Too Bad. Either way, it's just a grenade party for the players of Farang. And now, with this high ground advantage still on their side, they are running this circle. But a few more seconds left on in here. One to be specific. As the circle starts closing in, Ames will have to be the last guy that moves because he is going to be able to maneuver around, unlike the players of Farang. Aim still surviving, and he flies on right up, but Too Bad turns around, Charge Buster pops him.
Yeah, again, No Escape also gets taken down. 18 kills for Farang. And I dare anyone to challenge Farang, because I think they are the team that's gotten the most booyah on Kalahari.
Oh yeah.
The kings of the map. Forget Blacklist International from a year ago. I think Farang is the new successor, and they did it 10 times better. So much control over Refinery. No one challenges them, and no one has ever won a challenge against Farang on that area. And even if the circle is not in their favor, the way that they move made it felt like it didn't matter at all. Geek Fam on the low ground, Farang has the high ground.
Yeah.
No Escape on the low ground with 4 members, Farang has the high ground.
Yeah.
And all Farang needs is just that high ground.
And the grenade launcher.
And the grenade launcher.
Made life so much more easier for the players of Farang. And they, like you pointed out, a very good, important point, right? The circle hadn't forced them off of Refinery yet. But they saw obviously where that next circle was going to be, and they waste no time. They always prioritize their positioning over any sort of engagements out there on the battlefield, not looking for stray kills, but knowing that as long as they get into that final circle, those players are going to come towards them anyway, and they farm those kills on them. As long as they've got the high ground, they hold on to the advantage, and they've been playing that throughout the whole league. And like we discussed, no one has taken advantage, no one has punished them for those plays just yet, which is quite surprising.
Teams have tried, but they have all failed. Because Farang always plays it so well, right? Sometimes you see this 2-2 split, but if the circle doesn't favor them, like this round, we saw what they did. They instantly move southwards, but they still make sure that within that vicinity, there's still some of that refinery that they can plant themselves on and see the entire map. Bloody Head ran into the vision, lost 2 members. Axis Esports cannot run it. Anxiety shows up and ends up getting stuck under Refinery because of Farang.
Farang got a single point in the previous round, so this round was quite the performance for the team. Very sure they wanted to make up for round number 1 as well, and make up for it they most definitely did. 12 points from the Booyah, the most number of Booyahs in the competition. They've got double the number of what Geek Fam has on their hand, and that's, I mean, nothing short of impressive, is it?
Yeah, I think Farang, again, Geek Fam proving to us that Booyah is not everything, but at least Farang is super consistent with how they get those Booyahs, right? And on rounds that they get Booyahs, it is always 15 kills, 16 kills, and most of them comes from Kalahari.
Yep.
Again, just full control. There's nothing you could do about them. Like if you turn your attention onto Farang, you open yourselves to different points of attack from other teams. And Jembao, all this time, surviving with 15 HP and a grenade launcher. And we thought No Escape had a good chance, but no. Farang once more covers all the necessary angles, and they just play it to perfection.
I like what the players of Geek Fam were doing towards those final moments. As they knew Farang would have the advantage, what they did was take the very edge of the cliff just below them. But unfortunately, there was a grenade in the hands of the players of Farang to very easily put the player out of commission. 30 points! So overall today, Farang has picked up 31 points because once again, they only picked up a single one in round 1. So what a way to recover in terms of momentum for their day of marathon. Geek Fam right behind them with the 16 points. No Escape hits 12 in this round. Only 3 kills, but of course, they did manage to place themselves in that final circle and pick up that second spot. Toda not too far behind with 10 points in the 4th place. And Archangels, a little forgotten so far because of where they are on the overall leaderboard, but they still do make their way up in these rounds, and hopefully they can continue to survive because each and every single one of those points matter, and you never know who's going to make a mistake and bomb out and you can take advantage. So as long as Archangels keeps up that pace, they're going to be all right. But Anxiety picking up only 9 points from this round doesn't seem like the team at all, right? Very subdued, not aggressive at all out there on the battlefield.
But that was also because they were caught in a very bad position, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes you just cannot do anything, and that's what happened to Anxiety and Bloody Hit to a certain extent. ORV, it's a marathon day, but you gotta get enough points. Same for Orange Esports. Diversity Gaming has not played yet, and if ORV and Orange Esports don't capitalize on these first 4 rounds, when Group B starts playing, that's where things get very, very tough for these two squads. Who, you know, we say that they have an opportunity, but it's only truly the 4 rounds where their contenders are not playing. And that's round 1 to 4. They've already exhausted 2 of them. I'm a bit more worried for ORV because they had 2 bad rounds, or at least Orange Esports had a booyah. And I just want to say that Farang played that round so well. It was so intense. My slippers broke. Mid-cast, I looked down and I was like, my slippers.
His toes were curling and.
It broke the you know the thing in the middle between your what called your big toe and the index toe. Yeah, it came off.
I don't know if it's called the index toe.
Yeah, the first toe and second toe. My shoe broke.
Yeah, either way, that's what Farang is capable of, right? Breaking spirits out there on the battlefield and husky slippers as well. Unfortunately, that's not enough to win championships, but as far as chasing up to Geek Fam is going to be concerned, Farang is off to a great start. They only have 4 rounds to work with, messed up the first one, recovered in the second, but only 2 more rounds to go. Can they deliver back-to-back 30 points from each of those rounds? If they can, then I think Farang is the most ridiculous team in the competition right now. But of course,
I think they already are.
Yeah, I don't know if they already are, because Geek Fam, they started off hot. They showed us exactly what they can do, and then they got bored.
Yeah, but that's also like what we discussed yesterday, right? Where Geek Fam is undisputed most consistent team.
Yes.
Through and throughout, even on bad days, they make it look good. And Farang, they take a while to come online, but once they came online, they were on a hot streak.
Oh, yes.
So, they had bad rounds, and on those bad rounds, it looked really bad. But on good rounds, they look incredibly good. So if they are not really ridiculous, I think they're close to being that. Different personality, different characteristics compared to Geek Fam, but, you know, Farang as themselves is one of the top contenders for sure.
They are. I mean, Farang to a certain degree is super consistent as well. I mean, we're talking about a team that hit 104 points back to back. They played the marathon on day 3, and then they got shuffled up on day 4. They were in Group A, and they played the marathon again on day 4 and picked up 208 points in 2 days. How ridiculous is that?
They made up for 2 days of no-show.
Yeah.
That is the craziest part.
Correct, yeah. Because when they started things off, Farang, didn't really look as dangerous as their name would perhaps suggest, as the brand would perhaps suggest, but they have recovered. But what's more important here is Orange Esports and their fate. They started off the day strong, and they just got caught off in the worst of positions as they tried to rotate into Refinery early on, which is a little unfortunate, but that is the RNG element of the Battle Royales as teams try to find safer spots for themselves as the circle dictates all of their movements on the battlefield. This time round in Game 3, by the way, which is super duper fast, I tell you, I don't know if it's me and I'm getting used to the pacing of these games or these matches are actually ending quicker than usual, Husky, because it feels like it's just way too fast.
I have a feeling that it is ending quicker and quicker. Like yesterday when the broadcast ends, it was so early.
Yeah, I know, right?
Did they close the circle faster? You know, like it's like what is happening? Because we always make it to the last phase, right?
Yeah.
And that's the craziest part. Though I do know that the average game time is like 17.5 minutes max. AKO coming off to a great start against Team Princess on the chopping block. Water catching on Jimmy Neo. And this is just a really rough spot for Team Princess to be in. It felt like they have completely lost it. They completely lost all hope.
Now, I don't know what was that one player from Toda thinking of jumping into Mode House alongside AKO as well as Team Princess, all alone, not discussing it with the rest of his team members. I guess he tried to get cheeky, you know, hopping on into the high tier loot zone, getting a little bit of extra information, but clearly that didn't go his way, and Toda now are down by 1 man. Team Princess, on the other hand, on the way there as well. Haven't lost anyone just yet, but not a lot of room to work with. That's the baby. Secures a beautiful snipe, knocking Jiraiya down onto the ground. Team Princess really has been struggling all throughout the competition. Baby repositioning, but Jiraiya's just a little too smart as he crawls down off that elevation and uses that little hill to make the difference in terms of engagement. AK Khmer, they back away into their defenses and continue looting up.
I think the baby is the only player that I've seen, at least in recent memory, that uses that character model, the One Punch Man Saitama model. I think everyone else is a bit more generic.
Yeah.
So he's the only body on the battlefield. Not that it matters to the players themselves, because they can't really see it, but you know, it's very noticeable for us. Completely hit again, taking Ski Lodge, and this time AQ Khmer nowhere nearby. K9 Esports is not in the lobby just yet, so they will not clash. In fact, Bloody Head will not clash with K9 today, which is good news. No one will contest at Ski Lodge, you know, with them. The mark is so far away from home.
Anxiety. We did see them have a breakout round. You know what was fantastic about Anxiety was the fact that they hit close to 90 points on day 2, where they only had 4 matches, and on day 3, where they ran their marathon, they hit about 90 plus points. So that's the capability of Anxiety in such few matches, but it also shows their weakness, right? Not as consistent. On the day where they are granted an extra 4 matches, you know, you expect them to kind of double up on all of those points that they're capable of picking up, you know, break maybe even the record of Geek Fam, but they don't show up on that point. And, you know, the Filipinos have been struggling with that sort of unfortunate inconsistency at a high level. They're still a very capable team of placing themselves in top 3, top 5, no doubt, but they can't bring out the kind of consistency we see out of Geek Fam at the moment.
Yeah, and of course, you know, there's a lot of Filipino teams, you know, want Farang's head. You know, they want to take, which is very interesting to me, because you thought that people would look at Geek Fight, but no, they look at the team who has been on the world stage recently. That team happens to be Farang, and the best part is that Farang is actually ahead of them.
Yeah.
You know, trying to catch up to Geek Fam. So everything coming full circle, at least for our local teams. But for Anxiety, this is a team that came into that started the entire league on a hot streak, because they came off of a tournament win, right, in a separate tournament.
Yeah.
They came into this on an incredibly high momentum, and the first 2 to 3 days showed that, but of course it eventually runs out, and we're seeing that effect right now. Anxiety that had this up and down, again, kind of feeling like K9 Esports once in a while.
Chiminio brought back from the side of Team Princess, and Archangel's going to be in a lot of trouble. But the one saving grace here is the circle is continuously forcing both teams to reposition, and I believe Archangels did spot out Toda, who had the higher ground, and they peel away towards the right-hand side, and that's just going to help them avoid the players of Toda a little bit longer before they get into their defensive position at that next circle. But it seems to be quite the bit of traveling that they have to do, expected when you move into Purgatory for place.
Yeah, definitely need a vehicle to make it a bit more convenient. Access, on the other hand, faces off against ORV, and of course this is a bit more important for ORV, as they are fighting for that top 12 qualification spot, and they are off to a good start. Skookie with a good knock onto Shahid. Again, these Group C teams will only really have 2 more extra rounds to work with before their competitors jump into the lobby. So ORV needs to make use of it. And Vegeta just dry swings that with a headshot. And Cookie gets outclassed, and that's going to put some fear into him.
My goodness. What a play. Marksman rifle. Played to perfection. Steps out of his defenses, and just when Cookie thought he already had the pre-aim, guy got shocked as he got dropped down onto the ground. Archangels high ground advantage this time around. Will they engage or will they stay silent? They can pick off on an extra few kills here. Look at how the pace has changed. But outside of the circle, Archangels are. So they cannot take any risks. I mean, once again, this kind of, you know, solidifies the reason as to why you need vehicles on Purgatory, man. These two teams have been running since the start of the match, and they still haven't reached that first circle yet.
Yeah, I think I mean, Archangel is just playing for numbers at this point, right? It's very hard for them to do anything extra than that, you know, unless they wipe half the lobby. But again, we talk about those chances, and it's very low. Anxiety, they're trying to fight Geek Fam, and Man 04 starting off hot. Going for the 1v1 challenge. Kanoho knocked down as well. Man 04 single-handedly eliminates 2 members of Anxiety before the rest of Geek Fam even shows up. Phoenix now is going to take over that task. Barbara will have to kind of achieve a miracle alongside Chessman, But Geek Fam are relentless as they play these close range fights. Orin tosses out a nade, forces Anxiety to go out of the cover, and Barbara now gets chased down, only a 41 HP to his name, and Anxiety finds himself in a very tough spot. Chessman running away.
Chessman and Barba have an opportunity here, but Barba holds the line alongside Toby, allowing Chessman to reposition. As the sniper, he should be able to turn around and give them the cover they desperately require, but without much of a defense. Toby now, double barrel in hand, needs to swing around and get that accurate shot, but unfortunately for him, he doesn't spot a single player. A 2v1. Great glue wall pulled out by Toby, sustaining his life out there on the battlefield as Phoenix hops on in front. Toby gets the spray down, misses the first one, but the second tag is quite accurate. Yet another contender, Victory now, as he comes through for the play. Orange.
Oh my goodness.
Beautiful shots from the back. Victory has got all it takes, but unfortunately, he will go up against two players and Orin finishes him off. Geek Fam, casualties of Man04 as well as Phoenix was quite well worth it because they've taken out a team that's trying to catch up with them on this day of Marathon.
AKO Camille, on the other hand, takes on Archangel. It's a 1 versus 1 right now. Boyloy, 37 HP, tries to go for the revive, but he's getting pushed by X-Gun. And 1 bullet is all it takes, but Boyloy has the advantage now. They go for the boost! So well done by AKO Camille. And I bet you X-Gun did not expect that. And AKO Camille with 6 points in the back. I just want to quickly point out that in the other engagement, Victory saved the entirety of Geek Fam because Chessman was about to win that 2v4 for his team. But Victory was just so aware of his surroundings and was able to eliminate that primary threat. But now he's up against 4 members on No Escape. And I don't think he can make it out of this. Not when No Escape is just going to swarm him. And Victory goes down. Last man alive is Orin.
Orin should be able to sustain, and you gotta love the strategy out of Geek Fam just splitting up. But I do agree with you, man, with the plays of Geek Fam spotting out the necessity of taking the one and only Chessman out of the equation, spotting that sniper from afar, eliminating him from the equation, and obviously the one player that is capable of doing that easily, Victory. Let's see if Geek Fam can rush back into that final circle with the survival of Orin. He can bring those players back. We've seen him do it multiple times already. No Escape on the other hand. They've got the circle. Gatekeeping the players of Team Princess. Dead last Team Princesses right now. And outside of the circle, they get their health chipped away little by little. But No Escape is playing with fire because now they are outside of the circle as well. Didn't anticipate those vehicles on the side of Team Princess who very easily leave them outside of the circle. Reposition, but not backing away. Team Princess wants this fight.
They really want to take over Lumber Mill, especially when you have a decent compound to work with inside the circle. But of course, No Escape takes a long road, put some distance between them and Team Princess, because they also have the guns to take these long-range shots. So I do love the decision coming out from No Escape. They themselves have vehicles that allow them to cover the distance. And I wonder how Team Princess is going to do with this, though. It seems like they really want to take this fight up against No Escape. Orange Esports, on the other hand, have just entered the territory of Farang at Central. And Farang has so much compound to work with. It's going to be a big task for Orange Esports to try to break through this defense and get into the circles.
Farang, opportunity, but we have to switch on over to the viewpoint of Bloody Heads as well. They have got eyes on two teams out there on the battlefield, ORV as well as AKO Khmer. AKO Khmer who are leading the kill board right now with the most number of slays out there on the battlefield. We saw their engagement earlier on. As stellar as it was, Farang! If that was a grenade, Spade would have been taken out. Spade could have taken out Tom from the equation. But Orange Esports now swarming the compound of Farang. Spade gets a bounce of the grenade, tags up one player. Doesn't take him down just yet, but is playing with fire. Woodpecker in hand. Opportunity. Manages to get that hit onto Torm, but no downs just yet. Orin, on the other hand, we talked about how he can be that survivor, but hops on off of the zip line halfway through, spots out two teams doing battle, and immediately thinks this is not gonna be for me, and he moves the other way.
It's a lovely detour, mate. And Orange Esports, again, you try to challenge Farang in these kind of compounds. Most of the time, it doesn't end well for any team, and Orange Esports is biting off more than they could chew. Though Rosso is doing a pretty decent job. Able to down Jespo and now getting pushed by Too Bad. And Rosso turns around for another knock.
More?
And challenger number 3 is going to be Spade. He needs to bring his team is back up though, and he's doing exactly that. Jembao is going to be there to cover him with the grenade launcher, and Rosso is going to make that call to completely back off. But they are running into Toda.
Good play by the players of Orange Esports, but Spade catches him. And unfortunately, the Tuk-Tuk wasn't much of a cover. Spade gets that kill. And Toda might just be the next challengers here, depending on the position that they take. If they start engaging with Axis Esports, who are most definitely the easier prey, it would be good, but it doesn't seem like the elevation will be, you know, providing them those angles. Akio Khmer flying straight into the battle, but into the hands of Axis as well, potentially. And ORV, they will be left high and dry on the other side of this island. That body of water is going to be a lot of problem, and with Bloody Heads on the bridge, that's going to be an issue for ORV as they try to cross on over, Husky.
Yeah, Akio Khmer read the circle right, but the problem is that Boyloy is so far away from his team. And Orin finally found by the members of No Escape, but he was able to bring the rest of his team back though. But the problem is they dropped down on top of Team Princess, and they do not have guns to work with. Team Princess, they're probably going to get a feast right now. Geekfam only has pistols, their own two bare hands to work with, and I don't think it's enough even against a team like Team Princess. This should be an easy feast for Geekfam. Not that they have much of a choice. Siminho gets catch Phoenix on the second floor. Team Princess gets a couple of free points. Don't know Escape. It's gonna snipe them as well. Look at Man04 and Fikri. They know that they have no options.
Yeah, zero options in here, man. I mean, there's nowhere to run, is there? They just have to allow Team Princess to do battle with the players of No Escape and then take advantage a little bit later on. Jiraiya doubles back down, but Porter finds him with a charge buster. Been a while since we've seen that weapon being abused in the current meta. It is always those Mag 7s. And Mika Boy now, as he tries to get away from all of this chaos, gets caught by Jiraiya. Jiraiya snuffs him out. Error 7 put down onto the ground as well, but Porter comes back through, and he can recover the situation for the rest of the players of No Escape. But Jiraiya repositions, catches the back of those players, but not enough in terms of firepower because the numbers were more on the side of No Escape. Toda getting their players knocked down one after the other. As Bloody Head gets eliminated from the equation, Farang going to town with the players of Toda. Chill inside the time turner, and too bad, one wrong move. Thought the Mag 7 was on his side, but it doesn't put the player down just yet. Jesbu, big fight coming through, and Chill doesn't really have the help to sustain this battle.
Yeah, and Jesbu needs to keep himself alive because Jembao has a grenade launcher in his hand. Very important weapon for Farang. Of course, they pull through once more. Only 2 members left. The fact that Geekfam is still alive right now is a big threat to any of these teams. But the good news is that there's only 1 member left standing. That member has to deal with No Escape, who has full information of where he might be. So No Escape is going to stay in this area just for a while longer as Geekfam continues their survival game. But on the other hand, Neptune walks out in the open. Mocha is underneath. I think Neptune sees him. Mocha should be able to clean this up at least. But he's deciding not to move, and here it is. Shows up, turns his back, and misses the opportunity. And Neptune getting a quad kill.
Excellent plays. Farang looking to outdo their performance from yesterday. They managed to pick up 70 points from 4 rounds, and it looks like they are looking to exceed that in this day of play. Obviously, that first game wasn't going to help them towards that as they only picked up a single point, but managed to recover in game number 2. More than 30 points picked up. Neptune trying to get away. Jesbu will catch his back with the Groza in hand. Neptune doesn't have much of a choice in here. 2 final teams. Neptune all alone. Manages to get 1 knock, but Jembal doesn't care. Doesn't bother picking up his team member just yet.
Oh,
Brings
no.
out the double barrel. Oh! Neptune! Triple kill! Axis Esports out of nowhere!
I hate to say this, AJ, but that was a troll from Farang. Did you see what they were trying to do? They were trying to pan Neptune. They were running straight into him. Oh my god, Farang, what? It's a good round nonetheless. You did not have to throw that away. I mean,
so epic. And we talked about how Neptune, if he is on form, he's going to help the players of Axis Esports launch themselves all the way up to the top. That 1v3 was clearly against him. He was out in the open, had 1 boulder to work with, not many of those resources on his side, didn't have the grenade launcher, but he had 3 players underestimating him in that final circle. What better way to overcome your opponents, right? Fantastic.
That 1v3 looked so much better if Farang didn't intentionally do that. Because that win doesn't feel as sweet as you would like it to be. At least not for me. Oh my, Farhan, come on.
Yeah,
I'm so mad.
It could be that he went in there for the melee play, but it could also be that he just wanted to be a little bit faster as he ran towards the final play.
Oh, to be fair to Farhan, they are in such a good spot, right? Like, I know we say that teams at the top can afford to let go of some rounds, but I mean, Farhan doing that, it was so clear what they were going for, right? There was no way that no one had any gun.
Yeah.
But anyway, for Axis, they'll take the win. Now, a win is a win.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever makes Farhan happy in that situation.
And we talked about how Axis might be in trouble.
Oh, yes.
So this is a huge win for Axis to just put themselves in a much more comfortable position. And based on our discussion as well, Axis Esports is actually very blessed because today they've got 8 rounds. And if you look at the 4 teams that are above them, No Escape, Watch and Learn, K9 Esports, Bloodyhead, EWG, Toda, all of these teams are done and dusted with their double marathons.
Yes.
You look at the teams below the players of Axis Esports, Diversity, X-Men, Akatsuki, they are done with their marathon as well. So Axis should have this in hand. So with them getting this booyah, it just puts them in a much better spot. So I think they can rest easy today.
Petition to label this round as the worst booyah I've ever seen.
Oh, no.
In this competition.
I think it's one of the most solid booyahs picked up by Axis.
I had to
Farang messed up.
The worst way to win the game, well, at least the most unsatisfying win for me. I hated every moment of that at the last sequence, but okay, with that aside, I mean, I can cut Farang some slack, right?
But if you are Farang, you gotta be kicking yourself, because
they chose that. Okay, I'll cut them some slack, right?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe they just wanna have fun. I think they just laughed it off. Right? There's no way they would. There's no way you do it without considering that we're probably letting this go over to Axis. But again, Farang is already in a great spot, and today is not about them in any way. So,
and they also
Farang.
know that the probability of catching up with Geek Fam is quite the long
I
shot.
know. So let Farang have their moment. Axis Esports breathing a sigh of relief. But for the other, for the 2 main teams that needs to catch up again, ORV and Orange. Not a round that I think that they are going to be happy with, at least not for Orange Esports, where they finished with 2 points. ORV, a very respectable 12 points, just average for a team like them. And I mean, Farang got that booyah, they would have had 21 points, I'm just saying. But Axis Esports scores a good 20.
And we are fighting for quite a bit of money here as well, right? Because we're talking about Farang, we're talking about anxiety in the 3rd place, trying to catch up with them. Not a lot of points in terms of a difference, but Farang doesn't have as many as opportunities. So that $500 will make such a huge difference. I mean, Farang's a Malaysian team. That's 2,000 ringgit right there and then itself, right? Extra bit of pocket money to do whatever you want with. But of course, as we look at the round 3 standings here, ORV Esports picking up 12 points. This is huge for them. We are looking at a team that is currently in the 13th spot from the last time we did check in on the overall leaderboards. And with this victory, they should have been able to slide into the top 12, no doubt whatsoever. And as long as they can keep up this performance for themselves, they should be able to be in the grand finals, no doubt whatsoever. Geek Fam kind of bombed out this time round, only 10 points on their side. Orin couldn't lead the team all the way through into that final circle with the revival. Akio Khmer doing fairly well in terms of kills, but placement was very weak this time round. Only 9 points overall alongside Toda, and Archangels are the team this time around to bomb out. And Orange Esports have gone back to their losing ways.
They only have 1 more round. I'm just saying Orange Esports only has 1 more bonus round to get as much points as they can before they really have to fight for it. And I think it's leading us down that road, that they have to fight against the gatekeepers who honestly have a very solid grip on the top 12 spot.
I think they still have a chance.
They definitely do. But it's harder, right?
Yeah, it's harder. It's going to get harder because in the next 4 rounds, you will see Diversity in the run as well.
Exactly.
And they'll be playing. And they are hungry. They are desperate to stay in the top 12. So Orange Esports will have a much harder time picking up those points. So although they're capable, they are pushing their luck a little bit too much.
And then again, right, for some reason, every Free Fire tournament, it always comes out to that moment. There's always this one stage where the team just, like, before you reach that dire stage, they're not, it is not right. Like, you have to reach this dire situation.
It's like the life of a true procrastinator. not really getting things done until they desperately
I
need
can
to.
relate to that. So I feel them a lot, but we will go for a short break. I gotta walk it off because I mean, the Farang round frustrates me. We'll come back for more Free Fire action.
Hai, nama saya Razlan. IGN saya OE Jebat dari pasukan Orange Esport.
Hai, nama saya Alif Daniel. In-game name saya ialah OE Dekos. Saya berumur 17 tahun dan masih belajar. Saya akan bertanding bersama tim Orange Esport.
Hello, I am Jiminio.
Hello, I am Jiraya.
And we are from Team Princess.
Saya Jiminio sebagai IGL Team Princess, Tony dan Jiraya sebagai Russia, Mika Boy sebagai Frege dan dua pemain simpanan iaitu Abekari dan Nunim. Peranan saya sebagai IGL ialah meletakkan role masing-masing mengikut skill individu yang saya lihat dari segi gameplay mereka.
Peranan saya dalam tim ni adalah sebagai leader pasukan dan support dalam in-game.
Peranan saya dalam permainan ialah sebagai IGL atau support Russia. Saya yang selalu membuat keputusan untuk membuat rotation.
Semua ahli pasukan saya suka buat lawak dan tak cepat koyak.
Fakta yang menarik bagi tim Princess ialah tim ni baru sahaja ditubuhkan seminggu sebelum FFCS bermula. Seterusnya, player yang dikumpulkan ada yang berpengalaman dan ada yang juga baru bermain untuk Liga. Bagi player yang berpengalaman ialah TP Jiraya, iaitu Farang Pablo yang pernah mewakili Malaysia untuk Free Fire World Series 2022 dan sekarang bermain untuk tim Princess.
Cabaran utama yang kami hadapi adalah mencari chemistry sesama kami kerana kami merupakan tim yang baru ditubuhkan untuk FFCS kali ini.
Cabaran yang saya hadapi ialah ketika bermain di handphone kentang dan line selalu problem.
Tim yang kita orang akan hapuskan ialah WNL dan Team Princess.
Tim yang kami tak sabar untuk lawan ialah Team X-Men, WNL dan Todak. Bagi kami, tim ni adalah agak mencabar sebab mereka mempunyai potensi masing-masing dalam FFCS kali ni. Pesanan saya untuk tim-tim lawan, good luck dan tim Malaysia boleh.
Tahniah kepada tim yang lepas Liga dan tim Princess, jangan suka sangat. Offset kita orang punya.
Orange Esport boleh.
Orange Esport boleh.
Up and down, we are together.
Hai, nama aku Bunga dan ini kisah aku. Dekat uni, aku tak ramai kawan. Bukanlah sombong, cuma kebanyakan grup tak kena dengan jiwa aku. Sampailah aku jumpa grup dengan minat yang sama. Perkenalkan, inilah family Free Fire aku. Dorang selalu ada untuk aku. Tak kira pada hari yang muram ataupun ceria. Setiap kali aku dengar dorang, aku lupa segala masalah.
Welcome back to the Free Fire Challenger Series Season 2. This is Playdate number 6, which means that we are on the last day of the group stage and we have 5 more rounds before we find out who our top 12 finalists are. My name is Sasuke alongside the Pistachio AJ. We have one more round before Group A completes their group stage, and it's a very dangerous spot. Not for the people in Group A, but for specific teams in Group C, Orange Esports and ORV, because if there's any bonus round, Round 4 is the last one before the contenders, the gatekeepers, starts to play from Group B.
Absolutely, and of course we're looking at diversity as well as X-Men Akatsuki to really step it up when they hop on into the play over for Group B later on. And we know they've got the fire in them, right? And we know X-Men Akatsuki, especially diversity. These two teams, not only do they have the fire in them, they constantly take the hot drop against each other, which should change today if they really want to qualify through.
Yeah, there is a chance for Orange or ORV to have a better possibility of making it through, which is X-Men Akatsuki and Diversity Gaming hot dropping each other, and they both bomb up.
Oh, and hopefully that's not the case today.
Yeah, that would be pretty anticlimactic. But this would be the map recap. We started off the day with Anxiety having a monstrous round, getting that booyah, and follow up with Farang on Kalahari with an even more monstrous round.
Oh yeah.
Getting a 30 bomb in terms of points and a booyah. And of course, we just finished Purgatory where Axis Esport manages to get a booyah that was handed over to them by Farang on a silver platter. Now we head into Alpine for the last match between Group A and Group C.
You know, if you ask me as to whose playstyle I really favor in the competition, it has to be No Escape. Because they are not hard hitters, and they don't hit softly, but extremely consistent with the number of points that they pick up on all of the rounds, right? They always average around 10 to 12 points, which is more than enough to qualify through to the grand finals.
Oh, yes.
And instead of being a team like Farang or Orange Esports, who can go out there and hit really hard. Okay, Farang might just be the outlier here, but if you take their performance today, for example, that first round, a single point, and then they get a monstrous 30-point round, followed by the previous round where they once again didn't show up as brightly, right? So that's one thing that can obviously change your perspective in the competition, as No Escape with the consistency rises up to that 6th spot. But let's look at that right-hand side first. Never Stop Dead last. Team Princess has managed to climb up one rank, 163 points in here in that 17th spot. Archangels with 167. Orange Esports, they have got, like you said, this one extra bonus round, but today is their day of marathon, so still a lot more of those opportunities here for Orange to make it through to the top 12. AQ Khmer, on the other hand, running out of time, Husky.
They have one more round, and I don't think one round is enough for AQ Khmer to make it, right? Even if they get the best possible round.
Which is very sad, by the way.
Exactly, right? Even if they get 30 points, let's say we give them 30 points, it is still not going to be enough to put them in top because we haven't even looked at Diversity Gaming and X-Men Akatsuki, who have yet to play. And AQ Khmer, you know, they came so close, but I think that road ends right here. There's no way forward. There's no light at the end of the tunnel at this juncture. Same for Archangel, 167. No matter how we try to frame it, there's just no more chance for Archangel. We just have to see how they perform in this very last round in the group stage for them. But for from a debut standpoint, I think there's a lot to be proud of.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And the saving grace here for Cambodia is Diversity Gaming.
Oh yes.
Who have got 4 rounds to play later on. They're already in the top 12, currently sitting down in the 11th spot, as you guys can see. 4 points ahead of ORV Esports, which obviously will continue to change because ORV, they are on the way to continue climbing up the leaderboard, right? They can bring in consistency. They do have 8 rounds to play in here today. So that's going to be something that teams like Watch and Learn potentially should be looking out for. And Watch and Learn from Group B as well, they really have to put on their best out there because, you see, if you're looking at a potential of Diversity Gaming, ORV, and maybe even X-Men Akatsuki, bringing their best plays, Orange Esports showing us that they're hungry for these opportunities as well. Eternal Watch and Learn, although they've been quite consistent with those skills, might still be in danger because we've seen this team kind of slip off towards the very end in the past.
But the good news for them is that they are leading Diversity Gaming with 34
Correct,
points.
yes.
So it is impossible for them to get knocked out of top 12, which is a good thing. We say the same for Axis Esports. They just barely overtook Watch and Learn, but that was also because they have extra rounds to play. But one thing we can be sure is that they will only be 2 teams that finish with 400 points by the end of the day. GeekFam and Farang. Maybe GeekFam will go for that 500 because they still have 5 more rounds to go.
Oh yeah.
Anxiety has no more chance to catch up, same as Todak. But at least we're seeing the level of competition, right? The level of gameplay from some of these frontrunners where they are breaking records. 300 points, 400 points. Though the most points we have seen, I believe, was past 500 by the end of the group stage, and that was by PXG Radicals back then for the Philippines.
But I do think Anxiety might be able to break through that barrier. I feel like, you know, they still have got those opportunities. It's just the riddled with inconsistencies. That's the only problem for Anxiety. But as long as they can find a clear drop spot from the early get-go, they've got the number of rounds in here. They are from Group C. They can run their marathon alongside GeekFam. But that's the problem. They're running this marathon in here on the final day where everybody is on fire. Everybody's hungry for those points. And Anxiety doesn't seem as hungry as them.
And they have someone who has been in that spot before, right? Barba, PXG Radicals.
Yes.
Had a monstrous run the entire group stage a couple of months ago, and they fell off on the very last day, and that was very heartbreaking for them. Even though it's just a group stage, but we saw this dominance fizzle out. And I think, you know,
what's going on here?
If there's anything, they will try to prevent that from happening. AKO Khmer just drops, and and we see a three-way fight. Jiraiya starts things off against Spark. Toda completely caught off guard.
Ikuto's not going to be very happy with Toda's performance in here today. It seems like back-to-back, they are facing a little bit of a difficulty finding a decent spot for themselves. Continuously caught out. Jimmy Neo attacks, aims, but did not anticipate the backstab from Exac, who very quickly puts him out of commission. Drops yet another player as well. Jiraiya taken out of the equation. Exac has a little bit of backup, but 2 back-to-back kills now on the side of Toda, thanks to Supreme acquisition as they pull this guy away from GeekFam, one of the best players on the team, and quickly becoming the best player on the side of Toda as well, Husky.
AKO Khmer also finds himself in this three-way fight, and the baby runs down Mika Boy, grabbing himself a free point to kick things off. The best part is a high-tier loot zone, so no teams are willing to leave this area because of the abundance of resources it provides. But it seems like Todak is the one that's winning out.
Toda has got 2 snipers now on that high ground. Baby has to be really careful here. Both AKO Khmer and Team Princess are not safe, but Tony, great positioning. Just needs to stay silent throughout this whole duration and allow all of those other players to back away. Because even if he swims towards the right-hand side, finds the shore, that high ground advantage held on by the players of Toda should be more than enough to put him out of commission. But he still seems to want to push the boundaries either way. Boyloy, Baby, breaking down that glue wall. They want to reposition, but they understand the circumstances. They have to play with a little bit of luck here. Not many of those glue walls to work around with at all. Aims, takes the fight straight up to them. That high ground and low ground attack, both sandwiched, and the players of AKO Khmer running out of options.
And Toda tries to hunt them down, but 2K from behind catches aims completely unaware. And Toby was able to down Hang though, as Anxiety somehow finds himself in the picture. The baby also is caught up by Pedro. Toda not willing to give it up just yet. And AKO Khmer seemingly becomes the one that is in the rough spot as 2K forced to switch to the Thompson. It's going to be up against Exac, who has that shotgun in hand. But 2K is maneuvering pretty well.
Oh,
And
excellent.
even outmaneuvers Exac and gets knocked down by Pedro. The backup coming in just in time.
So unlucky for 2K. Amazing play so far, but he's managed to distract the players of Toda long enough for his team member Boyloy to get out of there. But as Boyloy peels away, potential to get caught off here by Toby and the side of Anxiety, but it looks like Anxiety are not going to go in for the chase. Barba, solo. He might have spotted out Boyloy. Trailing Boyloy from the left-hand side. And yes, Barba is going in here for the extra kill. And the rest of the players of Anxiety preying on the weakened Toda already. Boyloy pulls out that very last glue wall, I believe, that he has on his side. Barba trying to smash it down with his M4. Should be able to get this. But all of you guys can get this beautiful skin. Make sure you rewind the stream a little bit. Grab that screenshot and redeem that giveaway before 5:30 p.m. today. Once again, only available for all of you on the SG server.
I always wonder how many redeems that we get, or that the broadcast gets, you know, overall by the end of every day. Because I think it would be an interesting number to look into.
No doubt, right?
It's always those random questions I think of when I'm in the shower. It's like, how many stars are they? Like what do mosquitoes feel when you slap it?
I hope not much, man. I slapped way too many mosquitoes. Orin, beautiful knock onto Morgana, popped his head out and got it taken right off. Mark, on the other hand, approaching the situation to pick him up. They cannot afford to lose Morgana in the early stages, but going up against GeekFam, that's going to be a challenge. And the players of Bloody Head not waiting to see exactly what sort of pressure GeekFam can bring forth into this fight. They realize 2 of their players' loss is already a warning enough. Mark heading towards that buy point. Is he going to be able to revive his players right back in here for the mix as Bloody Head spread off and run in opposite directions to play the game of survival? A strategy shown absolutely easy to pull off by the players of GeekFam, but nowhere near easy for anybody else out there. Instead of the revival platform, he chooses to buy his player back first. Much faster process, Husky.
Yeah, it's time attack mode for Bloody Head. If he waits for the revival platform, I think GeekFam will swarm him, and Bloody Head will be eliminated. So I love the decision that he's making. And Anxiety, on the other hand, finds Todak. This should be a very easy cleanup, considering the fact that Todak only has 2 members left to grenade. Tagging Pedro down to 60% of his health. As Kanoho goes hunting. And he does have backup in the form of Barba as well, and of course Pedro will be ambushed, sandwiched by the members of Anxiety, leaving only one lone survivor to carry on the flag for Todak in their very last round of the group stage.
Plays of Todak surviving with exact. Fantastic 2 kills picked up earlier on means absolutely nothing now as Barba catch the side of his back with a great glue wall directed at those final seconds for Exact just to recover his health just a little bit. But both these teams outside of the circle. Exact, can he pull away 1 extra point before he gets taken out of the equation? Barba now moving on in, drops the beat as well, gets the extra boost in speed. Exact pulls out his sniper, no angles to play just yet. Grenade on the lookout, and Exact gets tagged from the back. Time Turner pulled out, buys himself some time, but Anxiety's chessman gets the nick out from afar, and Anxiety, they farm those 4 kills for themselves.
Yep, very easily done, very easy execution from Anxiety. And a bloody hit again in the spot where Geekfam rushes them. And I think they've seen this coming from a mile away. It was Morgana though. They were trying to find resources for themselves, trying to buy some space. But it will be all for nothing if Geekfam snubs up these 2 members. Mark and Morgana especially. Trying to buy some time for Kaloy and Shanks to get some resources so they put themselves at risk. But backup has to come in quick. And it's coming now because Geekfam has already come in for the flank. Fikri runs them down, and Mark gets a good knockdown, but the rest of Geekfam are going to show up, and Oren will go in for the follow-up. Mark runs circles around Geekfam, but it's not meant to be. And Geekfam once more with the supremacy of execution destroys Bloody Hit and leaves both the other remaining 2 members who just respawned in a horrible spot.
Yeah, but they back away. Can't really use that revival point anymore. And Geekfam's moving straight on in for the finisher. Kaloy doesn't have those coins to buy his team members right back. And Phoenix immediately pulling off that left side flank. Grenade launcher in the hands of Shanks. Can he get this knock? Kaloy, on the other hand, deals with Man 04. It's a 2v1 as Orin moves on in for the distraction. Gets that double barrel, puts him down. Shanks takes Orin out of the equation. But Kaloy now out of it. Can Shanks recover this situation? Oh, blows himself up alongside with Phoenix, and the players of Bloody Head see the exit.
And there's one way to go out with a bang.
I hope he didn't, man, because, I mean,
a
little unfortunate. I mean, whenever you play with a grenade launcher, that's going to be one thing to definitely look out for, right? To play it away from the walls, to play it away from those glue walls especially.
Well, I'll give you a good news. He doesn't give Geekfam that 1 point. There's one way.
It makes such a huge difference to Geekfam.
Yeah, it's a great difference. You know? Geekfam would have won that. That 1 point could have brought them to 500, but now they will be stuck with 499. What a tragic turn of events.
I know, right? I know, right?
He just committed seppuku in front of Geekfam, modern style.
Jembo, grenade on the cook. Oh, but Geekfam not gonna be so lucky as Anxiety drives straight into Oren, knocking him down onto the ground to finish off the rest of the players. Man 04 now dealing with the boulder as defense, but takes the fight to the players of Anxiety. Chessman pulls out a sniper, close range combat. Man 04 gets the spray. That backstab was solid, but he himself gets taken down. Fikri, survivor, has got a secondary in hand. The pistol's not gonna be dealing much damage at all, but 2 players on the side of Geekfam, more than enough to control the players of Anxiety in terms of aggression. Phoenix now alongside Fikri. Phoenix heals him up quickly, has got the Mag 7 in hand, and look immediately at what Chessman is doing, right? Avoiding this engagement, putting the distance between himself as well as the rest of those team members just to flank around.
That's what Chessman does best. You give him that vantage point, but we've seen this situation before, and Geekfam, their main priority is to find Chessman. But so far, they're finding the front lines. Kanoho needs to win this one, but forced to go for the reload. And
it's
again,
Chessman out of
doing
nowhere.
the work.
Yeah. And even Kanoho, who was supposed to finish off that player in those final moments, went down, but now outside of the circle, drops the beat as well. Smart play coming through from the players of Anxiety, and they will not get taken down by the circle. A buy point available as well. This, I believe, is the worst day of performance for the side of Geek Fam. Yesterday was pretty much the worst because they only managed to pick up a total of 50 points. And today, I feel like today might just be a tad bit, off for those players. But they have got 8 rounds to take advantage of. And Geek Fam clearly is not pressured at all to go out there and bring out their best performance, as they are on that #1 spot, quite comfortable.
The main difference between this round and last round, where Geek Fam was able to eliminate anxiety, was that they found Chessman. This game, they were not able to find him. And I just love the decision making, right? Like you pointed it out perfectly. Every time a fight starts, Chessman just buys distance, runs backward, finds an angle, and starts sniping. And that's what we hardly see from a lot of teams, where people just run into their opponents. Chessman knows where to stand. He knows where to hide to provide the best possible support. And Team Princess, they definitely need that kind of support, especially when they're treading this freeway. Sure, there are vehicles, but they will be forced to take the long route around ORV, and even then, it is still not a safe, rotation, because they are taking so much damage.
And the tuk-tuk isn't really the fastest vehicle. They have to maneuver around. Jiraiya left to dry out on the bridge. The rest of their players already repositioned, but Orange Esports clearly having a terrible day as Rosso Wax gets eliminated as well. Jembal from the back. Farang farms those skills. Orange Esports bombs out yet again. And this is back-to-back after bringing in 16 points in such a solid manner, picking up that second spot in round #1. They get 5 points in round 2, 2 points in round 3. And now taken out at the 8th position. Orange Esports, we thought they were recovering their momentum, only to see this, Husky.
Well, I guess it has to come down to them fighting the Group B gatekeepers.
And things are going to be getting so much more tougher, man. And just when you thought that Orange Esports was going to be able to put up a very strong fight on their rise to the top 12, they're already not a big of a threat. And yes, they do have those extra 4 opportunities, but it's quite an equal opportunity. And I feel like Diversity Gaming alongside X-Men and Akatsuki have been a little bit more consistent than Orange Esports themselves.
Yeah, and I think, sometimes we just take the 8 rounds marathon for granted, right? Because you only really have 4 rounds to work with. Farang now fights no escape. Jespu just so good with the Charge Buster. Even though not the best weapon to work with, but in the right hands, it can be absolutely deadly. Farang with 7 kills so far, get rid of no escape. The next one in front of them will be Anxiety and Latte. Also in a horrible spot, as they were ambushed by X Esports. And sure, ORV, contrary to Orange Esports, they are in the top 12.
Yes.
But if they don't make it further, they stand a chance to lose their spot, because X-Men Akatsuki is the team that can knock them out from below them.
Yeah, ORV just needs to, just bring in mediocre performance, but consistently. And they've got 8 rounds, so 8 rounds of mediocre performance is really not a lot to ask for at all, looking at the quality of the ORV players. But Anxiety, on the other hand, gets that one player on their side. Kanoho knocked down onto the ground. Chessman, big fight! Manages to drop Spade. The backup players are there, but Grenades not on the side of Anxiety to play the pressure against Farang. Farang taking on a big team here in Anxiety, and immediately you can see Chessman. He has the opportunity to back away, but he does not move from his spot, because right behind Archangels, giving them a little bit of pressure as well, and this is just the players of Anxiety stuck between 2 teams. Chessman gets dropped, and that's a big kill coming through from Jesbu.
Yeah, and Chessman is most vulnerable when he doesn't have the luxury to go for those snipes, and you can see Jembao just utilizing those buildings so well, and something that Farang has perfected over the time. And Jembao alone completely dismantles the front line of Anxiety, and now the formation of Anxiety is completely broken. Without Chessman behind, it's not going to be easy. Archangel, on the other hand, faces off against Team Princess, but it seems like Team Princess are somehow holding on. Archangel, they do have the numbers though, and it's all down to Tony to at least try to get some of his teammates back up, but this circle hurts, and I don't know if Tony can do it in time. He's gonna at least try to get Jimmy Neo back up and rush him into the circle, which he does do so, but in front of them is Anxiety.
Excellent play by the players of Team Princess, still fighting for their lives, literally out there on the battlefield, even though they are dead last. There still might just be a little bit of hope in here. Miracle plays they look for. With 8 rounds to play in here, Team Princess might just be the ones who surprise us the most. Neptune now, opportunity, hops on in, uses that boulder as cover. Farang doesn't farm kills on them just yet. And now these 3 teams inside of the circle. Archangels needs to hustle on up, but they don't really have a lot of cover to work with, Husky.
Farang, if there's anything you learned from the previous round, is please get rid of Access Esports. I no, generosity cannot be a constant in this competition.
Oh yeah,
I'm a bit salty about that. I guess it's those frustrating moments where it's like, why did you do that? But again, I mean, if GeekFam does that, I would feel the same. But at the same time, it's like, why? I guess you can do it. Though we're down to 5 teams, and Access Esports has their full squad left alive. Jump off to a great start. Jimmy Neo, a grenade launcher from long range actually downs the members of Access Esports as Farang takes care of Archangel swiftly, and Access Esports was able to bring their members back up. 3 teams left. It's down to Anxiety, Axis, and Farang.
Anxiety. They performed well in that first round, picking up the Booyah, but round 2 and 3 have been quite weak. This is their opportunity to make the comeback, and Kanoho holding on to the grenade launcher can just make such a huge difference in this final circle. Grenade popped out first, but the glue wall blocks it off, and they know that Anxiety obviously is in this small little tent. Neptune, grenade launcher in his hand as well. Who will be the first unlucky ones to step on out and eat these grenades? Potentially the players of Farang, but everybody playing the game of patience. 12 more seconds, and they'll get impatient as the circle starts chasing them.
Yeah, and look at that. Too bad, already found by Shahid.
Oh, big kills, bro.
He tries to be in the open, and Jasper also knocked down.
GG.
And Farang is running out of time.
Oh!
And Farang is out. And Access Esports, they need no pity. They will earn it themselves. As the grenade will finish off Anxiety, and Access Esports grabs back-to-back Booyah.
Wonderful play by Access Esports. Earlier on, they wrapped things up with a total of 8 kills, so 20 points. This time round, didn't manage to check out the number of kills that they managed to secure towards that final circle. But what's important here is Access Esports are continuing their way up. They are very safe compared to where they were earlier on. The last time we checked the overall leaderboard, they were in the 9th spot. And with this performance, they should be able to displace K9 Esports in the 8th place.
Gotta turn up your glare a bit, my friend, because I cannot... Alright, so...
Back. Access Esports is back, I believe he says.
I hope so. He moved away before the wording even finished.
Bad planning.
Yeah. something back, right? I saw CK, that's all I saw. You gotta up your game with that. First, turn up the glare and leave it there longer, because I was invested in reading that. But nonetheless, for Access Esports, a good back-to-back Booyah. Again, they don't have to worry about being knocked out of the grand finals.
Yes.
But this is all for the money, right? If they want to get a bit more of that prize pool, well, you gotta get a bit more points. And now they have 4 more rounds to play, and they put themselves in a pretty comfortable spot.
Yeah, exactly. And the other teams that potentially might have their small little extra bonus in terms of the prize pool might just have it ripped away from Access Esports because of the extra 4 rounds that they do have. And they have been performing quite stellar in here today. I mean, talk about a back-to-back Booyah coming through for the players of Access Esports. And on top of that, when they started off the day, they were quite consistent as well. Round 1 and 2 provided them with 8 points each. So 16 plus the Booyah back-to-back should give them quite a bit. And then that can fairly now be put as today being one of the best performing days on the side of Access Esports.
Yeah, definitely. I think we hardly see them perform well, but when they do on that day that they perform well initially, they were able to give us a very good impression, right? And I think Access Esports has placed higher on the overall leaderboard than they currently are right now. It's odds, and the end goal is to get back to that spot. At least try to get back. And there are teams that Access Esports now have a chance to overtake if they continue this momentum. I'm looking at teams like K9 Esports. I think K9 has not had a good run at all on the second half of the group stage, and maybe this is a chance for Access Esports to try and overtake them.
And K9 Esports inside of Group B, so that's the main reason why Access Esports has been able to catch up with K9 on the overall leaderboard. Players of K9 haven't performed just yet, but in the next 4 rounds, K9 Esports will be there. Eastern Wolves Gang will be playing as well, and these are the 2 teams above Access Esports. So if Access can outperform these 2 teams, find 20 points more than EWG, then that's just more picking off of the prize pool. 21 points they hit this time round, getting 1 extra kill in comparison to the previous round. So just the round number 3 as well as round number 4 has delivered 41 points plus 16. How much is that? 41 plus 16, that's 7. And that's 67 points.
Yes.
That's such a solid play.
It is. It's a
Yeah. Solid play coming through from Axis Esports, and they're not done yet. The last time they ran a marathon, they scored a total of 71 points.
So therefore, or they're close to breaking that record, right? And
yeah.
Amazing. It's good to see, Axis Esports kind of stepping up when it mattered the most.
Absolutely, yes.
Though, the thing about this format is that it really forces these teams to really adapt depending on the group, right? Because we are seeing, like for example today, Group C against Group B, Group C against Group A. So we won't see Group A against Group B, which means that the team have to do some extra preparations coming into each and every day. And I think that today is one of those days that really favors slower teams like Axis Esports and ORV. I say that, but then you have Orange Esports that has been pretty slow overall, but might be a bit too slow today.
This is Farang once again outperforming themselves. And to put that into perspective, yesterday Farang got 70 points. Today they hit a total of 69 points from these 4 rounds. And I say they outperformed themselves because when they were running their marathons, they picked a total of 104 points.
Oh, yeah.
So yesterday plus today, it gives it clearly shows that they were on fire, right? Even those days of marathons were not enough to put on that many points on their side, and we're looking at 4 matches giving them, almost just as the same number of points that they ripped off when they had 8 games to play. Anxiety doing really well. Once again, this is their day of marathon, picking up 19 points, having 4 more of those rounds in there should give them enough of rounds to displace Farang, who currently hold on to that second place.
Yeah. And I'll tell you something crazy, AJ. So each team gets to play 32 rounds in total throughout the group stage, right? And if a team gets 10 points each round on average, just 10 points, you've already gotten 300 points. And that's enough to qualify for the grand finals.
Yes.
That, I wouldn't say it's easy, but if you look at the numbers, it's actually not too hard either, right? I think when we meet that middle ground, the teams just need to get enough points, just be a bit more consistent, and we will see them qualifying for the grand finals.
And that's why I said the team that I really like in terms of strategy is No Escape. They bring in a consistent 12 points to their side, doing a little bit more than required to guarantee a qualification into the grand finals, which is why I much prefer their playstyle in comparison to teams like Orange Esports, who try for those really flashy booyahs and manage to really rake up those points, and then they just burn themselves out for that next round, right? That's just not key. Play it safe, find that final circle, pick off 2 or 3 players. I mean, if you're already in that final circle, you're guaranteed 10 points, no doubt whatsoever, because the probability of the number of teams in the final circle is not going to be too many, right? You're looking at 5 teams at max, and we are talking about like literally the final circle in itself, where it's tiny. Then you pick off 1 or 2 kills, you're good, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, 12 points per round. By the end of 30 rounds, you get 360 points.
Yeah.
And that is if you get 12 points each round,
Correct,
right? And
yes.
even if we, insert some variables, that's almost close to 300 points nonetheless in total. So, No Escape, they're not in top 5, but they sure as heck meet halfway.
Yeah, I feel like, that's more than enough for them to secure a grand final spot and then show us exactly what they're capable of.
Yeah.
If you really want flashy plays, you show it during the grand finals. You push yourself to the max on the day of grand finals. But as for the league stage, it should really be a priority of doing your research, finding out exactly what the playstyles are of these other teams, finding out the weak points of teams like Farang, who dominate Kalahari, for example, and trying to exploit exactly what sort of play styles work against them. And that's exactly what these teams have to play for. Like, see, for example, when we saw the Geek Fam of old, the league stage was never a time for them to farm kills or farm points.
Yeah.
It was always to farm the different strategies of how to engage on the battlefield. Every single day that we saw them out there, they were playing a totally different strategy. And they have perfected those plays to a point where, right now, they're just chilling. This is not the super aggressive, try-hard Geek Fam out there on the battlefield. They're just literally just chilling out there.
That was before we had the revival system, right? And Geek Fam was playing 2-2 splits, and they were running over teams with that
And
strategy.
getting into the final circle.
And getting into the final circle. I think that's something crazy about Geek Fam.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it was also at a time where a lot of other teams are still trying to get the hang of how to really approach a lot of these fights.
And the
now,
vehicles weren't as soft. The vehicles were much harder back then.
And now we see those teams adapt to it, which is why that even when GeekFam goes for those aggressive moves, sure, they still win majority of the engagement, but it is but they are
not guaranteed. Not as
it's not
frequent.
guaranteed. There are teams that can take them down, and I truly believe that GeekFam also have their own weaknesses, and we've seen teams exploit that. GeekFam loves to run into you, but that also means that if you get to punish them individually, you can beat them, right? You overwhelm them with numbers. What allowed GeekFam to do all of these moves was because they are just individually skilled.
Oh yeah.
But teams with numbers can overrun them, and we've seen that happen a lot of times.
Yeah, absolutely right. And we've seen that happen even today multiple times.
Yeah.
But we will continue to see more of those potential engagements as GeekFam once again has got 8 of these rounds to play. And although they are on chill mode, it will be potentially cranked up a little bit now as the players of Anxiety try to catch up with them. Albeit Anxiety are pretty far away from contesting for the #1 spot.
Even against Farang, right? It's going to take them a while to catch up to Farang.
Yeah.
And again, the last 4 rounds, we bring Group B in. K9 Esports now joins the fray.
Oh yeah.
We get X-Men Akatsuki, we get Diversity Gaming, we get EWG secretly climbing the rankings as well.
Yeah.
So I think Group B, they are, compared to Group A, I feel like Group B hits a bit harder.
Yeah.
In the second half of the group stage.
I'm sending all of my good vibes towards Diversity Gaming. I feel like AKO Khmer unfortunately doesn't stand a chance anymore. Archangels and Never Stop have disappointingly bombed out and they failed to secure those opportunities for themselves. Diversity Gaming still has a opportunity still alive, but only 4 rounds to execute this. No room for errors whatsoever. They were taking those hot drops. They were forcing those plays because they were looking for kills. But I feel and I hope and pray that Diversity Gaming avoids those early engagements any other day, because we've seen the team hit hard and we've also seen them bomb out. We're talking about day 2, day 3 where Diversity Gaming really wasn't showing up at all, and the spotlight went over to AKO Khmer. Today cannot be the day where the spotlight is removed from Diversity Gaming. They slip up once and it's all over.
Yeah, even if they go for the hot drop, they have to win, right? You have to do it cleanly,
albeit
bro. So much more risky.
the last 2 times they took it against X-Men Akatsuki, they always allowed someone to walk away. So they're clearly not the best at these hot drops.
Absolutely. So I want to see if they make those adjustments, because I think Diversity Gaming is a team that switches their drop spot on a whim.
Yes.
And that is the scariest part for me, right? Because you never know who they are going to drop into.
Yeah.
And there are times that you might drop into a team like X-Men Akatsuki, which is manageable. But now GeekFam is playing, right? You don't want to be the team that drops into GeekFam.
Clock Tower is going to be the spot where they drop into, by
100%. So there's already 1 round that is not looking good for them.
Yeah. Unless they show us the diversity on day #1, which forced GeekFam out of Clock Tower. And I feel like on that day, they really caught GeekFam off guard. This is such a unprecedented situation, right? For someone to actually contest with GeekFam in their home ground at Clock Tower.
But that was a month ago. GeekFam had plenty of time to prepare for this. Like if 1 month ago someone breaks into my house, a month later he will not be able to do that, right? I would be ready.
I mean, if he does manage to do it once again, then questions will definitely be asked.
I will move out. That's where I'd be like, all right, take my house. The lease is under your name. I'll go somewhere else.
And the probability of GeekFam moving away from their home of Clock Tower is quite slim, but I do not put it against. I don't put it past them, right? Because the players of GeekFam have managed to surprise us with some of their strategies. But in terms of changing their drop spots, that's something that we might not see. I feel like there might be an ego challenge from GeekFam. If you want to bring the fight to us, we'll show you exactly what you can expect. And what Diversity Gaming can hope and pray for is things go awfully wrong for GeekFam as they take that ego challenge. Because that's what can happen for them, right? The best case scenario.
Yeah. And I think GeekFam is very flexible, right? For example, if we look at Bermuda, they Clock Tower, one of the biggest compounds that we have on the map, close to the center. And then you look at Kalahari, they go all the way to Santa Catarina.
Correct, yes.
A spot where people rarely contest, and a spot that allows them to make those late rotations. So I think GeekFam, in that context, is very versatile depending on the map.
Yep.
They don't really force any contest. In fact, you hardly see GeekFam being the one that hot drops into other people. Because it's either you drop into them and you fight them, or they drop away from you and they eventually run into you.
And that is the best strategy if you ask me, because at the early stages, I really hate these hot drops. You gotta be ready for the battle. You gotta be, you gotta have the basics right. You need guns.
Yeah.
You need some lethals. You need glue walls. And when you take that hot drop, although you might luckily find a couple of those items on the ground, you're not going to be able to fully loot yourself up. And that's exactly what puts you in this 50-50 situations. And that's something that Geek Fam is very averse to, right? They always like to guarantee themselves the advantage in any one of those engagements, be it with the resources that they have or the position that they hold on to. And that's exactly what makes them such a scary team to face out there on the battlefield.
Yeah.
But the teams really can't take this lightly, because the Geek Fam that they have been facing after day number 1 is not the same aggressive Geek Fam that they will meet out there on the day of Grand Finals. But that being said, Geek Fam has slipped up one too many times on the Grand Finals day. When things really matter, we've seen in the recent times, they haven't gone the distance.
They've only won one Grand Finals, if I remember correctly. It's the first MCP major, right?
Correct,
That one
yes.
was the one that they won. I could be wrong. I don't remember them winning any Grand Finals after that. But
After that, it was Blacklist International.
it was Black International, right? So Geek Fam have very good standings in Grand Finals, but they've only really won one of them. And that was the very first major that we had last year, March to April. So I think that's something interesting about Geek Fam, but that also means that they are consistent, right? They don't have to constantly be the champions, but they are always there to contest for the throne. And in this case, I think them being less aggressive is not a big deal at all.
Yeah.
Because they have obviously changed up some of the assignments of these individual players, and again, they are just so mechanically sound that they are going to ego challenge you, and they know that they would win.
I hope to not see that, though.
We've seen it a couple of times.
In terms of the number of points Geek Fam can break through today, that 500-point barrier, they are about 75 points away with 4 rounds, which means they need to farm around 20 points each and every single round, confidently. And I feel like we've seen the sort of Geek Fam that can pull that off. But the quality of teams that have grown in the world of Free Fire, in the competitive scene, is just mind-blowing. And how quickly they've managed to catch up at Geek Fam in terms of strategy, in terms of mechanical capability. Now, that's one thing that you do not expect people to catch up with so quickly, because as you improve, the teams that were already good will continue to improve as well, unless they rest on their laurels, which doesn't seem to be Geek Fam style. They're always on the go to improve themselves.
In fact, I think the average number of kills that Geek Fam got overall, sure, they have the most kills in the entire league, but if we a part of those kills were on rounds where they got bombed out early, but they took other players with them, right?
Yeah.
So we don't see the Geek Fam that was like a year ago that still had the luxury to literally run in your face and drop like 15 to 20 bomb per game. That is not the case. In fact, I felt like Anxiety and Farang did it more often than Geek Fam, but they just do not have the consistency that Geek Fam brought on into the competition.
Yeah.
Which is a unique point for Geek Fam, but it also shows how these other teams, like you mentioned, are catching up.
Yeah, absolutely right. And we are going to be hopping into the game in a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But the main focus on Geek Fam is just mainly to point out exactly how a team can start off really hot, kind of wane off a little bit, but still remain dominant in the competition, still remain relevant at that very top spot, right? And nobody has been able to truly challenge them except Farang for a very short moment, only to be displaced by Geek Fam the moment they hopped on back into play in Group C, and I believe that was yesterday.
But which is completely fine. Yeah, I think Farang is not going to bother about that at all. They are already
$500 US. They can.
Then Farang can just look back and be like, we were on the world stage last time, but you were not there. So that's something they can be proud of. Though I'll be with a slightly different roster. But when we jump into round number 5, again, all eyes are on the teams from Group B, the gatekeepers. Now, X-Men Akatsuki dropping MR's Electric, completely uncontested. But this is what we've been waiting for, AJ.
Oh yeah.
Clock Tower.
And the players of Diversity Gaming hop on in there, and Eternal Watch and Learn are moving in towards Clock Tower as well. What a interesting drop coming through here for the players of Eternal Watch and Learn.
This is important.
This was unexpected. Papa 44, am I even surprised that he's knocked down onto the ground? Like we said, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if the players of Diversity Gaming do this, it's probably going to be a GG for them. And this is the worst way to start your day off if you're Diversity Gaming, trying to survive in the top 12.
I'm telling you, this is crazy from Diversity Gaming, because we played like, what? We played like 6 days of Free Fire, and they still insist in dropping Geek Fam.
Yeah.
And I know they beat Geek Fam once on day 1, but that's pretty much it. but they keep doing the same thing, and it's definitely insanity from Diversity Gaming.
Yeah.
Well, I guess the good thing is that every time they lose the initial fight, they just completely disperse. Though, if they get knocked out in 12th place, that means that they've wasted one round, and no one would like that. Man, 04 fighting against Eden. The rest of Geek Fam shows up. This should be a second point for Geek Fam.
It's just so disappointing to see Diversity Gaming do this, right? Because, like, even on the first day, they technically didn't win against the players of Geek Fam, because Geek Fam managed to get away from the compound and then still find the final circle.
Not like
and
this.
The kid runs into the players of X-Men Akatsuki. And what better way to end the run of Diversity Gaming in this first round that they jump into than to die off in the hands of X-Men Akatsuki, the team that is trying to overtake them on the leaderboard and stay in the top 12 as well.
ORV is going to be really happy with this result, because now they've pushed them so much closer to overtaking Diversity Gaming. I mean, the entire region of Cambodia rests on their shoulders, and you bet that after that early wipeout, they would be even more anxious. As you know, Diversity Gaming have a lot of time to talk about the final 3 rounds. Jimmy Neo not so lucky though, caught up by Zenze on the way to cover. But Never Stop is a team that will not be making it, unfortunately. So their role right now is being the spoilers. See how many teams they can eliminate.
Absolutely. And if I was Never Stop, I would pull off the play of Bloody Heads. And Never Stop, I hope you're listening here. And what Bloody Head used to do was, because even if you're out, you can still make a name for yourself, right? Take the hot drops. You know the drop spots of all of those teams. Take a couple of hot drops against some big teams and try to ruin their game for them. And
maybe not Geek Fan. Hot drop Diversity
maybe
game,
not.
You know?
Oh, okay. Let's not do Diversity, okay? Because I'm rooting for them. I want Diversity to make it through. But I guess you don't need to hot drop Diversity, because Diversity is hot dropping everybody else.
So yesterday on Bermuda, the most interesting part is that Never Stop actually hot drop X-Men and wiped them.
Yeah.
Today is definitely a different beginning. X-Men got the last laugh. Speaking of that, Geek Fam have moved away from Clock Tower very fast due to the circle. Now they're in the factory area, which Watch and Learn does have Venom around. But he was able to move away in time and, relinquish control to Geek Fam. There's no need to contest this.
All looted up. K9 Esports, on the other hand, same vicinity as the players of Team Princess, who find the defensive walls. They back away, not engaging just yet. Team Princess, not a lot of information on their side just yet. Marquee got tagged up just a little bit as the players now set their defensive spots. K9 Esports tries to flank around, using that high ground to their advantage. As you can see, Blank moving up slowly, but he needs to be careful, because the backstab from Orange Esports can ruin the plans of K9 Esports. As Jimmy Neo now repositions as well. Wuxi meets him halfway. Jimmy Neo tags him up. Marquee interferes in the battle as well. Wuxi has got the spaz in hand. Hasn't dropped Jimmy Neo just yet. An opportunity for him as Jimmy Neo runs away from that battle. With Team Princess with one player down and out of this round already, this has got so much more difficult. But that flanking player on the side of K9 Esports seems to be absolutely useless. He hasn't really done much, Blank.
I'm not really sure how Team Princess is going to deal with this though, because Superman just instantly makes the move. Tony does have some glue walls to work with, and a good snipe from Mika Boy. At least sprays down Blank. Give them some room to work with. Mika Boy with the second knockdown. And this is getting a bit dicey for K9 Esports. They had the numbers advantage, but that was completely neutralized by Mika Boy and Mika Boy alone. It's down to Wuxi and Marquee. K9 Esports decides to abandon ship as soon as possible, as Team Princess were able to weather the storm and force K9 at least to run away a bit. But not Wuxi though, he's been left behind. Forced to take this fight and loses to Jimmy Neo.
That's a surprise. K9 Esports losing life to Team Princess, who usually don't really show up very big on these gunfights. So having to back away now, 2 kills in hand, is more than enough for K9 Esports. Although K9 Esports are not really in any danger of getting kicked out from the top 12. They're very safe. I believe they hold on to the 7th place, or no, earlier on they were holding on to the 9th place. Sorry, 8th place over Axis Esports, getting my numbers mixed up. So not very dangerous in terms of position to hold on to, but you want to work your way up the leaderboard for that extra bit of money. And that's one thing you want to focus on. Anxiety, on the other hand, player after player on the side of Eternal Watch and Learn, they drop But the remaining players back away. Defensive compound. Not too far away they run. And now they can retaliate against the players of Anxiety. But they have to pick them off one after the other as they approach this. Demon76 has got eyes on Toby. But turns around to get away. To continue repositioning himself. Makes one mistake. And Toby takes advantage. Dropping him onto the ground.
Very nicely done by Toby. So watch and learn are completely separated from one another. Unfortunately, X-Boy also got caught by Chessman. Watch and learn down to just one member. Fighting for the survival game at least. At least still someone in the running for the team. But for Anxiety, this is again another round where they get up to a very good start. Geekfam on the other hand are about to run into X-Men Akatsuki. And look at this pincer from two different angles. X-Men Akatsuki might be caught out. I'm not really sure. I'm not sure if they're aware of this though. Yan forced to run away to try and rendezvous with the rest of the squad.
Let's see what they can pull off here with 3 kills in hand so far. Geekfam looks like they want to go ape on X-Men Akatsuki, but X-Men Akatsuki cannot afford this engagement with a team like Geekfam. They have to, in fact, they cannot afford an engagement with any team. They have to play the game of safe plays all the way into that final circle, but it doesn't seem to be a situation that they can run away from, especially when it's Geekfam looming around the horizon, right? They will hunt you down, they will take you out of the equation. One of the most aggressive teams out there on the battlefield, as Yan now gets spotted out by Phoenix. Just a couple of tags, and flank through the wall. Man04 goes down with him, trying to chip away, literally chips away the corner of the wall as well. Just kidding, that's just the design. But X-Men Akatsuki still surviving as Geekfam flank around from the left. Jazli and Yan can be the ones who spoil their play here, Husky.
And that's Fikri. He's around the corner. He's behind him. I'm not sure if they know about this. Fikri is already on that ground floor. So trapping 2 members of X-Men Akatsuki on that second floor as Geekfam slowly tightens their grip over X-Men Akatsuki in their own compound. This is just perfect by Yan and flank. They take the fight straight to Geekfam. Orange sprays down Yan, but he still has one more member to worry about. Unfortunately, there's no follow-up from X-Men Akatsuki, so Orange was able to bring his friends back to life. And X-Men Akatsuki now will be fighting at a man disadvantage.
Stuff going all wrong for the players of Geekfam. This is the best case scenario for the players of X-Men Akatsuki. But now that best case scenario turns into the worst as Eastern Wolfsgang hop into this battle as well. Can X-Men Akatsuki abandon this play, leave Eastern Wolfsgang to the demise of the players of Geekfam and save themselves? That one buy spot should be enough for them to buy a little bit of insurance for themselves if they do have the coins on them. X-Men Akatsuki, what a situation to get caught in now. All they do is just play possum, staying hidden away, waiting for Eastern Wolfsgang to do their thing against the players of Geekfam. What an unfortunate situation breaking down here for the players of X-Men Akatsuki.
And if X-Men Akatsuki makes it out of this, then it will be the best possible scenario. But if you are Diversity Gaming, you would want X-Men Akatsuki to bomb out right now so that they only have 2 points. And that's going to keep you in the running and keep X-Men Akatsuki at a distance. Thankfully for them, EWG is not pushing the matter, and Geekfam decides to just stay put where they are. But that also means that X-Men Akatsuki will find it really hard to navigate out of Pochinok, simply because the circle feels like it's heading that way and it's not going to get any easier. More teams will join the fray as Orin brings Fikri back. Geekfam reunite.
Interesting plays coming through here for the players of Geekfam. But luck is on their side as well as the circle moves on in, hunting for them. X-Men Akatsuki haven't been able to recover their numbers yet, unlike the players of Geekfam, who have purchased their player right back into the mix. Never Stop still alive and kicking. Hopefully we see them taking those hot drops to show us that they are listening to this broadcast. And if Never Stop can, pull off some fantastic plays, it doesn't matter. They take 3 hot drops and they win 1, we'll still hype them up, no doubt whatsoever. The players of Never Stop now, as they maneuver around, joining this battle between Geekfam as well as Eastern Wolfsgang. They are in the same compound. No time to engage just yet. Zenze right in front. Monito might have spotted them out here, SK.
Geekfam only down to 1 member though, as EWG kind of seemingly saved X-Men Akatsuki for now.
Yeah.
Geekfam still not out of the picture just yet, as Fikri was somehow able to slip through the cracks and continue that run to safety. shot at, I believe. But I don't think they can reach him. So, good news for Geek Fam. Still in the game. As Victory continues that run. Very long, drawn-out stroll. Never Stop is ready to at least fight Anxiety. We see EWG also gathering in this compound. I wonder what the move for X-Men Akatsuki is going to be, because they are the team that is outside the circle right now.
And if you're X-Men Akatsuki, the one thing you want to be able to do is just to run out of the circle and flank around. But the problem with that situation or that play is it's just way too many players, way too many teams in the same compound, in the vicinity. And making a run for that play might just spell the end for X-Men Akatsuki. Therefore, the better play has to be just stick to their compound and wait and see exactly who runs away. Try to catch them a little bit off guard, farm a few of those kills. Let's hope we can see X-Men Akatsuki in that final circle, because we're already reaching the 4th circle in a little bit. And we still have 11 teams alive and kicking out there on the battlefield, Husky.
Yeah. And remember, average game time is 17.5 minutes. So we're 5 minutes away from that breaking point where the game ends itself. And then all the players, they're still in the lobby. X-Men Akatsuki down to just one member. And this is going to be tough for Flank. If he goes down, then it doesn't matter if they wipe Diversity Gaming. And of course, it did not matter at all. Diversity Gaming will still stay in the running.
Yes.
X-Men Akatsuki only with 2 points. And that is simply not enough.
Let's see exactly what Axis can do. They hold onto the circle. Can they pick up triple booyahs back to back? Groza in hand. They are all ready. AC80 as well. Woodpecker on their side. Nothing can go wrong for Axis Esports except Orange Esports. They're on their way to spoil their plays. Eastern Wolves Gang, they face off against the players of Never Stop. The Sri Lankans wanting to make a name for themselves. Monito joins the fray, moves on upstairs, but Akila might be the one to welcome him. Monito, one quick grenade is popped out by Akila Fist. A little premature. Not waiting for the players of Eastern Wolves Gang to cut down the distance. Keeping an eye on Anxiety at the very same time. I feel like you have to focus on the visitors inside of your house before you invite more people in here. Never Stop.
And EWG, they're just going to crash uninvited. Same as Anxiety, who also showed up. There's only so much room in one house. There's too many people. Geek Fam knocked out. Jimmy Neo finds the last remaining member. Toby now gonna play on the outskirts alongside Anxiety, as we see Never Stop completely dominating, at least taking control of the 2nd floor. EWG is also around the corner, but as this circle closes in, all these teams will be forced to move and fight. EWG, the first one to move out of the compound. Maske was able to snipe Akila from afar. Watch and Lin taking advantage of this situation. As Anxiety also gatekeeping the compound, but it's Riven and Mantai from the side of EWG that's making quick work of everyone. Watch and Lin is being taken out thanks to the blue zone, but Anxiety still strong with all 5 members. Riven shows up in the outskirts, but it's Toby with a charge buster that blows through EWG, and Anxiety is the one that earns all the rewards.
Oh, the combo between the Time Turner and the Charge Buster. That is just perfection, man. But because that of timing, right? You hop one into the Time Turner, you charge it up, you step out, you let go of that shot. Instantaneous knock coming through. Full power. You gotta love that from Anxiety, but it is Never Stop that takes them out, only to be eliminated seconds later. This is the kind of battle that will ensue when you have so many of these teams rushing into that one final circle. This is Bermuda, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Axis Esports looking for their 3rd booyah in a row, but Orange Esports waiting downstairs to take them out, Husky.
It's very good for Orange if they win this one. Orange needs to survive to even have a chance to stay in the running. Remember, they're competing with X-Men Akatsuki and Diversity Gaming, who are not in the game anymore. So Orange Esports find itself in a very good spot. Neptune brings all of them low, but no knockdown just yet. Mocha, can he survive? ORV somehow is in the vicinity. I'm not really sure how that works out. But because Orange Esports were all so low, Axis cleans them up and gets the freebie in the form of ORV. We're down to just Axis, K9, and also Team Princess.
Axis Esports, can they now pull this off? 3 back-to-back booyahs on the day where they most definitely needed to put in the work and break away from the bottom half of that top 12. They're doing fantastic. Shahid knocked down onto the ground. Immediately picked right back up. Vegeta now trying to make quick work of the players of K9 Esports. Hasn't spotted their heads just yet. Wuxi pops out, but no response from the side of Vegeta on a timely manner. And on the opposite side, Team Princess trying to distract their shots as well. And this is going to give K9 Esports the advantage here, Husky.
Yeah, how does Axis approach this? They do have those guns to work with, and you can see Riptide Rhythm kind of thrown out. Neptune gets caught. as Tony is just so sharp today. And K9 Esports, they're just going to take their time with this. And Vegeta only has 2 more glue walls left. And look at this, K9, they spring the trap, but it turns to Team Princess instead of Axis. And Axis now has some breathing room to work with. Mika Boy was able to down Neptune though as Marky finishes off Mika Boy instead. The trade comes through and now K9 Esports covers the distance. Look at what Blank has. Grenade launcher in his hands. This could be a be all end all. The blast connects onto all of them. And K9 Esports will pick all of them up. Put them in a body bag. K9 Esports looking for the end, but Blank goes down. It's down to Marky. Marky kills out Axis Esports. Marky goes down. And I think the main survivor and the only survivor towards the very end is of course Team Princess. And they somehow scrape through with a win.
Team Princess with their very first booyah off the league stage. From dead last, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, they break away from that spot. They leave Never Stop down below and they pick up their first booyah. But unfortunately for Team Princess, this is just them with their one final hurrah potentially before the league stages are over. There's no way they're going to be able to catch up with the top 12 with the number of points that they have on their side, which is a little disappointing, Husky.
At least they end their run with some sort of a good note, right? A booyah, something that
Oh yeah, of course.
something that they can be proud of, something that they look back, at least they were able to win a round. Even though that their run has already ended before the group stage ends.
Yeah.
At least there's something to leave with, right?
Yeah.
A minor trophy for Team Princess, you know, symbolizing their hard work. They did have to work for it though.
Yeah.
K9 almost ruined everything, but Team Princess just had the survival instinct. And unfortunately, I cannot see what's on the screen. That's not a problem with the glare. That's just the reflection of the camera. So some pretty nutty screen protector right there. There are some that reflects light or something, so that prevents you from peeping at other people's.
The privacy screen.
The privacy screen.
Yeah. You know, everything considered, Axis Esports are on their best play day on the final day of the league stage. How crazy is that?
Yeah.
3
almost
back-to-back matches.
Getting 3 back-to-back booyahs.
Yeah, almost, right? But getting into that final circle, that's the kind of consistency you want regardless of who you are out there on the battlefield.
Oh, yeah.
And the best position that they were in is the fact that they were in Group C. Running the marathon, everything going their way. They've been able to chug out the performance back to back to back now. And being the best day of performance means a lot to them. Because on this final day, they get to just earn a little bit of extra bonus. I don't know what their boss told them. Maybe they can keep every single cent of the prize pool from the league stage.
Oh, I mean, that sounds very lucrative. That sounds unreal. But maybe.
Maybe, right?
You never know. In fact, Axis would have gotten that 3rd booyah if not for Blank. He brought everyone low with that one grenade launcher.
Yeah.
You know, the only thing being that he didn't finish them off, thankfully. But we start the second half off with, of course, Diversity Gaming going for the hot drop, but thankfully for everyone else, Diversity Gaming and X-Men Akatsuki finished in 11th and 12th spot.
Oh yeah.
So there's a lot of chance for teams like Orange and Orange in particular to catch up the top 12. The competition between these guys have not ended just yet. It's still going on.
Yeah, and let's not forget ORE Esports. They just made their break into the top 12, so they're definitely a huge threat for the players of X-Men Akatsuki as well as Diversity Gaming, who are, you know, most definitely in danger, right? AKO Khmer might be able to make a play up in terms of, you know, whatever they can come up in their dreams, because Group A done and dusted, so the number of points that they've chugged out onto the overall leaderboard, that's all they have to stick with. Not the situation for Orange Esports. They had the opportunity. They've got those 8 rounds, but only to be squandered towards this final second, right? And I believe that one final player from the side of ORE confused Orange Esports as they were trying to run away.
Yeah, and that was the moment where Orange Esports knew that there's nothing they could do.
Yeah.
3 of them were brought down low by Axis, but they had no choice. They had to run out. They were not contesting Axis at all. And like you said, that OR, remember, that popped up, ended everything for Orange. But this was the moment. Axis had a good chance, or seemingly had a good chance, but, you know, see this one grenade completely dismantle Axis Esports. They had no time to respond at all.
And, you know, it just chips away at all of their health. They didn't have a response for Blank. No time turner to be played in the final circle as well, which goes to the side of resource management, right? But looking at the number of points, Axis Esports picking up 13, which means they now officially are on 70 points. They are 1 point away from equaling their record on day number 1 where they picked up 71 points. So definitely, hands down, this is the best day within the league for the side of Axis Esports, looking at the fact that they've got 3 more rounds to run in here. K9 Esports with the 17 points will continue to keep that game up to make sure Axis Esports does not displace them from that 8th place.
Yeah. And for No Orange Esports, they got 7 points. Definitely could have used a bit more, but it brings them slightly closer into top 12 thanks to Diversity Gaming and X-Men Akatsuki bombing out early on. And now this deadlock becomes a bit more tighter with very little wriggle room. And hopefully coming into the next game on Kalahari, Diversity Gaming and X-Men Akatsuki can at least put out a better run, especially for Diversity Gaming, because if they hard drop X-Men Akatsuki and they get knocked down, there's a super good chance that Diversity Gaming ends up falling victim to Orange.
I am so shocked to see Diversity still take that hot drop. Even on a day where every single point matters, they're still playing such a risky strategy out there on the battlefield. And I feel like who's coaching the team has not led them down the right direction, right? It's not stick with the gameplays that you're familiar with, but just switch it up to whatever is the safest out there on the battlefield to farm those points for yourself. Diversity clearly isn't focusing on those plays, which is quite unfortunate because you need to look at the position that Orange Esports holds on to, and now with the 7 points that they've picked up, they've equalized with the players of AKO Khmer.
Yeah.
And that's so close to breaking into the top 12.
Very, very close, especially when Diversity Gaming has not moved from the initial spot, right? So Orange Esports are 1 round closer, though we can look back at what more experienced teams like Geek Fam have done previously, where they just want to preserve the lead.
Yes.
Remember back in the first MCP Major? Sure, they were in the lead, but towards the tail end, they stopped being aggressive. They disappear from the radar. You do not see them until the very last circle, and that's what kept them in the lead, because they understood that if I've gotten enough points, there's no purpose for me to continue fragging out. I just need to get the placement points, and I think that's what AQ Khmer needs to aim for.
Diversity.
Oh, Diversity Gaming.
Don't break their hearts anymore,
I'm sorry.
They wish they had the opportunity, right? I made the same mistake as well, but AQ Khmer, unfortunately, no more opportunities from them on the side of Group A. They're all done and dusted with their 4 rounds already. Group C runs the marathon, so that's why these teams have got more of those opportunities on their side. Diversity, going back to the question about how long they can stay surviving in here, as long as they don't take that hot drop, I think they're going to be safe.
Do you think they will do so on Kalahari?
Yes. Unfortunately, they've shown us they're consistent in playing their own strategies, which, if due to that exact same strategy, they do not qualify through to the top 12 into the grand finals, I will totally understand.
Yeah, it's a complete heartbreak, right?
But it's not a heartbreak because they forced it upon themselves.
But that's also like what they're comfortable with. I think sometimes if you stick to your game plan, you have to accept the results that come with it.
And if you want to win, you got to step out of your comfort zone. Sometimes, right, Husky? I mean, you brought it up, and you brought up the right point. The definition of insanity. Forcing the exact same thing, doing it over and over again, expecting a different result. Things haven't really changed for Diversity Gaming, and yet they're so focused on playing those strategies. But as they hop on into this round, they take yet another hot drop.
But the thing is, it's a 3 versus 4. Because someone decided to go to the high tier loot zone. I want to know who that is, but so last time, yesterday, they met at Council Hall. That's very much expected, but you have to at least have the whole team. One of them went treasure hunting, so I mean, we'll just leave it up to fate, right? Because Never Stop against Anxiety seems to be a bit more explosive. So they both want to take control of the sub.
We asked for it. We asked for the hot drop, and let's see exactly what Never Stop is capable of, right? Zenze is keeping an eye on all of the other players, but we hop on over to X-Men Akatsuki as well, as that engagement between them and the players of Diversity has started off already. Eden's not waiting around. His vehicle hasn't been lit up on fire just yet, so he's got a lot in the tank to drive away. Papa 44, on the other hand, will be left high and dry. Yet another kill point available for X-Men Akatsuki. And that's the worst thing that can happen to Diversity Gaming, as X-Men Akatsuki is trying to kick them out from the top 12 spot and take it over.
I think the lucky thing about that is that X-Men Akatsuki didn't push the issue.
Oh, yeah.
So they only got 1 kill off of that. And
I mean, they are afraid as well, which is something that you have to be when you're in the position like that, right?
a lot of respect given,
Yeah.
you know, by X-Men and Katsuki. And I mean, Diversity Gaming revived the fallen teammate, so nothing matters. You know, it's a hard reset. But for ORV, they were able to get 2 initial points by taking down Venom 96 and Next Boy. But ORV are in a decent spot, right? Already in top 12, so they're not as worried. But these extra points, they do help them a bit. We even see one of the members take that launch pad. And Cookie actually comes in for the corner, completely surprising Demon 76 with the swing and that ice grenade from Cappuccino. He's going to get the knockdown, but ORV themselves did lose Mocha thanks to Demon 76. Latte now shows up. They want to go for Maske, who is playing Ring Around the Rosie around those pillars, but I think ORV Esports should be able to close this out. They just need to find Maske. Yes, they do. Maske gets a knock, but no finisher. ORV with a knock, with a wipeout.
Very lucky for the players of ORV, and the situation that ORV sits in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, is quite the unfortunate one. They are in the top 12, but they're literally on the 12th spot with 226 points, and about, 5 points behind them. That's where X-Men Akatsuki is.
Yeah.
And with X-Men Akatsuki not being taken out early, and look at this surprising turnaround as Neverstop actually forces Anxiety away from the sub. This is something I didn't expect.
And Anxiety also taking the safer route. You know, just again, there's no need to force any of these engagement. At least not when you are Anxiety, right? You're up against a team that is not gonna qualify. Don't let them spoil your game. Just play it safe, play it slow. EWG is having a great time. Not contested at all, but Neverstop, they actually want more. They're trying to hunt down the members of Anxiety, and one of the reasons that Anxiety is leaving was also because they already lost one member to Neverstop. We also seen, you know, if we look at the map, Orange Esports taking a huge leap of faith, in fact, playing this 2-2 split. But luckily, all those compounds that they are at is not contested, as Diversity Gaming was able to take over confinement and get that high tier loot zone. X-Men Akatsuki though making them move into the safe zone, as Neverstop was able to find Chessman.
And I mean, of all players that you want to find from that sort of a range, Chessman is a great player to find, because he's the one that can disable your squad as you try to take down the players of Anxiety, right? Take out their sniper, and the whole of Anxiety squad is exposed. But as the players of Neverstop make a lot of noise at the sub, Eastern Wolves gang, they catch that sound and they make their way towards all of those gunshots. And Aquila has got the position. Grenade being popped, time turner pulled out by Aquila just to protect himself from the blast radius, and repositions. The rest of the players on the side of Neverstop have already started to scramble. They are off. They know they are being attacked from the back by a totally different team. With Aquila actually holding the fort, he's going to stay back and potentially distract the players of Eastern Wolves gang as Neverstop splits off in 2 different directions to play the game of survival.
One of the things about the sub is that teams don't check the insights as often. So it makes a pretty good hiding spot, makes a pretty good ambush spot, right? Because there's only one way in. So we'll see what, how long can Aquila at least hold down in that submarine. But that also means that you relinquish control to EWG, who will now have a field day. And so far, EWG has not shown up too much on the map. They're playing a very slow game. But on the other side, we see, you know, ORV having a great time. Team Princess engaging in an initial scuffle. So far, not getting anything done, but they do have the revival zone, and I believe they were shooting at Geek Fam. Diversity Gaming is nearby, and this is going to be a very crucial moment. Depending on what Diversity Gaming decides to do, it's going to affect the chances of staying in the top 12.
Let's see exactly what Team Princess can pull off here. They might just come across Axis Esports, who are raring to go. Geek Fam, they shut down Diversity Gaming. One player after the other off screen. But Axis Esports is still my question here. Are they going to be able to overcome the powers of Team Princess? Although not too much to overcome. Team Princess is on fire. They want to prove themselves in this final day. Orange Esports on the other side. Eastern Wolves gang, meet them. Rosso, Tom, all being torn down. Leaving one final player on the side of Orange Esports to play the game of survival. Dekos has been picked up. Jabat is there for the save. They recover their health. Ribbon leading the charge alongside Manchai. Jabat will be spotted out. The players of Eastern Wolves gang not slowing down at all. They want everything out there.
Horrible situation for Orange Esports to be in. Losing 3 members already. luckily they was able to send one of their members to play a survival game, because Orange Esports is also one of the teams that needs to survive, right? We focus a lot on diversity gaming and X-Men Akatsuki, but we have to remember that if Orange Esports bombs out, then nothing matters at all. We go for the hard reset again. Diversity Gaming was able to bring back their teammates for a second time, but now they find themselves trapped at confinement. Can't really get past Santa Catarina thanks to Geek Fam. Can't really rotate to Bayfront thanks to X-Men Akatsuki. So Diversity Gaming are caught in a very, very tough position.
Diversity constantly focusing on reviving their players, increasing their chances of getting those placement points. Good strategy for a team that hasn't been able to rage on the battlefield through their mechanical skills. Very subdued whenever they do meet another team out there. Let's see exactly what Diversity can show us. Only 90 kills picked up so far. A majority of their points, 140 coming through from placement points.
Crazy amount of survival
still here.
Yeah, like I told you, people hardly check the sub. It's good news, right? They're still within the circle, but the circle is going to move away for the next phase.
Oh, the save is
K9.
coming through.
Yeah, K9 just showed up. It's very hard. I mean, the sub is one of those structures that gives you so much view over your opponents. In fact, look at Manchai. He's on top of the crane. And it's very hard to contest this angle as well if you are K9 without exposing yourself to the rest of EWG. And look at K9. They are just scrambling to find some cover. Probably taking the long route to completely avoid this area.
Yeah, you need a player like Chessman or Fikri on your side to deal with Manchai, right? When he is taking all of those snipes, the one thing that is a weak point of those cranes or those high ground is your head is exposed. And when you have Fikri, players like Chessman on your side, dealing with that sort of a player with the high ground advantage immediately becomes easy. But as we have realized, not a lot of supreme snipers in the competition that are at that level. Shots backing away. Diversity Gaming back with a full squad. And they engage with X-Men Akatsuki. Shots as he gets caught out. One more shot required, but the time turner was perfect to help him just sustain a little bit longer. But shots now as he backs away. Very low on HP. Papa gets knocked down by the zone potentially. No, it is Flank who farms that kill. Fantastic play coming through from the players of X-Men Akatsuki. But shots, on the other hand, does not manage to run away as King BN catches up.
They equalize the playing field, but again, Diversity Gaming in a rough spot. They need to win this one. A very important fight for them to win, but there's two members of X-Men Akatsuki on the roof, and it's just so hard for Diversity Gaming to even push right through. This game plan of just running into X-Men Akatsuki is definitely not working out. Flank has a grenade in hand. The kid caught out in the open, and Diversity Gaming is going to meet an early end at this point. X-Men Akatsuki with 4 points. Turn it into 5. Eden falls. Or at least will fall. Diversity Gaming eliminated in the hands of X-Men Akatsuki. Another catastrophic round for our Cambodian team. Seems so promising. Sure, they have 2 more rounds, but now they're just toying with fate. And you know, if you are a supporter of Diversity Gaming, you are going to start sweating and worry about if they are even going to make it by the end of the day.
Fantastic survival from the side of Never Stop so far. Looking at the number of engagements they've gotten into already in this round alone. But it means absolutely nothing as we still do have 10 teams surviving out there, including the players of Never Stop. Haven't been able to bring Santa back into the play just yet. It's one of the weakness of the players from Sri Lanka, especially Never Stop. Heading over to one of those revival points seems to be a challenge, as every time they get into an engagement, they get snuffed out. Anxiety flying straight towards them. ORV, on the other hand, is making sure they get that high ground advantage. Cookie catches shots off. And he's got the secondary, so not a lot of firepower. Shots taken down at the very same time. ORV snuffing them out. But Anxiety loses players to the side of Never Stop. That's a surprising turnaround. Never Stop did have the high ground advantage against the players of Anxiety, and they used that perfectly. Never Stop still holding on to it. But Barba, as quickly as they lost that player, brings Chessman right back in.
Very important move for Barba to do. Command post now becomes very populated. Geek Fam shows up. Team Princess also in the vicinity. But look at where Konoho is. She's on top of the command tower. Oh, they just see Chessman come back. The grappling gun, it could not have been more perfect for GeekFam. Chessman just revived. They see him parachuting down and they just went straight for him. It's a 2-4-1 exchange for GeekFam.
GeekFam wants to remain in the #1 spot. Quite honestly, nobody can catch them anymore.
Yeah.
Except Anxiety, of course. But that's with the players of GeekFam really bombing out. And they are quite consistent in picking up average number of points in each of these rounds, even though they do not find the booyah. So that is going to be a challenge in itself. And Anxiety, once again, need to get about 20 points from each and every single one of these final 4 rounds. And in the previous round, I believe they've already bombed out, only securing 12 for themselves. So to readjust that, they need to get close to 30 in this round. And I don't feel like they're anywhere close to that, and they don't have the numbers to deliver such kills as well here, Husky.
Definitely not.
Jasmine again came back. Where are they buying him from? Like, how
Well,
many times has he been
considering that he
revived
didn't even get to play his second life, he deserves a third chance.
No sniper, though. And
Yep.
we know that's the weakness of Chessmen.
This
Without
is
the
a
AWM, it's a GG.
Flank getting knocked down. Can he get rid of Axis Esports? Seems like that's not going to be the case. Suddenly it's all down to Yan.
Backstab.
Because everyone from Axis Esports, this feels like an inevitability for X-Men Akatsuki to finally get eliminated, but Vegeta's going to go down first. Yan follows suit. X-Men Akatsuki down in 10th place, but they did pick up decent number of kills to at least boost that numbers a bit.
It's not a great spot to get taken out in for sure. That's the problem. Final day. Everybody's hungry. Everybody's super careful. The numbers inside of this 4th circle quite threatening for anybody that heads on in there, because it's just all out chaos. You've got opponents on their left, right, center, on top of you, right below. Everywhere is just flooded. GeekFam, on the other hand, uses this as a small little fishing pole to bomb out and catch all of those fishes. Riptide Rhythm will take down one of those glue walls, but not enough angles for Oren to work with. Anxiety gets taken out. Special delivery by Kuki. Oren, good grenade, but Ribbon is not displaced as he will back away now. The players on the side of Eastern Wolfgang, if they can catch out Oren, that will be big, and that will cripple the players of GeekFam a little bit.
We'll see how GeekFam deals with this, because Oren has made his way to a very safe spot. Again, this is still around command post, and it seems like the circle is heading towards that area as well. We see Orange Esports still in this game. Good news for them. We see Cappuccino somehow knocked down on screen. Asana dies to the blue zone as EWG makes their presence known. Phoenix takes out Cookie. That's going to stop ORV in their tracks. EWG now under fire from GeekFam, as GeekFam have taken control of the southern side of the command post, but the circle will force them deeper into that area.
Axis Esports still looking good to play a good game in this round. The one unfortunate thing is ORV, X-Men Akatsuki, as well as Diversity Gaming, all 3 teams have bombed out already. Team Princess very comfortable inside of the next circle after picking up their booyah earlier on. They don't really bomb out, which is good to see from the team. K9 Esports right down at the bottom. Oh, but Phoenix did not know he was going to meet so many players all at the same time. Charge Buster in hand, but Superman will catch him. Oh! That is just illegal, Phoenix. He had so little time to work with, still manages to turn around with the Charge Buster of all things and knock that player who had so much of time to capitalize on.
Oh, and K9 might have just missed that opportunity to get rid of GeekFam, because now
GG.
Plank is the next to fall.
Oh
Marky
my
just
God,
shows
again!
up, and it's Phoenix that completely mops the floor with K9. But I want to quickly turn our attention to Dekos, because this guy is still alive. Orange Esports, remember, it's all about survival.
Oh yeah.
Their competitors are not in this lobby anymore, at least for this round. So as long as he stays alive, he will be able to get enough points, at least get so much closer to making top 12, knocking out one of the teams, either X-Men, Akatsuki, or in the Diversity Gaming. Riven now under fire. Again, it's Oren holding 2 members of EWG at bay. The best part is that they are both trapped in the tent. GeekFam slowly assuming control over this final zone.
Oren defensive game first. 10 more seconds to play with, and Team Princess in the best spot within this final circle alongside Axis Esports. And as that circle moves on towards the center. Look at Team Princess focusing on their positioning and not really on those engagements at all. They want to bleed out the rest of the players and never stop. I was just about to touch on how Sanders still surviving, but Jiraiya snuffs him out. Team Princess picks up that one extra kill point. Riptide Rhythm. Eastern Wolfgang erects 2 more glue walls in its place. Another Riptide Rhythm, and both players get taken out. Eastern Wolfgang got toasted by both Geek Fam and Orange Esports.
Yeah, they get 1 extra point before he gets knocked out. That's good enough, but I think this round is going to be Geek Fam, and Geek Fam only on the kill score.
Victory! Oh!
But it's Flame!
And Axis! Again!
Booyahs!
Triple!
And I thought Geek Fam got this, but Axis again steals the round away. And this time it was Flame who showed up huge.
I mean, we've seen in the past 3 booyahs in a day, but this is fantastic. Triple booyahs back to back. And it seems like, you know, exactly when you expect the players of Axis Esports to perhaps drop the ball, they go ahead to strike back, right? Okay, it might not be 3 booyahs back to back, but it's 3 booyahs in 4 successive rounds. And even the previous round wasn't that weak for them.
Could have been 4 booyahs in a row, right? For all we care, because that was so close. But Axis Esports are on fire today.
They most definitely are, and we talked about how it was a great opportunity for them because the teams above them only had 4 matches to play. The teams below them only had 4 matches to play. They were all in the clear. Nobody to disturb them, and all they needed to do is just be the masters of their own fate, play good games, pick up solid points, and earn a bonus through the prize pool that they pick off of the league stage. Fantastic in terms of the consistency that they brought into the final day, looking at how it is the day where all of the teams are going all out. Axis Esports are really proving themselves on this final day.
Not as aggressive as the previous few rounds where they got the booyah, but most importantly is that they were able to stay quiet until the very end. You know, and all we saw was Geek Fam running, mowing down teams, you know, sweeping them aside. But Axis Esports again was the team that came out on top through all of that chaos. But it's a good round for Orange Esports, right? Finally, we see someone break out of that deadlock just a bit, or at least we see Orange Esports close the gap by so much points simply because they made it to top 4.
And don't you wish we had seen this form of Team Princess a little bit earlier in the competition? I mean, back to back now, they've made it to the final circle. If they had just maintained this sort of a strategy from the start, we wouldn't be seeing Team Princess struggle to fight their way into the top 12. In fact, right now, it's looking like it's going to be impossible.
I think it is impossible.
Yeah.
But there's still chances for them to at least improve their standings a bit.
Yeah.
Though I think for Team Princess, it's definitely a hard pill to swallow, because I think when they first debuted, they definitely played slightly better than 17 and 18 place.
Yeah, they did much better, unfortunately for them, right?
I don't think it's a dip in performance. I just think that other teams are so much better right now.
You're very kind.
That Team Princess is struggling.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree, right? They're all right. It's just that if they're capable of all of these very strategic maneuvering around the battlefield, because we see them playing very carefully in these rounds, especially in this round, as in comparison to the previous one. So they are capable of those plays, as opposed to them just going out aggressively farming kills which weren't going their way in the first place. We saw how Team Princess can get a little overexcited with premature engagements out there in the battlefield. Obviously, didn't end to their advantage, but you know, at the end of the day, spilled milk, nothing much they can do about it. But Geek Fam still slides into the #1 spot once again. This team showing that Booyah is not all there is to picking up that #1 spot, but they bring out their aggressive selves. One of the most the most aggressive team out there on the league stage.
18 kills, definitely not a record number, but it's definitely way above average for a team like Geek Fam. And you can
it's
see
more than double than any of the teams in this round.
Absolutely. I mean, Axis Esports is very clear that they play a very safe game.
Yes.
Only 3 kills. It's good that Orange Esports got 10 points. It's good that X-Men Akatsuki got 7 points. And Diversity Gaming only got 1.
Yeah.
So it's a and if there's anything that can be taken away from the past 2 rounds, is that Diversity Gaming might be in danger.
And this is what I wanted from Never Stop from the start of the competition, right? For them to just play average rounds, to not go all out, No hot drops, no nothing. Just avoid engagement, survive until the final circle, find a few kills. 5 placement points, very decent, but 6 kills, fantastic for this team. But still, a little bit too late, just like Team Princess. Team Princess, on the other hand, 8 placement points, very safe game. 3 of those kills, 11 points delivered, not enough. But ORV Esports, this one is a team that definitely stands out. They make their way into the top 12 with their day of marathon, and they are continuously producing points out there to make sure Diversity and X-Men Akatsuki do not catch them off guard and push them back down. But now that particular position is taken over by X-Men Akatsuki.
Yeah, and I think right now it's all about 11 to 13th place. That's pretty much it. No one can break into 10th place. And it's almost impossible to drop down to 14th place, right? So we have this 3 teams that are just constantly fighting, but it's a very messy fight because they all have displayed very inconsistent performance, at least throughout the past 2 rounds that we've seen, with Diversity Gaming having drawing the shorter end of the stick, but on their own accord.
Yeah, I mean, you can just choose to not hot drop any other teams because, I mean, we've talked about homework, we've talked about just going in there, doing your research, picking a spot for yourself, and they do pick spots, but they pick spots with other teams in there already. It's an ego challenge if you ask me because they just don't want to move away. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, a quick short break. When we come back, the final 2 rounds.
Hai, nama saya Razlan. IGN saya OE Jebat dari pasukan Orange Esports.
Hai, nama saya Alif Daniel. In-game name saya ialah OE Dekos. Saya berumur 17 tahun dan masih belajar. Saya akan bertanding bersama tim Orange Esports.
Hello, I am Jiminio.
Hello, I am Jiraya.
And we are from Team Princess.
Saya Jiminio sebagai IGL Team Princess, Tony dan Jiraya sebagai Russia, Mika Boy sebagai Frege dan 2 pemain sepanan iaitu Abekari dan Nonem. Peranan saya sebagai IGL ialah meletakkan role masing-masing mengikut skill individu yang saya lihat dari segi gameplay mereka.
Peranan saya dalam tim ni adalah sebagai leader pasukan dan support dalam in-game.
Peranan saya dalam permainan ialah sebagai IGL atau support Russia. Saya yang selalu membuat keputusan untuk membuat rotation.
Semua ahli pasukan saya suka buat lawak dan tak cepat koyak.
Fakta yang menarik bagi tim Princess ialah tim ni baru sahaja ditubuhkan seminggu sebelum FFCS bermula. Seterusnya, player yang dikumpulkan ada yang berpengalaman dan ada yang juga baru bermain untuk Liga. Bagi player yang berpengalaman ialah TP Jiraya, iaitu Farang Pablo yang pernah mewakili Malaysia untuk Free Fire World Series 2022 dan sekarang bermain untuk tim Princess.
Cabaran utama yang kami hadapi adalah mencari chemistry sesama kami kerana kami merupakan tim yang baru ditubuhkan untuk FFCS kali ini.
Cabaran yang saya hadapi ialah ketika bermain di handphone kentang dan line selalu problem.
Tim yang kita orang akan hapuskan ialah WNL dan Team Princess.
Tim yang kami tak sabar untuk lawan ialah Team X-Men, WNL dan Todak. Bagi kami, tim ni adalah agak mencabar sebab mereka mempunyai potensi masing-masing dalam FFCS kali ni. Pesanan saya untuk tim-tim lawan, good luck dan tim Malaysia boleh.
Tahniah kepada tim yang lepas Liga dan Team Princess, jangan suka sangat. Offset kita orang punya.
Orange Esport boleh.
Orange Esport boleh.
Up and down, we are together.
Hai, nama aku Bunga dan ini kisah aku. Dekat uni, aku tak ramai kawan. Bukanlah sombong, cuma kebanyakan grup tak kena dengan jiwa aku. Sampailah aku jumpa grup dengan minat yang sama. Perkenalkan, inilah family Free Fire aku. Diorang selalu ada untuk aku. Tak kira pada hari yang muram ataupun ceria. Setiap kali aku dengar diorang, aku lupa segala masalah.
Welcome back to the Free Fire Challenges Series Season 2. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Husky. We are on the final day of our league stage, and this is the final stretch. 2 final games for the teams that are trying to make their way into the top 12. After this, it's grand finals time, but also time to say goodbye to 6 teams.
I'm so excited, but I'm also very nervous because I don't know, at least I don't know who is going to make it in the second page, right? Again, we have this deadlock between X-Men Akatsuki, Orange
Diversity,
Esports, and Diversity Gaming,
Yeah.
which I think is way too close to our comfort, but we are used to this.
Yes.
And at the same time, not really used to this.
Happens all the time.
Happens all the time.
Every single
right?
tournament. Yeah.
Every single tournament is always that 12th spot.
You always have someone like Orange Esports waiting for the final day to make a run for it, right?
Yeah, well, we say that, but so far they haven't really gotten there just yet. But I think the overall standing would give us a very good overview of how close they are if they are not already there.
Yeah.
But even then, the last 2 rounds is super crucial, and I mean that no one can get knocked out early on because whoever bombs out might just lose their spot.
And I'm curious as to how is ORV sitting in the overall leaderboard as well, because they were the team that were not in the top 12. So, but let's take a look at the map recaps first, just to get a quick refresh as to who were the ones who have been able to shine. And I believe the team that has shined the brightest today, no doubt whatsoever, is Axis Esports. When they started off the day, Husky, they started off soft, right? They didn't really pick up many of those points for themselves at all. Axis Esports only managed to pull in 8 points from the first round, 8 points from the second, but then back-to-back booyah, almost a booyah on Game 5, and Game 6 they delivered once again. This is a team that is on fire right now, but at the start of the day, it was the players of Anxiety as well as Farang to step up to the plate.
Yeah, in fact, Farang had a pretty good day as well, right?
Yeah.
Considering that they only had 4 rounds, and sure, they only got 1 booyah, but you know, it doesn't really tell the full story of Farang. They could have gotten 3 booyahs as well. That's how close they got to at least getting the win, but it's safe to say that Farang has the most number of booyahs by the end of the group stage. That's kind of the outlying achievement that they got out of 6 play days. But this final 2 rounds is very, very important. Again, I cannot emphasize how important it is for Diversity Gaming, Orange Esports, and X-Men Akatsuki, because now we see the overall standing, and look at this. Diversity Gaming are just 1 point in the lead
and Orange
over
Esports.
Orange and X-Men Akatsuki. And that is off of the fact that Diversity Gaming had a horrendous round 5 and 6.
ORV have cleared themselves off of any dangerous spots whatsoever, unless they just happen to have back-to-back horrible rounds and allow Diversity Gaming to perhaps catch up with them, right? And now Diversity has got that opportunity. We've seen them bring a little bit of quality into their plays, but Orange Esports, this is the team that started off hot and then slowly waned off in here. But looking at the fact that they are now just 1 single point away from making the break into the top 12, and this is the only team, by the way, just to note, who are sitting down on the right-hand side of the leaderboards with 3 booyahs to their name. They've got the quality to get into the final circle. They've got the quality to deliver all of those, firepower as well, but just no consistency in the competition.
And on top of that, I just want to remind people who are Orange Esports fans that it's only made possible because they had this incredible run yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
If not for yesterday, Orange Esports will not even be in the conversation. It would just be Diversity Gaming and X-Men Akatsuki who has been going at each other's throats. But I think Diversity Gaming are running out of luck because of they only got 1 point out of 2 rounds. And if they bomb up this round, unfortunately Cambodia might not make it. And you know that fire that Cambodia has lit since yesterday might just burn out. And I think that Diversity Gaming is a team that I'm most concerned about.
Yeah.
Because of how they have decided to take these fights. And I don't think it's completely on their mechanical prowess. I think they can win those gunfights. But it's those early game decisions that really throws a wrench in their plans.
Yeah.
And they have to make adjustments right now.
And you gotta admire how Axis Esports jumped from the 10th position all the way into number 5.
Oh, yes.
We know the hot part of the prize pool is in your top 5, and Axis Esports making a beeline for it. And now they are barely 10 points away from catching up with Toda. In comparison to obviously Anxiety, it's just a little too far to aim for. But Toda catching up with them isn't going to be a problem for Axis Esports that seems to be on fire today.
In fact, EWG can also catch up with Todak, right? So we have two EWG and K9 Esports. So we have 3 teams right now on that first page that can literally push Todak and Bloody Head all the way down to the 7th and 8th spot, which is a very crazy thought. For Watch and Learn, they will not have the luxury to do so. Maybe catching up against No Escape, but that is pretty much it. ORV can move up just 1 spot, I think, with the remaining rounds that we have. But in the grand scheme of things, if the deadlock isn't tight enough, this is how tight it is. The X-Men, Akatsuki, and Diversity Gaming are separated by just 3 points. And if anything, again, if any team bombs out first, the run might be close to impossible unless they score a booyah at the very end. But for Orange Esports, I think this is what we've been talking about, right? If they qualify, this will be one of the most triumphant moments that will make everyone lose our minds. And we even had this discussion where Diversity Gaming makes it through alongside Orange Esports, but with how things stand right now, there is only 1 more room.
Yeah, and the players of X-Men Akatsuki, Orange Esports, Diversity Gaming, all 3 teams need to be on fire for these final 2 rounds. The one round that can displace Orange Esports, I'm pretty sure, is the play at Alpine. The players of Diversity Gaming have shown that they are a little bit more proficient in the attack when it comes to Alpine. That's the map that they really have got the prowess on. But in terms of consistency of taking those hot drops, Diversity Gaming is very, very keen, very fond of those hot drops, even if they haven't been going their way at all. And this is a team that allowed X-Men Akatsuki to walk away, bring in those points. This is the team that has been, jumping into those ego challenges and being punished for it. And I do not understand what seems to be going their way, that they keep bringing in those exact same strategies again and again. And now just 1 single point away from having their hearts crushed.
And remember, they hot drop X-Men Akatsuki not just on Kalahari, but also on Alpine.
Yes.
So sure, Alpine is the best map, but they also have to deal with the hot drop. The hot drop of the tournament, by the way.
And I think we might just see them hot drop someone else in this next matchup as well.
Yes.
I mean, if we know Diversity Gaming well enough, it is the fact that they...
I feel like it's not even them hot dropping. It's just the place that they go to happens to have someone there.
What? It's the last day of the league stage, man. You should be able to avoid teams. I mean, you see so many disciplined teams out there on the battlefield, right? And those teams have successfully pulled off avoiding others, right? So I don't see why Diversity
I'm gonna close my eyes. I don't want to look at this. Do not want to look at
Diversity, don't do it. Don't do it. Not Geek Fam Diversity. Not Geek Fam.
Yep. They've dropped. Where do they go?
They're shaking. It's Golf Course, bro. Geek Fam's already there. Diversity, the second ones to reach Golf Course.
Here's the thing that puzzles me.
Yes.
It's the last day, right? Well, wait, putting aside the hot dropping and all. On the last day, for the past 2 rounds, including this round, for 3 rounds in a row, they drop and they always send someone else away from the team. And then I get the idea, right? If your team gets caught, you get the revive.
Oh.
But that means you're never taking any initial fights. Never stop on the other hand. A double Magnum from Akila. Gets the first bullet onto Shahid. Not that it matters too much, but X-Men Akatsuki, oh boy, they're very near this place. It's a very tense moment for X-Men Akatsuki.
Yeah.
But of course, the first contact is going to be between Watch and Learn and Team Princess, and Tony will not survive that one. Jiraiya, though, is able to get the exchange off, and Watch and Learn won't be able to do much to save their teammate.
X-Men Akatsuki, let's see what they can pull off here, because they hear all of these gunshots. They've got the high ground advantage. Let's see if they can pull this off. With the opportunity of these players now hopping on in the battle. The players of Team Princess closing into the compound of Eternal Watch and Learn. But Axis Esports, it looks like Never Stop are going to town with them. Flame 7 down on the ground. Vegeta taken out as well. Axis back-to-back 4 rounds in performance. And now Never Stop looking to spoil their run. This is what we wanted out of Never Stop.
And this is all or nothing. Never Stop only has 2 more rounds, but it's Neptune showing up huge. And there's 2 knockdowns, but of course they get run down. Aquila and Sana, or Santa and Sana, still kicking. And Axis Esports finally gets a taste of the humble pie. Not that it matters to them, but for Never Stop, it is a great start.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And this is what we're talking about. Make a name for yourself before you exit the competition, before you say goodbye and you wish all of the other teams luck at the grand finals. The place of Team Princess back away from Eternal Watch and Learn after they got a little aggressive moments ago. I guess when Maske put up a strong fight, they realized that it was a little premature to go in super aggressively out there on the battlefield. Jiraiya gets knocked down onto the ground. Venom eats him up as well. Team Princess not doing great as they disengage with Eternal Watch and Learn, although the numbers were quite equal in that battle earlier on, 3v3, but Team Princess choosing to back away. I mean, there's nothing to lose for Team Princess, so I really do not understand this play.
Well, I mean, nothing to lose is one thing, but you wanna play it around as much as you can, I suppose.
I felt like they had the advantage, right? It looks like now they're trying to back away ever so slowly. Not much of a compound to work with as well. I mean, the main reason why I say they should have stayed and fight is because you don't really have any defensive compound to run away to. This, at the end of the day, is Purgatory. It's just long, flat lands to run across and just easy picking for the other teams when you run away with the tail between your legs. And that's exactly what's happening here now for the players of Team Princess. Eternal Watch and Learn managing to grab a vehicle for themselves as well. Tony, 65 points, can't shoot himself up and heal. So therefore, he takes a little bit of solace behind this boulder. Finisher coming through. Maske approaching. Team Princess's final hope in here. Tony, oi! Was that a nade from the back? Oh, no, it doesn't seem. Yeah, it's just his pet.
It's his pet.
Yeah, I thought
well,
someone
his
tossed
back
a
is
nade.
turned to X-Men Akatsuki though. If they see him.
Let's hope, for the sake of Team Princess, they don't see him. But, you know, it will benefit X-Men Akatsuki a lot, that extra 1 kill point.
Yep. Orange Esports, on the other hand, against Anxiety.
Uh-oh.
A crucial clash for Orange Esports. They win this one. It puts them in a more comfortable spot to make it to the top 12, at least temporarily. Jabat low. I don't think he has much mech to work with. He's going to start heating himself up, and Chessman, you give him the gun, and he's going to go to work. Jabat able to at least use the terrain to cover himself, but maybe Rosso is not so lucky. Kanoho turns the corner. Rosso needs to win this one. Throws out the glue wall, goes for the right time turner, drop down. Rosso wins that one with the charge buster, but was not able, actually able to get that kill for himself as Orange Esports now thinking of re-engaging because Barbara was also sniped. And Orange Esports playing this so well. And Chessman now forced to fight. 2 members head on as Deckles and Tom running towards him, and he needs help. He needs help right now. Chessman, can you hold on? He can't not. Orange Esports gets the full wipe.
Beautiful start for Orange Esports, and just when you thought that they were in a terrible spot, the great recovery through Rosso X, through Tom, providing that backup as well. And now Orange Esports, they've got that high ground advantage against K9 Esports, who are running straight into their compound. Things could not go more perfect for the players of Orange Esports. Now all they need to do is just stay quiet and wait for that engagement opportunity against K9 Esports, who are a little bit smarter. They take the flank on from the right-hand side, avoiding engagement, and Tom gets sprayed down onto the ground. K9 Esports, Superman with a very quick succession with that AC-80, going to town with the players of Orange Esports. And now they are hurt. 1 player down, the numbers not equal. K9 might be able to wipe them out here.
Yeah, and if Orange Esports gets wiped out, then there's some breathing room.
Look at them running out of the circle.
And they are also all of us. In fact, if you look at the radar just now, Diversity Gaming entire team is split onto 4 corners of the map. But if Orange Esports goes down right now, there's so much breathing room for the remaining teams, at least for both X-Men Akatsuki and Diversity Gaming. And it seems like, you know, Fate has a plan. Destiny has a plan for the remaining 3 teams. They want to keep it as tight as possible. Unfortunately, as quickly as it looked good for Orange Esports, came crashing just as quick.
4 precious points picked up by the players of Orange Esports, but nothing more than that. K9
do they know that Deco's dead? That is the question.
And I love the approach by K9 Esports, right? They hear the gunshots. They clearly know someone's holding on to that compound in terms of a defensive position. And instead of running straight into it, where they will be at a disadvantage since they hold on to the lower ground, they flank from the right-hand side, and they take that high ground advantage, drop Tom, open up that engagement. One player less. They know Orange Esports won't get aggressive. And they just storm the front. They run out of the circle, taking the fight to Orange Esports, and that's the best decision. But now, they're missing out on picking this final player. They do not know that he's just behind that hut. Triggered discipline coming through from Decos, but he's running out of time as well here, Husky.
He's running the other way.
Oh, Blank.
I don't think
Timing.
Blank see him. Yeah, this is it's not in the position to see him as well, thanks to the elevation. Stekos gets another couple of minutes in this round. Diversity Gaming and Esman Kazuki having the same idea. The remaining 3 teams just trying to play the survival game. And it's about time they do so, right? It took them so long to get to this conclusion, but you know, when push comes to shove, this is all they have left. ORV though, the team that has been able to pull away from this slugfest, from this tight tug of war, now faces off against Watch and Learn.
And I've been asking for those safe plays from day number 1. They deliver it on the final day of the league stage. Eternal Watch and Learn running straight into ORV. ORV holding onto the high ground. They're safe already in the top 12, but they still want to farm more of those skills. It will make a difference in terms of the prize pool that they rip away from the league stage. Latte repositions, calls for a little bit of backup as well. Flanking towards the bottom side of the hill. Venom will be caught. What a backstab now by Latte, but he gives away his position. Maske moving in for the shot. Straight into his time turner. Latte gets sprayed down onto the ground. Cookie backstab. Charge Buster will not connect. Venom now put down to the ground as well. ORE recovers, and Watch and Learn eliminated from this equation.
Very good recovery from ORV. They did lose 1 member, but you know, it's a small price to pay considering the gravity of the situation. There is a respawn zone nearby if ORV wants to go for it. In fact, they can beeline towards it right now if they wish to. 9 more teams remain, 3 of them contesting for their qualification spot. And I think Orange Esports has the better end of the trade, considering that they get a full team wipe. They got a full team wipe early on. And that 1 member is about to run into danger. Just touchdown. And just touchdown in the middle of 2 teams. But look at Orange Esports. They are incredibly spread out. But that means it's all about survival. Individual survival. Jabat found out by Marky. EWG is also nearby to clean things up if they want to. There is a revival zone for Orange Esports to utilize. So it's all about spreading out that manpower. Cover as much ground as possible and extending your chances of survival, so as Jabat goes down, his team can bring him back.
Let's see exactly what the players of Orange Esports have planned here. Every single point matters, and after that engagement with the players of Anxiety earlier on, they've gotten themselves a little bit of a lifeline. K9 Esports is kept busy against the players of Eastern Wolves gang. Orange Esports, ooh, great Riptide rhythm, but no timing. Bonito does not take advantage. Wooksy still gets dropped though. Ribbon taking advantage. Ribbon, beautiful. As K9 Esports lose 1 man. Superman almost taken out of the equation as well. Blank opportunity presents itself, but Monito steps away from the window. Blank just could not respond in time. And K9 Esports miss out on quite the big opportunity here. But look at Eastern Wolves gang already flanking from that right-hand side. It looks like this is going to be the end for K9 Esports as Ribbon takes that high ground advantage. K9, they are pinched. Superman drop down onto the ground. Perfection in terms of play out of the Eastern Wolves gang.
They have the high ground control as well. We can see
Ribbon
get sniped by Blank. And he just got brought back up. The ice grenade is going to bring him down low. But Blank needs to hold on to this position. A very important spot to keep EWG at bay, and he's doing a fantastic job. But Superman is not so lucky as Manchai goes on the offense, and now they are going to push forward with that man advantage. 4 members of EWG still online, still standing, still fighting as they dispatch K9 Esports, but at the same time, gain themselves 6 points thus far. Orange Esports able to regroup. They gotta deal with Never Stop in front of them though. Can Orange Esports continue this run? The circle closes in. Orange Esports, if they can get through Never Stop, they'll put themselves in such a good spot. But they are playing with man disadvantage. Look at that out in the open. Sana sees the members of Orange Esports. Santa has the rifle. He is in on the 2nd floor. He has the vantage point. He has the point of view. Rosso is down low as Aquila now goes for the wraparound. Orange Esports, can they overcome this hurdle that's gonna put them in a comfortable spot in that 12th spot. As Rosso spotted going into the building. Never stop. They're going for the hunt. Grenades getting tossed out. Zenzi gets taken out by Tom. Orange Esport. They play their position so well. And they get an initial frag off. But they did lose one in return. Tom now brought down low. Santa is going to hold his ground. Gets a good snipe. And Never Stop will not let Orange go further.
Never Stop could not make it into the top 12, but they're doing exactly what we asked of them in the final day, ruining chances, and they've potentially ruined the chance of Orange Esports in here. Let's see if or not those points picked up through kills will be sufficient for the players of Orange Esports. Diversity Gaming now in action against the one and only X-Men Akatsuki. Big kills coming through. ORV taken out of the equation. X-Men Akatsuki lose one man. Response, Eden77 taken down. Jasly is lost. Flank, it's all in his hands. Time Turner brought out as the players of X-Men Akatsuki focus on bringing their own men right back up. One final player on the side of Diversity Gaming. Papa 44 plays the game of survival. Grenade does not tag up anyone. Full squad for the side of X-Men Akatsuki, but the saviors Eastern Wolves gang have arrived.
Yeah, Papa, you gotta hold on right now. Just let EWG do the work. You do not need to do anything. If X-Men Akatsuki goes down, then Diversity Gaming will have some room to breathe. And EWG, they are here to do cleanup, and here we go for the rush. X-Men Akatsuki, can they survive this one? We see the grenade getting tossed out, but there's a time turner right there. Flank trap in the building with Charge Buster in hand. All the glue walls mounted just to keep EWG at bay. Monito is looking for a way in. The rest of EWG circling this compound like a school of sharks. And so far, they have not found a way in. EWG gets the nade, sneaks it in, takes flank down, and now Justly ticked down by the ice grenade. Can't really do too much. EWG doing a fantastic job. And Papa hearing this commotion going on, but Geek Fam shows up, and Geek Fam's gonna go for the cleanup as well. Papa stays still, and he does not breathe.
You don't breathe, Papa. You don't breathe. Do not give away your position. Monito knocks Fikri down. Eastern Wolves gang pulling away the attention of Geek Fam. Amazing play. Fikri taken out of the equation. Drone brought out though. Papa gonna be in a little trouble. But Jasly still surviving as well. These two teams, Diversity Gaming as well as X-Men Akatsuki. Tense moment. Geek Fam, if they catch hold of them, it's gonna be over. But Eastern Wolves gang is the savior for both Diversity as well as X-Men Akatsuki right now.
Justy has to move first though. Did he get the pick off? I think he did. But he's gonna show up.
Oh, bike inside
Papa, can he catch
of the circle. Jasly survives.
We see Papa moving. Phoenix catches Jasly, and who's gonna go off for Jasly? Still recovering. He's making a break for it, and Papa now is in a really bad spot. Where is Jasly heading towards though? Where Never Stop is. And Papa, he has been spotted by Phoenix. This is a horrible spot for Papa to be in. Drops the glue wall. It's all about buying time.
Oh, nice.
Papa, you just need a bit more.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful.
And X-Men Akatsuki goes out first. Papa gains some more room to work with.
Papa 44 now dealing with Phoenix, AC-80 in hand. He responds. His sniper not sharp enough. Plays the elevation of this hill and uses Mother Nature as a little bit of cover as well. But Never Stop has ruined quite a number of chances for teams out there. Right now, can they also ruin the play of Geek Fam? They don't have the position to overtake all of them. Low ground, disadvantage for Never Stop. They have to reposition, but they are on the edge of the next circle. Eastern Wolves gang ends the run of Diversity Gaming, but the placement points are more than enough for them to overcome whatever Orange Esports has already picked up here, Husky.
Yeah, absolutely. In fifth place, that is a respectable point, though I don't think Diversity Gaming has any kills, which is kind of unfortunate, though. X-Men Akatsuki got some kills. Orange Esports got some kills. So that is actually going to put Diversity Gaming in a horrible spot.
Yeah.
And it's going into the last round. Now they are the one that has to play catch-up. But the kill leaders, it's not EWG. It's Never Stop. And Never Stop playing on the low ground. 4 teams left. Geek Fam also pretty crippled. But the question is, how can Never Stop navigate this? They have to make the full wraparound around this hill to even get on top. And Jiraiya, he's watching all of this unfold. Manchai guarding the left side as well. It's going to be between EWG and Geek Fam to kick things off first.
Geek Fam, only 2 more players left, and Phoenix is holding on to quite the far angle as Princess gets eliminated thanks to Jiraiya bleeding out thanks to the blue zone. Ooh, Riptide Rhythm. Phoenix in a lot of trouble. Never Stop still putting on so much of pressure in this final circle. Where was this form of Never Stop at the start of the competition, Husky?
It was there yesterday in round 1, but only round 1. And Geek Man 04, 2 crucial knockdowns. And Man 04 is going to work right now alongside Phoenix. Charles Buster in hand, Man 04 swings the corner, the damage is a bit lacking, but he'll done it nonetheless. EWG still goes down. Geek Fam with 10 kills. 2 versus 3. Never Stop literally have the advantage, and Never Stop does it. The second last round of the day, Never Stop chips in a second booyah in his group stage.
Well played, Never Stop. Well played. Zenze, Santa, Killer 99, as well as Sana. Making it through to the grand finals might not be possible for this team, but to make a name for themselves before they get eliminated from the league at the very bottom 6 is enough of a performance. Supreme quality shown by Never Stop here on this final day. But I just wish we had seen this side of them a little bit sooner, you ask me.
I just wish we actually get to see Archangel get a booyah, because we have not been, we will not have the opportunity to see the reaction of all those players. But nonetheless, you can see the emotions of Never Stop, right? Yeah, they won't make it, but they're happy.
It's absolutely fine, because we asked for them to disrupt games. They disrupted Orange Esports. They even disrupted GeekFam picking up a booyah.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, they will not disrupt GeekFam sliding into the number 1 position. Did you happen to spot the number of kills on the side of GeekFam?
I think they ended with like 10, 11 kills. So
quite tough to replace, but Never Stop had decent number of kills on their side as well. I believe 9 to 10 as well. Picking up the booyah should be a solid round for the players of Never Stop out of Sri Lanka. But if only they did not drop this form of themselves within the league stage, right? I mean, to show up on the final day, happy for them, but if only they could have showed up a little bit earlier and made it into the grand finals.
Yeah, they missed the window yesterday.
Yeah.
Right. Yesterday was their biggest chance, and if we think of it, if they did what Orange Esports did yesterday, I think they will be in a very good spot to contend for the 12th place as well. But obviously that is not the reality, though. Because of the result of that round, the deadlock continues for 12th place.
Yes,
and I think Diversity Gaming is now on the back foot. They've been playing such intense survival game that they're not getting any kills. And in fact, it was only by stroke of luck that they even got that 1 extra placement point.
And this engagement, that final one, especially from the side of Never Stop, clearly shows that they can hang with the best of the best in the competition. It's just that they have to find consistency in some of their plays. They have to really dive deep into some of the rounds that have truly not gone their way and figure out exactly why and what led to them bombing out, what led to them not picking up all of those supreme points, which they have clearly shown in the first game of yesterday, in this round number 7 today as well, that they can bring in for themselves, right? Not just the booyah, but those solid kills. Because if Never Stop had just survived all the way into the final circle without engaging, without picking up those skills, you know, I might have been able to just brush it off, just saying that they are playing survival skills purely, right? But they do engage, and they do get a decent number of slays out there on the battlefield, which shows that they mechanically can keep up with the rest of the teams. So if we do see them in the next season, if we do see Never Stop working hard on their strategies out there on the battlefield, I believe they are going to be one of the hard hitters of the competition, no doubt at all.
Yeah, a couple of months ago, we asked if we'll ever see Sri Lanka in the region, right? There have been talks about it, there have been discussions about it, there were a lot of hope, and finally see them here, again, regardless of the result, it's a good start. I mean,
excellent.
We look back at a year ago where this whole journey of Free Fire, the competitive Free Fire scene, like I set up, we see all of these roadmaps, all of this journey, from where it was to where it is now. I think we're making really good progress. And of course, Never Stop was able to claim the top of the round standings, 23 points, overtaking GeekFam by 4 points, EWG 17. Look at this one. Actually, Orange, X-Men, and Diversity Gaming all get 8 points. So the standings remain unchanged. Diversity Gaming still leads with a 1 point advantage, I believe, over Orange Esports, and a 3 point advantage over X-Men Akatsuki. We are going the distance, AJ.
Oh, we most definitely are. It's going all the way down to that final matchup to see exactly who the top 12 will be at the grand finals. And I just want Never Stop to shine again. I want Never Stop to ruin some plans out there on the battlefield. But the worst thing that could happen out there is for Diversity if Never Stop unfortunately ruins their opportunity, because I want to see one of these 4 new teams in the league make it through to the grand finals, and Diversity clearly the ones with the best opportunity right now. But they need to get it done, man. I mean, this was the opportunity to peel away. Great placement points, but in terms of the engagements, the kills, not as decent.
You know what I want to see? I want to see all those 3 teams in the final circle. That's what I want to see. Whoever wins the Booyah goes forward, right?
Yeah.
In fact, let's remove the other 9 teams. Let those 3 fight it out. I think we have come to that stage.
We're gonna personally send a request to Garena right now to just kick all of the other teams out of the next lobby. Yeah, and all that'll be possible. But obviously,
this all came down to the fact that Diversity Gaming was the last team out of those 3 to get knocked out, right? Because if Phoenix landed his shot, X-Men Akatsuki would have 9 points. And we will see that minor difference. Though, not enough to catch up to Orange Esports in any way, but we will still see this tie, which is slightly closer, right? Instead of 3 points difference, we'll only see a 1 point difference between 13th place and 11th, between 14 and 12.
Yeah.
Which is even crazier, but nonetheless, again, it has to come down to the last round. And I don't know what to expect. I have a feeling that they will do the exact same thing that they did in round 7, where they just send everyone across the map, and whoever survives at the end gets a cookie or something.
I guess, speaking of cookie, it makes so much of sense that there's that one stray player in ORV that does not have the name of a drink. Because with all of those drinks, what goes well? A cookie.
I eat biscuits with my drinks, but not cookies.
Wait, so have a cookie, bro.
You dip cookie into Nestle?
Why not?
So you dip cookie into mocha? Oh, yeah, actually, that does make sense.
Why not?
Actually, that does make sense.
ORV, I tell you. Jokes aside, we could have never thought that it will go down to the wire, literally down to the final match on the final day of the league stage, and we still do not have our guaranteed top 12, and someone's heart is going to break. One team is definitely going to cry because it's going to be a little too close. In fact, 2 teams are going to cry.
Close your eyes, AJ.
This is a battle between 3 teams.
In fact, you know what? We should black out the map on the broadcast so we don't see anything. Though, all right, so Diversity Gaming again just making that full split, but Orange Esports is that Snowfall, X-Men Akatsuki going all the way to Vantage. This is kind of the start that we expected.
Yes. Eternal Watch and Learn making a terrible mistake here, peeling away the stadium. No idea why they would think that is a great idea, but it is what it is at the end of the day. Axis Esports moving out towards the docks where they will be undisturbed, and ORV bringing that cookie with all of those drinks. You know what I mean? It is going to be Militia, though, that they attempt to move on into, with the players of Team Princess already inside of that compound, looting up. This is going to be quite the challenge for ORV to sneak away some resources.
It's a really tough spot to be in. And in fact, Riven actually sees the bike, so Venom or Maske will not be able to go for that vehicle as a getaway measure. EWG just trying to push the tempo and try to at least eliminate the members of Watch and Learn. This early on, there's actually no medkit available. Venom actually gets a punish onto Twa. And let's put EWG in a very weird spot. Manchai's second one to go down. And this was a 2v3. Reptile Rhythm blows right through. Oh boy, Riven gets caught again. And Venom does everything on his own. And this is off of the back of a very weird drop from Watch and Learn. And they won a 2 versus 3.
But I have to say, right, Watch and Learn have not had the best of runs today, right? Overall, guess how many points they picked up, Asking?
15.
4. I know. It's a little unfortunate for players of Eternal Watch and Learn, but let's see if or not they can adjust in here against the players of Team Princess, who surprisingly have been doing fantastic today. They've picked up 50 points so far from the first 6 rounds. Not including the 7th round. I haven't calculated that just yet, but 50 points out of those 6 is so much better than what Team Princess has been bringing to the competition so far.
Well, they break away from the last spot, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But again, right, a team that is not going to make it. We're looking at spoilers right now. Not that ORV cares too much.
Yeah.
But they will love to farm some of those points. Kind of a very intense standoff between these 2 teams. And on the other end, we actually have K9 against Geek Fam. And so far, it's an even trade. I wonder who's going to save Phoenix, though. He is so far away from the rest of his team. Blank able to drop down. Unable to be recovered by the rest of K9. And Orin just keep making sure that K9 will not gain access to Blank, keeping it at a 3 versus 3.
The only condition that can disable ORV from making it through to the Grand Finals is Diversity and Orange Esports getting more than 20 points in this round. Getting
And
20
ORV
points
getting no
more.
points.
Yeah, correct. Getting 20 points more than ORV, which is quite the ask as ORV picks up the very first point off of Mika Boy. Don't know if or not that's a kill coming through just yet. But K9 Esports, they surround the players of Geek Fam. And Orin is not going to get out of this. He gets sprayed down onto the ground. Superman, the super shots. As the players of K9 Esports farm their own kills versus Geek Fam. They run away. Fikri, final player. Ooh, Superman spots him, but just a little bit too late. If only there was a second of a leeway, that would have ended badly. Orange Esports now going to town with the rest of the players of Geek Fam. This does not seem to be a good round at all for Geek. And that's the finisher. Man04 will get taken out of the equation. Jabat, they hunt down for yet another player on the side of Geek Fam. And Orange Esports, one of those desperate to fight their way into the top 12.
Best possible position to be in.
Bye-bye, Phoenix.
Luckily, Geek Fam is still in the game, but Orange Esports has already pulled through with 2 points. 2 very crucial points that temporarily puts them in first place. Or at least when it comes to the deadlock, yes, they're in first place. Just 1 point ahead of Diversity Gaming, but that's a very minute thing in the grand scheme of the round.
I've never seen a penguin fly. That was so cute. Oh god, I love Free Fire. ORV, 2 more players, Cookie and Mocha. Nothing much you can do except dip that cookie in that mocha and try to enjoy your drink. A little bit of dessert. Perhaps Team Princess, Jimmy Neo awaits them. K9 Esports dropping 2 players. And Orange Esports making headway here. If they can catch up with the rest of those players, I think it's going to be a field day. Jimmy Neo shuts down Mocha as well. Things become a little bit worse for ORV. 1 final player to depend on, the one and only Cookie, and Cookie gets wiped out. ORV taken out in the 12th spot. Remember what we were talking about? That condition, the first part of the condition just got fulfilled. Oh, yes. ORV barely picking up points. And you now need Orange Esports as well as Diversity to farm 20 points more than ORV. So that got a little bit easier, but getting into the final circle with a solid number of kills, being the final 2 teams on the other hand, needs a lot of luck.
And this is so good for Orange Esports. They just got rid of 1 member, or make it 2 from K9. And they were the one running into K9 Esports, so Orange Esports just got 4 points already. These points are slowly adding up for the team. A quad kill for Rosso, 4 under his belt. There was another potential clash that would happen on the eastern side of the map between Axis and X-Men Akatsuki, but that has not happened just yet. But the fact that K9 was so unprepared for that push is definitely a bit uncharacteristic. Maybe just Orange Esports playing with just extra confidence. Geek Fam on the other hand though, will run into 2 members of Watch and Learn.
If Watch and Learn gets this, it's a great consolation prize, right? For a team that has barely been able to pick up points in here today. Shutting down the #1 team within the league is going to be quite the exciting start for them, although they will not know exactly who they took out. But Fikri now, moving on towards that revival platform to bring the rest of his players in. Playing it very patiently, very carefully. But Eternal Watch and Learn, I think they're heading on there. They've spotted the play out already. Demon76, I believe this is his opportunity. Fikri barricades himself inside of that revival site. And it looks like this is the end of the road for Geek Fam in this round as Fikri gets eliminated by Demon76 and his mag 7. Geek Fam, they bite the dust. Eternal Watch and Learn, they recover a little bit of their pace in this final round.
The conditions look more and more better right now for our remaining teams.
Yes. Because you know Geek Fam will be looking for that final circle, and now one of your heaviest hitters are not in here to put on that pressure. So Diversity Gaming, they move on in, but they have to avoid anxiety at all costs here, Husky.
And I think they need to start getting some frags. It is a very tough pill to swallow, but they need to get some kills.
Brother, I just want them to get to the final circle.
Yeah, but Orange Esports is alive and they have 4 kills. So that's something that they need to consider. And X-Men Akatsuki can also get a couple of kills off of K9, right? Ooh. So if Diversity Gaming don't get kills for themselves, it's not going to matter if they make it to the final circle. They might not be able to compensate for, you know, all the extra points that their opponents have gotten for themselves. And X-Men,
what a tip.
Justly, what a shot. Wushi is down. Superman tagged as well.
GG. GG, blank.
And that's
a
why
little
I say
far away, though.
Diversity Gaming needs to get some kills, as hard as it is. Because X-Men and Akatsuki are getting kills. Orange Esports is also getting kills. So Diversity Gaming has no choice but to also get some for themselves.
And you look at the engagement capability, X-Men Akatsuki much more capable in comparison to Diversity in terms of picking those kill points for themselves. So I don't know, Husky. I still will prefer Diversity to just avoid all of those engagements and just play their luck because, ooh, and great play by Blank here as he brings back the whole squad to his side. So that's as if nothing happened to the players of K9 Esports, but they will have to loot up once again. Orange Esports holding on to a tight group across the bridge from Axis. As you can see, Shide as well as Flame, they pull out their AC-80, already aiming down their sights to catch Orange Esports off guard. But K9, they gather up at Railroad together with Blank, who just brought them back in. Eternal Watch and Learn caught out by Anxiety as Barba tags them up. Toby provides that suppressive fire, allowing Barba to disengage, and they peel away towards Sunside.
How is it always so coincidental that when we come to the final round, the three teams, the teams that are fighting for the last spot always somehow survives? Anxiety, like you say, under 5 from EWG, but they do have the high elevation of Sunside to work with. Oh, and this is a good chance for Diversity Gaming. Got an initial tag onto the Team Princess, but Diversity Gaming decides to not pursue it, at least not now. Orange Esports is on the other side, so this is very dangerous. At least very dangerous for Team Princess, but Diversity Gaming are closer. They have better opportunities. But it really comes down to whether they can capitalize on this or not.
Diversity, engagement with Team Princess. Drone up in the air. Sent out by neither one of those teams. No information whatsoever. Anxiety, on the other hand, moving in to engage with Eternal Watch and Learn. And it looks like Chessman has got a great position here. Shotgun will be more than enough, but the Mag 7, that auto shotgun just a little bit more solid, and Demon 76 catches Chessman a little bit off guard. Claims that kill for himself. And Anxiety have got no other choice but to back away now.
And Watch and Learn staying alive across the pond, across the lake is actually X-Men Akatsuki. Oh, and they're starting this fight. There's a three-way fight, in fact, because K9 somehow got dragged into this one. Watch and Learn able to take the Konoha. Demon 76 gonna bring Venom back. The nade flies through. Barbar forced out of the compound. Thought I can run that far away though. Watch and Learn. I can try to hunt him down. And Maske is gonna put that glue up just in case. And now for the drop, sees Barba and gets rid of Anxiety.
Gets rid of his anxiety indeed, right? Guy's gonna have a little bit more peace of mind as he makes his way towards the next circle. That quickly now, 3 teams out of the equation and 2 heavy hitters. We're talking about Geek Fam, we're talking about Anxiety. Not able to bring on their places, and Never Stop continues to ruin chances out there on the battlefield. They might be able to help out Diversity Gaming. Axis Esports chipping on in as well. It looks like this is the end for X-Men Akatsuki.
One fatal rotation brought them into the grasp of 3 different teams. Now they really need to hold on. It's all about survival. X-Men Akatsuki might be the first one to bow out of this race for 12 spots. So close though. And imagine if they didn't bomb out 2 rounds yesterday. The situation could have been so much more different. Vegeta just to get a knock onto Venom. Diversity Gaming making that move.
Come on, Cambodians, you can do this. Just survive a little bit longer. Axis Esports, Eastern Wolves gang, they back away.
Oh boy, here they come.
Has the defensive compound. Diversity needs to get out of here. They've got the vehicles, but they were forced out of it. Eden being sprayed down. Eastern Wolves gang is not an easy team to take on. They've got the duo though. Back to back, they hop on in. Vegeta knocks King BN down onto the ground. Eden taken out. King BN eliminated from this round already. Kid is stuck in a terrible position with 1 player outside of the circle. Perhaps they can survive with that 1 final player. Papa 44, he should not be engaging. He needs to run away.
The Blue Zone is going to push him in. There's still 2 more members of Diversity Gaming. And who's going to get knocked out first? It's X-Men Akatsuki. They're also losing members as well. It's a very tense moment, but EWG, they have the members advantage. Papa does have medkits to work with, but again, so far EWG distracted by Team Princess. And it seems like Diversity Gaming needs to rely on Lady Luck once more. Another round where Divine Intervention is the only way out for Diversity Gaming. And they better start praying, because they're so darn close to EWG. Preoccupied by a separate team, but Diversity Gaming, even if they don't breathe, it's not going to be easy. No, Vegeta might make it easier. Gets a knock, but fully revived. Riven gets back up. The kid is hiding under that stairwell. If we can catch the members of EWG off guard, maybe they have a chance.
Yeah, if they can farm those kills on Eastern Wolves gang, I think that'll be a huge turnaround in terms of their fate, right? Access Esports just keeping the players of Eastern Wolves Gang a little bit busy. Ribbon Tua Manchai, they got revived earlier on by Monito, but now they hop on down. Things get a little bit dicey for the players of Diversity Gaming. Papa gets caught out.
Okay.
The kid gets spotted out as well. Manchai has the Mac-10. Close range combat. That gun is just a little bit too lethal. Papa now hops on out, but the barricade of glue walls does not manage to catch the kid. He turns around. Grenade bounces away. Manchai does not get the kill. Papa steps on out. Manchai still alive. Sprays down
No
Papa
way.
44.
No way.
Diversity eliminated. And it looks like X-Men Akatsuki might just make it through.
Another horrible mistake from Diversity Gaming. All they need to do was to play together, but no, they split up, going for the individual plays, and I can assure you, AJ, Cambodia will not make it. Just one wrong move, and it started off so well. They had the advantage, they got the drop, but they just didn't play together, and that has been kind of something that Diversity Gaming has not been able to fix.
Yeah.
Always at the very last second decide to go play individually. We've seen that so much from the kid, and it's so frustrating that they just don't play together as a team. But with that aside, Never Stop also ends in the hands of Orange Esports. And with how things are going right now, I think we might know who makes it through.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Shot still staying alive. And this was the strategy I was talking about, that I was desperate for Diversity Gaming to play. Just survive. Just don't engage. Neptune, good knock. Access Esports, after performing 4 rounds back-to-back, they seem to have gotten the win taken out of them after bombing out a little bit too earlier. And Orange Esports, 9 kills in hand so far. Orange trying to make it in as well. We talked about how 2 teams will be able to push on in. X-Men Akatsuki, although they play the game of survival, Orange Esports farming kill after kill after kill. But now with Jabat down on the ground, Neptune going to town with them. Axis might be able to help out the players of X-Men Akatsuki, but K9 Esports just a little bit too close to that final player.
But you gotta remember as well, Orange Esports have 9 kills in the bag.
Yes, sir.
That is basically second placement points worth of points. And I don't think X-Men Akatsuki has the capacity to get enough frags to even overtake Orange Esports. But we'll let the numbers do the talking later on, because right now Flame is going to rush on forward. They want to go for the end, but they also see Demon 76. At least for Flame, he got to take this fight right now. Demon 76 in a disadvantaged position. The Nexus breaks into top 4, and they're not done just that. Orange Esports has been a thorn in the side, and this is going to be the fight. The Nace come out, and Axis gets nil!
Oh!
And it's all up to Tom, the Neptune, the last man alive. It does not matter. Orange Esports waited until the last moment, but it's how you finish the competition. And Orange Esports with 14 kills and only 2 more opponents to get through.
Orange Esports, they've done it, man. This is the dream run on that final week. 2 days back-to-back, filled with performance. Orange Esports, solid performance yesterday as they pick up 62 points. Today so far, it has been 51, but 51 more than enough to push them all the way to the top. Rosso X secures yet another kill. It's 15 up so far. Shot's gonna get taken out of the equation as well. X-Men Akatsuki surviving to that second spot, but it's not enough as Orange Esports breaks through to the top 12. What a play! What determination by this brand, Husky. Oh, okay.
It's Orange Esports.
Anticlimactic.
Yeah. I mean, production refuses to accept the fact that Orange just won that round. But just to remind everyone out there,
yeah,
Orange Esports at one point were almost dead last.
They were dead last.
And it took them 2 days to qualify. And only just 2 days. And a couple of good rounds. And when I say a couple of good rounds, 4 out of 12 rounds was enough for Orange Esports to break into top 12. They didn't need the stars to align. They didn't need the stars to align.
They are the stars that align.
They make their own way. And it's what I always like to say, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And I think Orange Esports knows that. The debut for this organization has finally bore fruits. And it took them 6 days, 32 gruesome rounds, but they pulled through at the very end.
And they only started really trying at the very end. And that's what's incredible about Orange Esports. You took the words out of my mouth, right? Dead last in the overall leaderboard. And they worked their way up. Fantastic. We don't even have the overall leaderboard yet. But it's
But we know.
quite safe to make that guess, right? That Orange Esports has done the unthinkable, the absolute unthinkable. And when you look at the teams like Diversity Gaming, when you look at Never Stop, who has also managed to shine today, and it was Orange Esports that kind of ended their run because they were so close to snuffing out K9 Esports and picking up more points for themselves. But just wasn't expecting Orange Esports to be on the right-hand side, right? But it's crazy stuff happening back to back, ruining chances out there, but nothing could stop or slow down the pace of Orange Esports in this final round.
Yeah, and we saw two very crucial moments in this match that really sealed the fate of Orange Esports. And it's not them getting these kills, it's the rotation from the other two contenders. We saw X-Men Akatsuki drive into 3 teams, intercepted by Never Stop, and also pressured by K9. We saw Diversity Gaming do the exact same thing. The only difference being Diversity Gaming again fumbles at the very last moment. They just somehow failed to pull through. And this moment, an absolute heartbreak. They had such a good start. And to give credit to Manchai, he played it the best he could. Twa got knocked. Not even by Diversity Gaming. It was by Maske from Watch and Learn. Manchai, 37 health. 1 versus 2. Tanks the blue zone.
Yeah.
And crushes Diversity Gaming.
You gotta love that SMG, man. Close range combat, that's the exact same gun that put the end to all 4 players of Never Stop, I believe, yesterday in the hands of Archangels, right? And it's just exactly what you want in those close range combat, managing to perform even better than the Mag 7. Orange Esports, on the other hand, running all the way towards that final circle. And not only do they get into that final circle, they go to town, they secure the Booyah in the most important run of the league stage for themselves.
You wanted 20 points? They up you 28 massive points.
Bro, okay, all right. So that just means that Orange Esports can potentially overtake ORV Spot.
But ORV Esports is still in.
Yeah, ORV
Thankfully.
still unfortunately in the 12th spot. Unfortunate, of course, not for us, but for the players of Diversity Gaming, who only managed to pick up 4 points for themselves this time round. And they weren't able to do anything more than that. X-Men Akatsuki with a game of survival, though, managing to put 11 points on their side, but they did not have the kind of firepower and the mechanical capability that Orange Esports brought forth. And now, once again, the team that played today and yesterday on the side of Orange Esports seems so different in comparison to the performance of these players on this first 4 day of the league stage, Husky.
Yeah, and if you tell me in the first 4 days that Orange Esports will make it, I would say that you are out of your damn mind, because they played very poorly in the first 4 days.
yeah.
I would say Team Princess will make it through, but not Orange Esports. But evidently Orange Esports never really gave up.
Oh yeah.
And until the very bitter end, it took them 32 rounds, and they had to squeeze everything. But it was this finish that makes it so much more worth it, so much more sweeter. They not only qualify, but they qualify in the most triumphant way possible, with a Booyah and with a performance that a lot of other teams have achieved multiple times. But maybe for Orange Esports, it's the first, but it's also a hallmark of what they can achieve in the grand finals.
Oh yeah, and this was by far their best day, right? Because we expected them to go to town with all of these other players, all the other teams on their day of marathon, and they did pretty well. They managed to step it up. They picked up 51 points from those 6 rounds. Once again, haven't had the time to throw in the points from the 7th round, but it doesn't really matter because we know exactly how much they needed over the other teams, and that was just a mere few points, right? But Orange Esports overstepping that performance that was expected out of them, and even displays ORV, who have been quite hot today.
Yeah, and I just want to quickly point out that the difference, right? Sure, we talk about the survival game, and I do agree with you, right? We want to see them survive.
Yeah.
But Orange Esports knew what buttons to push.
Yeah.
They knew when to go aggressive, and that sets them apart from Diversity Gaming and X-Men Akatsuki, who are so fixated on surviving, they forgot the essence of survival is also to eliminate your threats. And Orange Esports did that perfectly. We started off with Anxiety getting the first Booyah, Farang getting the second, X Esports getting a hat trick on round 3, 4, and 6. Team Princess getting the very first and only booyah in the group stage in Game 5. Never Stop getting their second booyah in Game 7. And of course, Orange Esports with the cherry on top, the last game of the group stage. Not only scoring the booyah, but also locking in the ticket into the playoffs.
Solid play coming through from Orange Esports. One would have never thought this would be possible, like you said, Husky, after day number 4, but Orange Esports making that impossible run nonetheless. And shout out to Never Stop as well. Yes, they did pick up the booyah on Game 7, and that was back-to-back performance as they were looking for that final circle. And even though it was not a possibility to make it through to the grand finals, this team did not let off steam. In fact, it kind of motivated them to really prove themselves out there on the battlefield today. And I think they did quite the fine job.
Yeah, Team Princess getting their first booyah reminds me of when Bloodyhead got their first booyah, also towards the end of the group stage.
Yes.
Of the first major.
Yeah.
And that booyah was a great signifier of Bloodyhead's presence. And sure, we will not see Team Princess nor Never Stop anymore, at least for the rest of this tournament.
Yeah.
But they can be very proud of themselves.
Absolutely.
I think the next time, even if they don't qualify for the upcoming majors and all, I'm pretty sure the next league we will see them again. This is the overall standing. And of course, X-Men Akatsuki, Diversity Gaming, AKO Khmer, Team Princess, Never Stop, and Archangel have been eliminated. So Cambodia and Sri Lanka, they do not make it on their debut season. But nonetheless, they put up a very impressive show.
Oh, yeah.
But unfortunately, it was the finish line that was their biggest enemy.
Unfortunately for Diversity Gaming, as well as X-Men Akatsuki, it had to end up on that very final round where we find this out, right? So that just breaks their heart a little bit more, knowing how possible it was to make their way into that grand finals. But it's got to be that consistent play all throughout the competition that Diversity as well as X-Men Akatsuki just could not show us. Diversity focused way too much on those placement points, not sharpening up their gun skills, and that was always going to be a problem if you do get to the grand finals. Because yes, making it to the grand finals is one thing, but doing something out there, it needs a lot of mechanical capability, right? And Diversity could not managed to push through with that, but with the game of survival, they were doing quite well.
And thankfully, ORV was able to pull ahead yesterday, or it would have been a absolute disaster today as well. So first place is Geek Fam, as we all expected. Couldn't break the 500-point mark, but it doesn't really matter. They are still the best team in the group stage. Farang coming in second, followed by Anxiety, Axis, Todak, EWG, K9, Bloodyhead, No Escape, Watch and Learn, of course Orange Esports, and ORV Esports. And I would say Bloodyhead has achieved a new height in the scene.
Fantastic work by Farang. Even though they only had 4 matches in here today, they did superbly well in each and every single one of those rounds. Anxiety, on the other hand, had 8 opportunities. Just like Geek Fam, today just wasn't one of their hot days, surprisingly.
Yeah, I think, especially for Geek Fam, right? It was a very rough day. That last round was incredibly painful for Geek Fam as they were completely caught out. And the worst part was they were the one who fed 2 points to Orange Esports because they were all on the run. And this proves something, right? If out of these 3 teams, if there's one thing that I can bet my money on going into the grand finals, I think Farang has a really great chance of being the grand champions. But that is just purely off of what we saw on the second half of the group stage.
Brilliant effort by Axis Esports. They jumped from the 10th place all the way up to 4. That's the kind of run you do not expect a team to be making on the final day of the league stage, right? Axis Esports, such stellar performances. 3 booyahs could have been back-to-back. It wasn't, but they did manage 4 back-to-back solid rounds where they were farming all of those points. And they were just 1 single booyah away from catching up with Farang's lead.
Yeah, in fact, I would say that in that final round, they also had a pretty good run, but Orange Esports were just unstoppable. So there was nothing that Axis could have done. Orange Esports popped off immensely, but Farang, most booyah, followed by Axis, and of course Geek Fam, only 4 booyahs. But when you look at the point difference, if you cover Farang's name tag, I would say that is Geek Fam, right? Because that's what we expect out of them. But we can see the big discrepancy. Even with 4 booyahs, they still hold the most kill points by a mile, and of course the most placement points.
And that's
how we know.
Yeah.
It's Geek Fam.
If you are a fan of the Philippines, if you're a fan of the Filipino teams, then you got to be really proud because each and every single one of those teams, although not many, just 3 in the league stage, all 3 make it through to the grand finals.
yes.
But in terms of Malaysia, they do have 2 teams that dropped out, X-Men Akatsuki alongside Team Princess. And once again, Cambodia as well as Sri Lanka could not push any one of their teams into the grand finals. But this is just their debut season, and we've seen the capability of these teams. We've seen exactly how far Diversity Gaming could go. And unfortunate for them that it had to be, broken down on this final day. But the true potential of Never Stop was only shown towards the tail end of the competition, and hopefully we see something very different from them the next time we do spot them in one of these competitions. But these are the qualified teams who have made it through to the grand finals: Geek Fam, Farang, Anxiety, Axis Esports, Toda, the Eastern Wolves Gang, K9 Esports, Bloody Head, No Escape, Watch and Learn, Orange Esports, as well as ORV Esports. I mean, if you're Diversity, if you're Never Stop, if you are any one of those teams who did not qualify, you gotta be absolutely jealous of Watch and Learn, man.
Yeah, I mean, to be very fair, Watch and Learn overall just had a better start, right?
Yeah.
Again, when I think we've seen this a lot of times where you can have a horrific ending, but if you get a good enough start, you can stay at the top for a very long time.
Yep.
But to Watch and Learn's credit, they do have good rounds, and I think fundamentally their performance is just slightly better than Diversity
Oh, yeah,
Gaming and
definitely,
X-Men
yes.
Akatsuki. That's why Watch and Learn is joining the top 12. But I think if there's anything for the teams that didn't make it, it's something they can feel happy for these teams that made it. I'm sure that there's a lot that these teams learn as well.
Yeah.
Because next season, there's always going to be a next chance. And we have not seen the end of Cambodia, nor Sri Lanka,
Yeah.
nor any region.
Absolutely. ORV scraping through to the top 12 as well. Hopefully we will be able to see a little bit of a more aggressive side of them at the grand final. Speaking of which, this is the schedule right in front of you guys. It will be next week. Game 1 at Bermuda, Game 2 at Kalahari, Purgatory, followed by Alpine, and then we hit the reset button. But one thing that's going to be different for the grand finals this time round, it doesn't end with one single day, Husky.
And everyone plays 8 matches for 2 days in a row.
Yes.
16 rounds to determine who is the champions of this tournament. And most importantly, they're also fighting for qualification spots towards the next major, towards the play-in of the next major, and also to the next season of Free Fire Challengers Series. So there's a lot on the line. And of course, there's the prize pool as well.
And of course, we are also talking about the MCP majors mainly, right? Let's see exactly which one of these teams make it through to that. But good point, Husky. We also want to see exactly who picks up the lion's share of that prize pool from this competition. Yes, the league stage is over, but as you guys know, Free Fire, Garena, always kind with their prize pool, and they split it up. Everybody, every single team from the league stage gets a little, little slice of this pie. But the majority of the size of this pie will wait them at the grand finals.
Absolutely. And I just want to remind everyone out there right now, you have 40 minutes left to rewind this broadcast and look for the giveaway code, key it in and redeem it. It's only eligible if you're playing on a Singapore server, but it expires at 5:30 p.m.
Yes,
so you got to redeem it right now. In fact, if you guys have not realized yet, every single day there's a different giveaway item. So if you're a collector, you pretty much would have done your job. But just in case you didn't.
I'm pretty sure, man. I mean, of all the Free Fire fans, one of the first things they look for in the comment section when they hop onto the broadcast is, where's the code?
I feel like the only way to let them remember anything else, for example, us, is to put our face on the cosmetic. Then you remember us.
I hope that's not what it takes to get you guys to remember us, because the probability of us getting that done, Husky, I think it's quite
low.
impossible.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe not impossible, because never say never, right? Maybe one day, but it's going to take a few years.
Yeah.
Hopefully Free Fire is still around like in about 20, 30 years.
I'm pretty sure it is.
Because I think it's going to take that
We are
long.
the best mobile game 2 years in a row.
Amen.
Hopefully this year is the 3rd year. I think the vote has passed a couple of months ago. But if anything, I've casted my vote.
Amen.
I'm waiting for us to get that award again, because I think it's a very proud thing to announce, especially when the award always gets announced before a major, right? I think that's like the stars aligning.
Yeah, absolutely right. Just to hype up the event a little bit more. And it has happened 2 years in a row now for us at Free Fire. And like you said, hopefully it happens yet again before maybe the MCP Majors Season 3. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it has been fantastic bringing you guys this broadcast. And I think we are not going to slow down the pace, right? Because as we move into the grand finals, the strategies will most definitely change. But I expect it to be hot from the get-go. Yes, we do have 8 rounds per day. We've got 16 overall. But any of those teams that do not start off hot might not see them getting towards the top 5. Because like what has been proven in the league stage, how you start truly does matter as well.
Yep, and how you end is the most important. Orange Esports taught us that lesson today. I have some teams to watch out for the grand finals, but we'll leave it for next weekend. Remember, 16 rounds, 12 teams, only 1 champion. My name is Husky. He is the Mustachio AJ. On behalf of everyone, we wish you guys a wonderful Sunday, and we will see all of you at the same time next weekend for the grand finals.
Hai, nama saya Razlan. IGN saya OE Jebat dari pasukan Orange Esports.
Hai, nama saya Alif Daniel. In-game name saya ialah OE Dekos. Saya berumur 17 tahun dan masih belajar. Saya akan bertanding bersama tim Orange Esports.
Hello, I am Jiminio.
Hello, I am Jiraya.
And we are from Team Princess.
Saya Jiminio sebagai IGL Team Princess, Tony dan Jiraya sebagai Russia, Mika Boy sebagai Frege dan 2 pemain Spainan iaitu Abekari dan Nunim. Peranan saya sebagai IGL ialah meletakkan role masing-masing mengikut skill individu yang saya lihat dari segi gameplay mereka.
Peranan saya dalam tim ni adalah sebagai leader pasukan dan support dalam in-game.
Peranan saya dalam permainan ialah sebagai IGL atau support Russia. Saya yang selalu membuat keputusan untuk membuat rotation.
Semua ahli pasukan saya suka buat lawak dan tak cepat koyak.
Fakta yang menarik bagi tim Princess ialah tim ni baru sahaja